In the ballroom, the nobles whispered back and forth, their scandalous gossip never ending, when suddenly the sound of footsteps rang out and the crowd's clamor instantly fell silent. A figure stepped into the hall, capturing everyone's gaze, as the sound of the rain outside echoed back like a rising tide. That was Aaron Laser. Why on earth did that villainess show up at this ball? Rumor has it she abused her maids, forcing them to flee in the dead of night, and even used dirty tricks to force two poor princes into an engagement. To think they're stuck with a woman like that. The fingers of Aaron tightened, gripping the hem of her dress. In the eyes of the world, Aaron Laser was an infamous villainess, the eldest daughter of a marquise's family, a woman indulged in cruelty and luxury. Outside, the rain poured down as lightning ripped through the night sky, illuminating the silhouette of the marquise's mansion. But the truth was nothing like what the world rumored. Inside the mansion, a figure stood by the window, holding a thin leather whip, while Aaron's entire body trembled. The whip lashed down hard, leaving marks on her flesh. Aaron collapsed to the floor, curling herself up as that woman coldly looked down at her. You really are a useless child. If your father found out about this, what would he think? The woman grabbed her and yanked her up. Aaron could only clutch tightly onto her dress. Her pupils contracted with fear. That woman ordered her that a lady must maintain a perfect posture at all times, and a noble expression. What should you do? Aaron was forced to lift her face up, her body shaking uncontrollably. The wounds on her knees were plain as day. She stared blankly into space, her eyes losing all their light. The woman smiled with satisfaction, grabbing Aaron's hand. That's right, only this expression is useful. The corner of her mouth curled into a twisted smirk. You stupid, pathetic thing. Nobody knew that since she was a child, her stepmother's abuse had never stopped. Was it really just because she was slow and pathetic, like the woman said? In her chaotic memories, a man grabbed Aaron's arm. Lady Aaron, you must tell the Marquis what the madame did. Aaron's eyes were hollow, not saying a word. Then the maid collapsed in a pool of syrup, struggling to reach out toward her. My lady, run away right now. She couldn't protect anyone. Another man brought over a plate of strawberry cakes, presenting them before Aaron. Eat something. I noticed you haven't touched a thing. He looked at her gently. He clearly hated this marriage so much, yet he still treated her so tenderly. Her fiancé, until the very last moment, was still good to her, even him. Then that man also collapsed in a pool of syrup. The two princes died because of her. Because he was engaged to her, countless ghosts pointed their fingers at her. Everyone who died was her fault. They died because they were by her worthless side. She lowered her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. It's because of me, everyone. A cold blade pierced through. Syrup spurted out. The assassin stood before her, his body trembling. The blade dripped with syrup as he looked down at the collapsed Aaron. The madame told me to give you a message. Don't worry, your family will join you downstairs soon. Aaron lay in a pool of syrup, her life fading away rapidly. Just like that, she was murdered. Bright sunlight. A modern building caught her eye. An iced Americano. She nodded. Yes, all right. The coffee machine whirred. She operated it skillfully. Customer number 325, here is your iced Americano. Unbelievably. She was reincarnated as a modern Korean, carrying all of Aaron Laser's memories into her second life. But this second life wasn't much different from her first. Her parents found her annoying, ignoring her most of the time, and she also kept her distance from them. Then she reincarnated once again, beginning her third life. She was reborn into a family of knights, growing up as a swordsmanship prodigy and eventually achieving the title of Swordmaster. She still didn't understand why her life kept repeating endlessly. She only knew that no matter how she died, she would reincarnate with the memories of her past lives. But this time the situation was different. A swordsman swung his sword, a slash of light ripping toward the monster in front of him. Damn it, why did a monster suddenly appear? He gripped the hilt tightly, his gaze sharp as he rushed forward. The other knights looked at her in horror. Lady Aaron! Aaron held her longsword, her eyes icy cold. There are still monsters left. Go help the other knights. The knight stammered. Yes, yes, Lady Aaron Laser. The foolish girl who couldn't protect anyone, who was abused by her stepmother and murdered in her first life, had now returned with the memories of a swordmaster. She didn't know why she had returned to Aaron's body, but this time, Aaron's eyes flashed. She leaped up, the tip of her blade aiming straight at the giant monster. Aaron swung her sword, slashing downward, and the monster's head rolled on the ground as syrup gushed out like a fountain. She landed firmly, standing on the monster's corpse, the tip of her blade dripping with syrup. I will absolutely never live that kind of life again. Aaron lifted her head, her gaze filled with absolute resolve, her long brown hair fluttering in the wind. Athena Academy. the one and only academy of the Empire. This prestigious domain doesn't merely house exceptionally talented commoners and high-ranking nobles, but also accommodates royalty from neighboring sovereign nations, and even elite members of the Empire's imperial bloodline, a true breeding ground for the ultimate elite. The opulent carriage slowly ground to a halt, the heavy door swung open, and a pair of feet adorned in exquisite footwear stepped onto the pavement. Erin had finally arrived. She fixed her gaze upon the sweeping academy silhouette looming in the distance. At this exact breathtaking moment, bearing witness to the grand spectacle with her very own eyes, the surreal reality finally sank deep into her chest. She had truly been reincarnated. Just a mere handful of days ago, she had unexpectedly time-traveled back to the past. Initially, she failed to comprehend that she had returned as Erin, right up until a panicked maid frantically blocked her path. Lady Erin, if you are consumed by fear, please shield yourself behind my back. I will protect you with my life. Sarah? How could it possibly be Sarah? She vividly, agonizingly remembered that Sarah had perished. Wait, she had just addressed her as Lady Erin. Erin stood frozen in sheer shock. Piecing together the chaotic surrounding environment and her extensive history of past reincarnation experiences, she instantly deduced that this bizarre anomaly had manifested within her life once more. She had successfully regressed back into Erin's youthful, 20-year-old body. Malicious whispers began to echo from every direction. Look over there, it's that girl, Erin Laser. Her carriage is utterly ostentatious. And just look at that ridiculous dress. Anyone unaware of her reputation would swear she's heading straight to a grand royal ball. I caught word that she forcefully transferred to the night department, solely to shamelessly pursue the second prince. I absolutely despise the thought of sharing a classroom with her. 63. The loyal maid, Sarah, inquired with deep anxiety. My lady, are you truly holding up all right? The maid, Sarah, asked anxiously, My lady, are you really okay? The entire student body already harbored intense resentment toward her, but this time around, the academy students despised her tenfold. This venom stemmed from two distinct truths. First, she originally possessed absolutely zero knowledge regarding the art of swordsmanship, yet she still audaciously forced a transfer into the elite knight department. Second, she was officially betrothed to the esteemed second prince, Ferdinand. This calculated arrangement was never her personal choice, yet the judgmental masses firmly believed that she was the one who stubbornly coerced the families to force this union. I heard a rumor that she ruthlessly blackmailed them with suicide just to secure her engagement to the second prince. They also claim she infiltrated the night department just to constantly hover by his side. The other students are completely blameless in this farce. The ultimate victim in this tragedy is Lady Ashley, whose devoted lover was cruelly stolen away by that infamous, wicked villainess. She had utterly defiled the sacred honor of the knights, brutally torn a loving couple asunder, and wrongfully seized the title of the second prince's chosen fiancé. Naturally, it was only fitting that they loathed her core. Erin subtly lowered her gaze. Sarah, do not waste your worries on me. You should immediately make your way back to the safety of the Marquis's grand mansion. Sarah tightly clenched both of her trembling hands. Are you truly going to be fine navigating this wolf's den all on your own? Erin gently wrapped her fingers around the maid's hand. Yes, I will be perfectly fine. She turned on her heel and strode away, her footsteps ringing with unyielding resolve. The toxic rumors surrounding her character were entirely fabricated, spun from the malicious web of her deceitful stepmother. Yet she had no intention of exposing this hidden truth to a single soul. The haunting memory of Sarah collapsing violently into a pool of crimson syrup suddenly flashed through her mind. My lady, you must flee this instant! Because she already understood too well the fatal price one must pay for speaking the absolute truth. Therefore, she was forced to shoulder and dismantle all of this chaos completely by herself. This was a crushing burden destined for her alone to bear. Erin stepped into her private quarters, stripped off the suffocatingly lavish gown, and donned the crisp academy uniform. It had been an eternity since she last wore these threads. She gently traced her cuffs, her slender fingers completely shrouded in thick medical bandages. Her intense gaze locked onto the wrapped bandages, softly caressing them as a disturbingly familiar, phantom sensation flooded back into her veins. Just outside the window, a dark night descended. The ominous silhouette of a looming woman wielding a thin, cruel leather whip materialized within her memories once more. Inside the dimly lit room, Erin sat slumped upon the cold floor, her head hung low in defeat. Right before she departed from home for the academy gates, her sadistic stepmother had ruthlessly whipped her. Her entire physical form throbbed with a relentless, dull agony. This was the undeniable proof, the grotesque masterpiece painted by her stepmother, Claire. Why did that wicked woman subject her to such brutal torment? Regardless of the reason, she would permanently eliminate that threat soon enough. The haunting final words of Erin from her previous lifetime continuously echoed within the depths of her heart. This suspicion wasn't merely groundless paranoia. The noble Laser family boasted a long, glorious lineage. Having successfully trained a myriad of legendary knights for the great empire, although her father had never quite ascended to the legendary Swordmaster realm, he remained a highly formidable High Knight. Her younger brother, Karen, was rigorously mastering the art of swordsmanship to proudly inherit the family's martial tradition. Yet before her tragic demise, the entire noble clan had been ruthlessly pushed to the absolute brink of total annihilation. It was all orchestrated by a single individual. Previously, she was blinded to the truth, but now she believed she finally understood. Someone of immense power must undoubtedly be backing her stepmother's plays. But who on earth could possess that kind of terrifying authority? Back during that chaotic timeline, did someone also happen to come pay her a visit? Erin abruptly snapped her head upward. Ah! It finally clicked in her memory. Karen. Karen violently kicked the heavy door open, storming into the quarters and roaring at Erin. Have you completely lost your mind, sis? What the hell were you thinking? You can't even walk in a straight line, yet you dare to join the elite training? Erin silently stared back at her furious younger brother. His explosive temper hadn't shifted a single bit. That's right, back in that original timeline, the two of them had clashed bitterly, just like this. Is it absolutely vital for you to transfer to the night department? The entire student body already loathes your guts enough as it is. Karen fiercely clamped down on her wrist. Are you deliberately trying to push your desperate situation into absolute ruin? Erin looked down at his trembling hand. Karen possessed every legitimate reason to be completely enraged. He was also a dedicated student within the prestigious swordsmanship department, harboring dreams of becoming an honorable knight. In her past life, at this exact moment, she had been thoroughly consumed by overwhelming shame. He must have been incredibly deeply furious with her. Even now, the volatile situation hadn't shifted a single fraction. How did we ever drift so far apart? We were completely inseparable when we were children. You used to shadow my every step. Karen locked eyes with her, his gaze swirling with deep conflict. I have no idea what schemes you're plotting, but no matter your efforts, you won't even catch a glimpse of the second prince anyway. Erin froze slightly in place. The second prince? Karen's voice cut through the air with absolute certainty. That is correct. The second prince is enrolled in the elite advanced class, whereas you are stuck in the lowly beginner class. How could the two of you possibly cross paths? The entire student body gathered today solely for the grand swordsmanship assessment, but that privilege is strictly for today. So swallow your pride and return to your rightful class this instant. Karen's sharp gaze suddenly fell upon her tightly bandaged hands. Erin fiercely yanked her hand away from his grip. Why on earth didn't you mention that you were severely injured? Erin maintained a stubborn, icy silence. She turned her back to him and placed her palm firmly against the doorknob. If you have finished your tirade, would you mind kindly getting the hell out? Karen gaped at her in absolute paralyzed shock. What? Because I need to report to class immediately. The elite swordsmanship department of Athena Academy, a ruthless domain dubbed the ultimate iron fortress of the entire empire. A hazardous crucible that trains elite knights to battle on the bloody front lines against the ever-increasing, ravenous hordes of monsters. Erin stood completely isolated before the grand entrance. Even veteran students from the advanced class would soon be deployed to brutally subjugate monsters. She exhaled a long, shaky breath to calm her racing mind. Ferdinand had just received the Emperor's absolute imperial command to march out to war. Erin forcefully pushed the heavy doors open, the massive wood striking the frame with a dull, echoing thud. As she stepped into the crowded classroom, every single pair of eyes instantly locked onto her, and the atmosphere in the room froze to zero. The audacity, she actually showed up. Seriously, a phenomenal psycho in every sense of the word. Can that pathetic arm of hers even hoist a training sword? She had never, and would never, return to this toxic place without a definitive, ruthless purpose. But immediately following that tense moment, Ferdinand casually brought over a delicate plate piled with strawberry cakes. Have you eaten yet? It looks like you haven't touched a single bite of your food. Erin snapped her head up and locked eyes with that agonizingly familiar face. Her pupils instantly contracted, and her heart began to hammer violently against her ribs. He was still breathing. He was still alive. Ferdinand and Derek Arthendung were currently standing shoulder to shoulder by the grand window. Derek crossed his arms tightly, a look of profound annoyance plastering his face. No matter how much I analyze it, the Duke of Laser's latest demand is just far too preposterous. The Duke of Laser, the revered patriarch of the 5 legendary great families, tasked with defending the bloody front lines against the monster onslaught. Although he had failed to ascend to the legendary realm of a Swordmaster, his unwavering ability to safeguard the borders all these years was highly commendable. However, he had recently committed a massive, catastrophic blunder. Derek furrowed his brows in deep disgust. Not only did he shamelessly abuse his noble prestige to force his useless daughter into the swordsmanship department, but he also aggressively coerced an engagement with the second prince. Ferdinand leaned back by the window, nonchalantly flipping through the pages of a book. Just calculating this insult made Derek tremble with pure rage. How could the official fiancé of that notorious villainess remain so entirely, completely unbothered? Good grief, how utterly vulgar! Derek gesticulated wildly, his hands cutting the air in pure excitement. Ferdinand, this entire circus is truly unbelievable. Did you not witness the Duchess herself weeping and lamenting? She literally dropped to her knees in public and begged, "Please, I implore you to discipline my wicked daughter." Erin openly threatened that if she couldn't secure an engagement to you, she would straight up delete herself from existence. Rumor has it that Erin resorted to the vilest, dirtiest tricks to force this entire issue. That toxic woman, in both your past and your future, will forever remain a fatal stumbling block directly in your path. Her so-called obsessive love for you is nothing more than a superficial, greedy hunt for the title of crown princess. Ferdinand listened to the rant in absolute silence, his dark eyes utterly devoid of any emotional ripples. I refuse to stand by and watch you die, no matter how profoundly outstanding you are. As long as the reigning emperor blindly favors the first prince, the imperial throne will never rightfully belong to you. Derek pressed on aggressively. You must desperately accumulate raw power. You need to become infinitely stronger than you are right now. We desperately require a knight who can serve as an absolute source of strength. Even though Karen possesses raw talent, Duke Ashley stands as the most formidable swordmaster in the entire empire, therefore Ashley's daughter. Derek suddenly snapped in frustration. I'm speaking directly to you, so why do you keep completely spacing out? Where on earth are you even staring? Derek's sharp gaze bypassed Ferdinand entirely and locked intensely onto a small, isolated figure lingering by the classroom entrance. He froze mid-sentence, his pupils instantly shrinking in surprise. Ferdinand finally opened his mouth to speak. Derek, I don't gamble my faith on cheap rumors. I only place my belief in what my own 2 eyes witness. Ferdinand stared intently at Erin, the faint corner of his mouth curving slightly upward into a mysterious smile. Encountering him once more, for the first time, her entire soul trembled violently. Despite enduring 3 grueling cycles of agonizing reincarnation, his face had never been erased from her mind. What words could she possibly say to him now? No, do I even possess the right to speak a single word to him? Erin stood completely paralyzed in place, her legs feeling as heavy as solid lead, as a dark curse echoed ruthlessly in her head. The second prince perished solely because of you. Simply because he chose to stand by your side, he died a horrific death. Erin spun sharply on her heel and frantically fled from Ferdinand's line of sight. A massive group of swordsmanship students assembled tightly in the center of the dusty training ground. Edward stood tall before them, his booming voice echoing across the arena. Welcome to the absolute crucible of the swordsmanship assessment training ground. I am Edward Veron, the head instructor commanding the beginner swordsmanship class. As you are all well aware, the first day invariably kicks off with a brutal assessment test. This marks the solitary chance for the beginner class to witness the peak swordsmanship of the advanced class. So keep your eyes wide open and absorb everything. Now that the tedious explanation is out of the way, let's dive right into the action. Erin suddenly lowered her eyes. The swordsmanship assessment. What kind of pathetic clown did I even resemble back then? A wave of painful memories flooded back. Her fragile past self, her hands trembling so uncontrollably, she lacked the strength to even lift a basic sword. The surrounding students' piercing, mocking laughter rang in her ears. Ha ha! Look at her! She can't even grip a sword properly! How absolutely pathetic. Yet she had zero choice but to keep grinding forward because no matter the agonizing cost, she desperately, wildly craved to master swordsmanship. Ever since early childhood, she had deeply yearned for it. Little Erin used to hide behind heavy doors, eagerly stealing fleeting glances at her younger brother as he practiced his fluid swordplay. But without fail, a harsh, terrifying voice would shatter the silence. Peeping like a rat again? Erin would collapse hard to the ground in sheer terror. Her malicious stepmother would look down upon her, her gaze freezing cold with pure disdain. I've already instructed you countless times. A proper highborn lady does not defile herself by learning swordsmanship. Every single one of her childhood dreams was brutally crushed beneath that woman's heel. That was precisely why she had been so utterly overjoyed when she finally forced her transfer into the swordsmanship department. But that fleeting joy was cut incredibly short. She thought to herself, does glaring at me with that much venom actually change reality? Philip, it was entirely because of this petty, arrogant bastard that she had been so mercilessly, ruthlessly tormented. He let out a soft, dismissive snort. Erin Laser, do not dare use that casual, familiar tone to utter my name. So what if this trash academy has strict regulations? I am royal blood hailing from the sovereign Edwin Kingdom, while you are merely a low-tier noble of a decaying empire. He absolutely loathed her audacity to address him directly by his first name, the founding emperor of Lycia. Had once established an unshakable, ancient rule at the academy, dictating that, with the sole exception of the imperial family, no student's high social status or royal title would ever be taken into consideration. In other words, royalty and commoners were explicitly ordered to communicate as equals. Philip's voice dropped dangerously low, sounding like a venomous snake hissing in the dark. More importantly, do you want me to spoil exactly what happens to you next? A pathetic loser who can't even qualify as a lowly apprentice knight? Like yourself is about to face the ultimate, crushing public humiliation on this field. Erin silently endured the heavy brunt of his verbal attacks. Even if you speak such arrogant words, she stated, staring straight into Philip's mocking eyes, I am not the least bit afraid of you. What? Edward's booming voice cut sharply through the hostile confrontation. All right, that is quite enough out of both of you. That concludes the briefing. He briskly waved the official folder clutched in his hand. From this moment onward, we shall commence the swordsmanship evaluation. Erin Laser, step forward and display your prowess. Erin lowered her gaze and calmly replied, Understood. She advanced, her eyes burning with unyielding resolve. Just stand there and bear witness. Then determine for your own damn self whether I am worthy of being called a true knight. Erin wrapped her fingers tightly around the hilt of the sword. It was agonizingly heavy for her current, unconditioned physique. Merely hoisting it sent a violent tremor through her arms. Philip lounged in the grandstands, smirking maliciously as he feasted his eyes on those trembling hands. Feast your eyes on that failure. Erin gritted her teeth in sheer determination. Her skin was on the verge of blistering all over again. She stood completely isolated in the dead center of the massive training grounds, a solitary, fragile figure under scrutiny. Every living soul possesses a reservoir of mana within their core, and naturally, she was no exception to this cosmic rule, just like any typical human being. The solitary, massive divergence between her and an ordinary civilian was the fact that she had already fully conquered a lifetime as a legendary swordmaster, meaning she knew the absolute exact mechanics of utilizing mana. Up in the spectator stands, Philip's eyes violently dilated. What in the hell is happening? The shaking completely ceased? How is that humanly possible? Once upon a time in her youth, her father had summoned both her and Karen to his side to reveal the sacred origins of their ancient family lineage with a solemn, majestic gravity. Our noble house has inherited a legendary legacy spanning countless generations. Every 2 or 3 cycles, a singular descendant is blessed with the sublime aptitude of a master. If I am destined to fall short of becoming a swordmaster, then it is an absolute certainty that one of you two will inherit that god-tier talent. Her father was ultimately never meant to achieve the rank of a swordmaster in his lifetime, and neither was Karen. Therefore, the chosen champion selected by the blade itself. In Erin's sharp gaze, a brilliant spark of raw electricity crackled, her eyes reflecting a profound, godlike awakening. Is none other than me. She hoisted the heavy longsword high above her head. Pure, unadulterated power surged violently through her limbs. Erin brought the blade down in a devastating arc, cleaving the dense training dummy clean in half as the severed chunks crashed heavily into the dirt. She smoothly sheathed her weapon, stood perfectly erect, and exhaled a long breath, beads of sweat glistening on her skin as her chest heaved with exertion. Erin cast an utterly indifferent glare in Philip's direction. "Oh, since your little speech is over, make yourself scarce." Philip froze dead in his tracks, utterly paralyzed. "What?" Erin turned on her heel and strode purposefully toward the exit. "I have a class I need to attend immediately. Damn it all, I was genuinely losing sleep worrying about her, and she treats me like a total stranger," Karen muttered under his breath. "How exactly did her hands get mangled like that? Word on the street is she ambushed a pack of wild monsters en route to the academy. Did she take a hit there? The damn assessment has to be wrapped up by now. Whatever, our class structures don't even align. Yo, did you catch the crazy gossip about Erin Laser? What's the deal with her anyway?" A student dropped his voice to a whisper. "I got it straight from an advanced class guy who just walked out of the evaluation that—" Before the student could even finish his thought, a vice-like grip clamped down heavily on his shoulder. "Hey there!" That student visibly jumped out of his skin, pivoting around in absolute terror. "Ah, Karen!" Karen stared down at the trembling boy, his gaze dangerously menacing yet dripping with undeniable charisma. "Care to share that little story with me too?" "Phenomenal effort, everyone. The evaluation officially concludes here," Edward boomed across the deck. "All right, class dismissed. Disperse." Erin was just about to make her exit when a sharp voice echoed behind her, halting her in her tracks. "Erin Laser!" Philip suddenly bent forward, offering a profound, deep bow. "I offer you my absolute most sincere apologies for my behavior." Erin caught herself feeling slightly caught off guard. She knit her brows together and shifted her gaze upward. "Stand up, the entire courtyard is staring at us." Philip stubbornly maintained his deep, submissive posture right in front of her. "I couldn't care less about shame. The absolute perfection with which you swung that blade displayed more of a true knight's spirit than anyone in this entire institution." The absolute clown who failed to act like a real knight was me. I allowed blind, petty prejudice to completely corrupt my judgment. Philip tightly clenched his fists until they shook. "I finally comprehend that those toxic rumors are completely and utterly worthless." He lifted his head to lock eyes directly with Erin. "Please, I beg you to accept my apology. I genuinely hope we can form a solid bond moving forward from today." Erin was admittedly a bit taken aback, but this reality made perfect sense. He was entirely different from the version of him in her past life. Now, even the underlying judgment in the way the remaining students looked at her had completely shifted. This single fact proves, Erin pondered for a fleeting moment, a sudden epiphany cutting through her thoughts like a lightning bolt. Perhaps Ferdinand's tragic, predetermined fate will also be altered accordingly. Erin extended her arm to firmly grasp his hand. "I accept your apology." She released his grip, pivoted smoothly, and walked away. "I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave first." The echoing click of her footsteps faded into the distance. "Your Imperial Highness Ferdinand." Ferdinand snapped his head around the instant he heard his title called. Erin, wearing an utterly unreadable, stoic expression, stood before him. "I request a private audience with you. Could I possibly occupy a brief moment of your time?" Erin stood resolute before Ferdinand. "Thank you for granting this meeting, Your Highness. The sole reason I requested your presence is—" Ferdinand silently observed her, his tone dropping into a gentle, soothing cadence. "My lady is entitled to as much of my time as she desires." Erin snapped her head up rapidly, a distinct flash of shock registering in her eyes. Ferdinand smoothly took a step closer to her, but then he gently, delicately took hold of Erin's bandaged hand. "The absolute moment we conclude this conversation, you need to escort yourself straight to the infirmary." Erin stared blankly at him in a total, bewildered daze. Ferdinand, the legendary prince who was always pathologically fair to all souls, inherently gentle and dripping with compassion. Erin lowered her gaze in bitter realization. The sole reason he was treating her with such immense kindness must undoubtedly be because of this arranged union. Even though he was forcefully shackled into this engagement with her, he must secretly despise her existence from the bottom of his soul. She abruptly lifted her chin. Your Highness, you've already received the Emperor's official monster subjugation decree, correct? In his gaze, a fleeting flash of pure shock mirrored across Ferdinand's face. How could you possibly— Did Karen tip you off? Erin's eyes remained completely unshakable. I am also fully aware that my own name has been officially slotted onto that subjugation roster. The absolute only reason I sought you out today is to beg you to please refrain from interfering on my behalf. Ferdinand listened to her plea in dead silence, his facial expression morphing into something incredibly complex and unreadable. Inside the confines of Ferdinand's private war office. Derek, your squad must have received the official roster by now as well, correct? Ferdinand held up the crisp parchment. The official monster subjugation deployment list, he stated with heavy gravity. As we are all well aware, this monster campaign stands as one of the Academy's most brutal annual traditions. Under normal parameters, candidates are strictly pulled from the top 5 rankers of every class across both the swordsmanship and magic divisions, integrated with seasoned, battle-hardened high knights to organize a lethal strike force. He dropped his voice to a low murmur. And for this specific operation, the chosen vanguards are myself, Derek, and Eamon Hito, representing the advanced swordsmanship class, alongside Lilia from the advanced magic class. Eamon sat back deeply on the plush sofa, his voice dripping with cool indifference. Regardless of how the selection finalizes, why does your tone make it sound like you've already been crowned the supreme team captain? Derek bolted straight up from his seat, his face instantly flushing a deep, angry crimson. That's completely out of line! He cleared his throat sharply to compose himself. I was merely breaking the news before Ferdinand made his grand entrance. Still, your fanatical devotion to our Lord is honestly quite impressive. Derek scowled deeply. I prefer to label it absolute loyalty. Karen, who had maintained a stony silence this entire duration, suddenly cut in. I haven't been briefed on all the specifics yet either, but Erin Laser happens to be my older sister. They claim she flawlessly executed the sacred Laser family swordsmanship. Karen abruptly snapped his head upward, raw shock gleaming in his eyes. No way. She has never officially studied the blade. How could she possibly master the family's secret style? In the past, I used to catch her sneaking covert glances at me during my intense training, secretly mimicking my every move. But that was a lifetime ago. She completely abandoned that phase ages ago. So what the hell is this sudden madness about? There's also a completely unexpected name stamped on the roster, Erin Laser. Ferdinand continued. The Marquis will undoubtedly be ecstatic. The two noble siblings fighting side by side in the prestigious high-stakes monster subjugation. Karen bolted upright in fury. My sister participating in this campaign is just completely preposterous. She literally just forced a transfer into the Knight Department, and this lethal subjugation. Mission is strictly reserved for the absolute top-tier elite students. Eamon pivoted sharply toward Derek Atherton. You were present on the field today as well. What was your honest assessment of Erin Laser? Derek chimed in. You truly should have witnessed that spectacle with your own 2 eyes. To put it bluntly, I never imagined I'd utter these words, but her execution of the blade was completely flawless. Karen's fist clenched so violently that his knuckles turned a stark bone white. No matter how shockingly outstanding she might appear to be, I absolutely refuse to permit my sister to deploy on this suicidal monster subjugation. The entire room plunged into a dead silence as everyone exchanged bewildered glances. What is wrong with his head? Are these estranged siblings actually close? They certainly never projected that vibe before. From across the room, Lilia threw her head back and unleashed a loud, mocking laugh, a chaotic and piercing cackle. What a deeply touching, dramatic sibling bond. I used to possess an overprotective older brother exactly like that, too. Lilia glided directly toward Karen. But now I will never lay eyes on him again for the rest of my days. A freezing, vengeful fire blazed fiercely in Lilia's eyes. And it's all because of your wretched house, Lilia dropped her voice into a menacing whisper. That infamous rumor. A cold, sadistic smile curled up the corners of her lips. A mere rumor? You dare imply the narrative that your sister? directly caused my brother's horrific demise is just a fabrication? If it's truly just a groundless rumor, why does the entire empire believe it to be gospel? I couldn't care less whether your sister participates or stays behind. But if she dares to deploy, do not expect me to lift a single finger to save her life. Simply suppressing my destructive magic so I don't accidentally end up incinerating her will consume every ounce of my focus. Karen's fists tightened even harder, trembling with a mixture of rage and helplessness. A faint, subtle rustle echoed from just outside the doorway. Ferdinand pushed the heavy door open and glided in. You arrived much faster than I anticipated. Derek frowned heavily. Aaron. Laser must have pulled some underhanded stunt to corner you again, right? What demands did she make? Aaron's resolute voice echoed clearly within Ferdinand's mind. Your Imperial Highness, you have already received His Majesty's absolute monster hunt decree. No matter the cost or opposition, I will participate in this campaign. No, it's that I actively choose to go. Therefore, you have no need to ever leverage that order against me again. The sole reason I requested your presence today is to beg you to please refrain from intervening on my behalf. Ferdinand let out a weary, exhausted sigh, rubbing his aching temples. It appears Knight Aaron will indeed be deploying on this monster hunt. Everyone froze completely in place, staring at Ferdinand in absolute paralyzed shock. Aaron collapsed heavily onto her mattress, letting out a massive sigh of pure relief. Phew. I haven't even initiated my plans yet, and I'm already utterly drained. Whether in her tragic's past timeline or this current life, participating in the perilous monster hunt was already an unalterable destiny, simply because it was the Emperor's absolute imperial decree. The Emperor sat grandly upon his throne, peering down coldly at Ferdinand, who stood far below the steps. Didn't the Laser family orchestrate an immense circus just to force their daughter into the Knight department? She must naturally possess the corresponding raw power to match such an ambition. Ferdinand earnestly lifted his gaze toward the throne. Your Majesty. In her previous life, Ferdinand had openly opposed the Emperor. Do you genuinely intend to defy my absolute imperial command? His desperate opposition was completely and ruthlessly ignored. In the end, the elite hunt team still deployed, and Aaron was positioned right there among the ranks. During that catastrophic campaign, Karen lost an entire arm, and Ferdinand permanently lost his soulmate, the beautiful Lady Ashley, because he prioritized saving Aaron and completely abandoned Lady Ashley to the beasts. Because of that fatal choice, Ferdinand was forced to endure the unrelenting wrath of Duke Ashley from that moment forward. Ferdinand's political status began to severely fracture, hanging precariously by a thread. Aaron suddenly clamped her hand around her wrist, the raw wound beneath the white bandages throbbing with a burning agony. Of course, in this current timeline, those tragedies will absolutely never be allowed to transpire again. The subjugation force will deploy in exactly 1 month. Damn it, the pain is starting to flare up again. Before that critical window arrives, I must aggressively push my physical conditioning and my mana core to their absolute limits. Karen abruptly kicked the door open. Aaron instantly stiffened. Karen? You? The white bandages wrapped around Aaron's hand were heavily leaking crimson syrup. Karen roared. Why is your wound in a worse state than before? And you still stubbornly insist on deploying to the monster hunt? Have you completely lost your mind, sis? Furthermore, during today's evaluation, why on earth did you unleash the family's secret swordsmanship? Karen took a deep, shaky breath, desperately fighting to suppress his exploding rage. I originally intended to say, he forced his breathing to stabilize before pressing on. I received word that you intend to join the vanguard for the monster hunt. Do you even comprehend the gravity of that? You could literally be slaughtered out there. Aaron calmly countered. I am fully aware. She turned her back to him and glided toward the door. But this is the Emperor's absolute, unalterable command. Even His Imperial Highness Ferdinand possesses zero power to hold me back, so I am absolutely deploying. Karen stared blankly at her retreating figure. How on earth can you remain this disturbingly calm, sis? Are you completely blind to what hunting lethal monsters actually entails? Or do you just entirely lack a basic grip on reality? Lilia is out for blood, seeking absolute vengeance for her fallen brother. Not only that, but you're forcing yourself to march alongside a toxic crowd that utterly loathes your existence. Despite all that incoming hell, You still stubbornly insist on going? Aaron's steady gaze remained rock solid. That is exactly right. One grueling month later, the fateful day of the monster subjugation deployment finally arrived. The camp was a chaotic hive of bustling men and warhorses, elite knights aggressively calibrating their heavy gear. The massive carriages were heavily loaded with survival supplies. Every single asset was locked and loaded. Lilia's tragic brother, Calypso, used to serve as her personal attendant. He met a gruesome, untimely demise shortly after. The moment Lilia laid eyes upon her brother's cold, lifeless corpse, she completely and utterly lost her mind to despair. She threw her entire soul into frantic, forbidden magic training, the blazing fires of raw revenge igniting deep within her eyes. Lilia tracked Aaron's retreating figure with a highly complex, venomous gaze. To extract absolute vengeance for her slaughtered brother, the thunderous echo of galloping horse hooves sharply sliced through the dense morning mist. The elite hunt team advanced deeper into the ominous forest. Derek navigated his steed forward, his brows furrowed tightly in deep suspicion. No matter how much I dissect this scenario, this roster configuration is just far too bizarre. He shifted his glare toward Aaron, riding up ahead. We've been in the saddle for an eternity now. Are you not on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion? Wait a damn minute. When did you even master the advanced art of equestrianism? What exactly have you been plotting behind my back this entire time? The mere fact that those two seem to share a bond is already suspicious enough, and Lilia's eerie silence is a massive red flag I can't afford to ignore either, because I know exactly what that sadistic smile signifies. Derek cast a cautious side glance at Lilia. Most infuriatingly of all, an incredibly magnificent, opulent carriage was slowly trailing along right behind their ranks. Lady Ashley actually forced her way along too. This entire serious operation has officially devolved into a total clown show. Derek let out a soft, defeated sigh. This high-stakes subjugation mission, I heavily fear, will be anything but simple. Ferdinand rode his mount closer. I harbor deep anxieties regarding this setup as well. Ferdinand, the absolute second this brutal subjugation concludes, you desperately need to completely scrap your engagement. The moment you graduate from this academy, those of us fiercely loyal to your cause will officially step up as your sworn knights. By that critical juncture, the ruthless First Prince will have already solidified his own massive power base to crush you. The First Prince currently has His Majesty's absolute backing, meaning you are playing at a severe disadvantage from the word go. If you stubbornly keep Aaron anchored to your side, you will be forced to waste all your strategic time, quelling violent internal mutiny instead of conquering your external rivals. He maintained an unreadable silence for a tense moment, then pointedly questioned Derek. Have you personally ever witnessed Lady Aaron actively instigating chaos? Derek was momentarily left completely tongue-tied. What? That specific matter? Well, naturally. Toxic echoes of high society noble gossip instantly rushed to the surface of his mind. Are you referring to that wicked villainess hailing from the Marquis of Laser's house? What a horrific tragedy for the Marquis. His lifetime of pristine honor was utterly dragged through the mud by a rogue daughter. Thank the heavens he wasn't cursed with just a single child to inherit the name. Derek violently snapped himself back to reality. No, I have honestly never witnessed her commit a single crime with my own two eyes. Up at the front of the vanguard, a scout knight's booming shout rang out. There's a wide clearing straight ahead. We set up camp there for the night. 4 powerful steeds dashed wildly toward the clearing in the distance, leaving small, fading silhouettes stamped against the sweeping, vast grassland. Aaron expertly guided her horse forward, her physical posture perfectly erect, her elongated shadow casting dramatically under the blood-red sunset. Derek, what if the so-called villainous past that you accept as absolute gospel is actually nothing more than a fabricated lie? Who is going to answer for the ruin of her life then? Derek aggressively averted his eyes from Ferdinand's intense gaze. This conversation is jumping way too far off the deep end, and keep those dangerous thoughts strictly to yourself in front of Lilia. A dark night heavily descended. The central campfire crackled loudly into the void. Aaron was calmly scattering aromatic spices directly into the bubbling soup pot. Karen tracked her fluid movements with critical eyes. Are you actually cooking, sis? A spoiled girl who was strictly drilled in nothing but delicate ladies' etiquette, Aaron handed him a steaming bowl of freshly prepared soup. Here's your portion. Karen hesitantly accepted the wooden bowl. Oh, thank you. He carefully scooped up a small spoonful and brought it to his lips. The flavor profile was actually incredibly phenomenal. Sis, I swear I understand your true nature less and less with each passing day. The past version of you used to be as breathtakingly beautiful as a rare flower, fiercely adored by the entire kingdom. I never imagined a dark day would dawn where I'd grow to absolutely loathe you. Until a few years later, when we gradually drifted into total estrangement. Sis, are you seriously planning to go visit that new stepmother again? Have you two already become that close? Make some time to hang out with me, too. Karen smiled warmly, playfully grabbing hold of her arm. Aaron violently yanked her hand away from his touch. Karen stood completely paralyzed in shock. Sis! She turned on her heel and walked away into the shadows without casting a single glance back. My apologies, I'm going to be severely late. I get the message, I'm out of here. Following that bitter rejection, he constantly tried to bridge the gap to get close to her. Yet the icy chasm dividing the two of them was never once shortened. Karen, whatever is the matter, why are you crying so bitterly? The deceptive stepmother held him tightly in her embrace. Your older sister might simply be enduring a hostile change of heart. Why don't you keep your distance for a while and wait patiently until Erin regresses back to her original sweet self? Do not fret. During that interim, Mother will take exceptional care of sweet Erin. Karen's hot tears cascaded down his cheeks. Yes, Mother. Back by the roaring campfire, Erin and Karen sat shoulder to shoulder in the dark. Karen finally opened his mouth to break the ice. How is life treating you inside the brutal night department? Erin casually sampled a spoonful of the hot broth. It's surprisingly decent. Are you genuinely managing your course load? You aren't pushing your physical limits, right? I am holding up perfectly fine. Karen suddenly fell entirely mute for a fleeting second. Is that so? The two siblings immediately lapsed into a heavy silence, the underlying tension transforming into a deeply awkward standoff. The faint corner of Aaron's lip abruptly twitched upward into a subtle smirk. Karen gaped at her, his expression utterly bewildered. What on earth is so amusing to you, sis? She gently shook her head to dismiss his question. It is nothing of consequence. I was merely reflecting. Exactly how many eons has it been since we last shared a meal like this? Furthermore, hearing you address me as sis feels incredibly surreal. Karen stared back at her. What is so bizarre about it? I am simply stating an absolute fact. Abrupt footsteps approached their location. It appears the local cuisine is perfectly suited to your high-born palate, is it not? Eamon strolled directly into their space, casually tossing a fresh apple in his hand. How can you flash such a carefree smile right in front of a predator who actively wishes to erase you? Are you truly that hopelessly dense, or do you just completely and utterly refuse to give a damn? Karen instantly bolted to his feet, shielding her form with his own body. Do not come looking for trouble here, Eamon. Eamon merely smirked with pure malice. They say even the gods declare a truce during a feast. Are you implying you possess less honor than a stray dog, Eamon? Eamon's piercing glare turned razor-sharp in an instant. Watch your mouth, Karen. Even you. And that pathetic arm of yours. Oh, how touching. Is Ferdinand backing you up? Are you honestly choosing to take that toxic woman's side now? Erin quietly lowered her gaze. This situation is deteriorating rapidly. Every single eyeball in the camp is tracking this altercation. If His Highness Ferdinand publicly intervenes to protect my honor, it will do nothing but plunge me into an incredibly toxic, awkward predicament. I have heard endless rumors crowning Eamon as a god-tier swordsmanship prodigy, but it appears your true talent lies in cheap provocation. Aaron's voice cut through the air, dripping with sub-zero ice. It seems the grand rumors were entirely fake. You are nothing more than a loudmouth. Eamon's face instantly twisted, dripping with raw, unadulterated murderous intent. Do you harbor a death wish? If that is your ultimate desire, I can end your miserable existence right now. Blazing rage erupted within his eyes. An ominous, pitch-black aura flared up violently around his entire frame. A pristine voice suddenly shattered the hostile confrontation. That reckless behavior is not going to fly here, Eamon. We deployed to this wilderness strictly to execute a brutal monster subjugation campaign. It was Ferdinand's revered ex-lover, the holy saintess of the Grand Licia Empire, the ethereal Lady Ashley. My lady, the night air is far too freezing. Whatever prompted you to venture outside? Ashley's voice rang out with gentle grace. I caught the echo of a chaotic disturbance out here, so I stepped out to investigate. She pivoted gracefully toward Aaron. Greetings, Lady Laser. We have briefly crossed paths a few times. Yet this marks our absolute first official introduction, does it not? Aaron offered a cold, calculated bow. It is a pleasure to formally meet you, my lady. She had completely skipped the high society engagement gala in her previous timeline. She had never once exchanged pleasantries with Ashley before the monsters manifested. Back in that dark past, she had stubbornly refused to step foot outside her carriage. And shortly following that choice, she met her demise. Aaron lifted her chin, her sharp gaze locking directly with Ashley's eyes. She maintained a steady stare. That woman definitely harbored zero genuine goodwill toward her. After all, she was currently officially betrothed to her former lover. Ashley advanced a step closer to Aaron. Lady Laser, a dangerous flash of pure intrigue, crossed her eyes. You truly are an exceptionally fascinating creature. A mere moment ago, your eyes appeared to be glowing with an unnatural light. Ashley turned back to Eamon, flashing a radiant, blinding smile. Eamon, now that I am analyzing the situation, an official duel actually sounds incredibly entertaining right about now. However, the opponent who steps up to face you will be me. The entire crowd stood frozen in absolute shock. What? Ashley's intense gaze snapped right back to Aaron. Do you possess any objections to that arrangement? Aaron secretly pondered to herself. Does she intend to manipulate Eamon as a weapon to extract proxy revenge against me? If this is your true agenda, my lady, I have zero objections. Ashley smiled brightly. Magnificent. Let us proceed to the field, then. Ashley stood tall in the dead center of the wide clearing, loudly announcing the parameters of the engagement. We shall engage in a strictly moderate exhibition duel. The core directive is to clash fair and square, while executing absolute care to minimize physical injuries. After all, we deployed here to slaughter monsters, not our own allies. Ashley's gaze swept over the two combatants. With that settled, let the battle commence. The freezing wind rustled violently through the surrounding canopy. Aaron and Eamon stood deadlocked face to face, their lethal swords drawn and gleaming. The man truly lived up to his legendary reputation as a generational swordsmanship prodigy. Eamon's combative stance was flawlessly clean and terrifyingly precise, devoid of even a single millisecond of wasted motion. In this current timeline, they were aggressively crossing cold steel. But in her previous life, Amon was the loyal knight Ferdinand had specifically ordered to shield her. What in the absolute hell are you doing? Quit spacing out and run for your life! He was always pathologically foul-mouthed and incredibly lazy, and in the end, he never managed to ascend to a true swordmaster. Yet he fundamentally grasped the absolute weight of the sacred chivalric code. When Ferdinand met his tragic demise, he was no longer legally bound by any oath to protect her. Yet he executed that final order flawlessly until his very last breath. No matter how deeply she used to detest his personality, credit must be given where credit is rightfully due. Aaron inhaled a deep, centering breath, a blinding blue wave of divine power exploding outward across her entire body. Eamon's pupils violently contracted in sheer disbelief. What in the world? Aaron's physical form instantly blurred into a chaotic afterimage, blitzing forward in the blink of an eye, her blinding sword strikes flashing as fast as lightning. The two heavy blades clashed violently, emitting a piercing, deafening screech that echoed through the woods. Eamon fiercely gritted his teeth. Was he actually being completely suppressed by this absolute no-name outsider from the beginner class? Aaron expertly landed a devastating, solid kick straight into Eamon's exposed ribs. She stood perfectly poised, holding her weapon high, her sharp silhouette dramatically outlined by the pale moonlight. She looked down upon her arrogant opponent currently sprawling in the dirt, her icy gaze chillingly cold. It appears you still haven't fully awakened from your delusions yet, have you? She slowly elevated her longsword, the sharp blade gleaming with a cold, lethal light in the dead of night. Aaron unleashed a subtle, intensely relieved smile. Do not fret. After absorbing a few more brutal hits to your ego, you will snap right back to reality. Eamon's face warped into a mask of sheer, unadulterated terror. What? A blood-curdling scream ripped violently through the dark night sky, echoing through the ominous forest as Aaron effortlessly swung her blade, the razor tip tracing a lethal, icy arc. She sheathed her weapon in one clean, fluidly decisive motion. I concede. The victory is yours, Aaron Laser. Ashley glided gracefully up to Aaron. Lady Laser. A knowing smile played on Ashley's lips. And so the curtains fall on this match. Indeed. Had she not intended to weaponize Eamon to extract some twisted revenge? Yet her serene demeanor, made it seem as though she had anticipated this staggering outcome from the very beginning. Amun struggled to push himself up onto his knees, embedding his sword into the dirt to support his battered frame as he glared at Aaron, demanding, "How did you pull that off?" "You only recently crossed thresholds into the art of swordsmanship. At the royal banquet, I observed with absolute certainty that your hands were completely pristine, having never once gripped a lethal hilt before. Not even a common needle and thread. You knew absolutely zero about the way of the blade, let alone a knight's sacred honor. How on earth do you wield such god-tier technique?" Aaron abruptly whipped around, a volatile crimson light flashing in her eyes. "What are you suddenly plotting?" A deafening roar erupted. A horde of grotesque monsters swarmed wildly out from the dense forest. Blood-red eyes gleamed menacingly within the absolute pitch blackness. "Damn it all!" Eamon gritted his teeth in fury. "Since when were we surrounded?" Ashley suddenly stumbled, losing her balance. Eamon rushed forward, blindly to catch her. "My lady!" She desperately clutched her chest, panting in ragged gasps as the color completely drained from her face. A colossal beast materialized out of the shadows behind her, unhinging its massive maw dripping with vile syrup and unleashing a bone-shattering roar. Aaron drew her blade in a flash, the steel radiating a brilliant blue luminescence as she clove the monster completely dead in a single heartbeat. "Her chronic condition is flaring up. The vicinity is crawling with monsters. We won't make a fast escape while lugging her weight. Pivot this way. There's a hidden sanctuary tucked over here." The ravenous beasts roared through the woods, aggressively tracking their scent. This place wasn't entirely safe, but it at least afforded them a temporary moment to catch their breath. The two collapsed, leaning their exhausted backs against a massive boulder. The monster assault triggered way ahead of schedule. Furthermore, the vast majority are ranked mid-tier or higher. Aaron cast her gaze up toward the dark sky. Could this timeline anomaly be linked to my regression? "Hey, Aaron." Eamon leaned in, uncomfortably close. "Expose your back to me." Aaron flinched violently, defensively shielding her body. Eamon's face instantly flushed a deep crimson. "What kind of degenerate do you take me for? Your injuries?" "I simply intend to apply soothing salve to your wounds. You took that damage just now solely because you shielded me." Aaron glanced down at the dark syrup staining her shoulder, momentarily rendered speechless. It's blindingly obvious that you cannot reach that specific area on your own, which is the only reason I offered to apply the medicine. Seriously, what sort of scum do you think I am?" The glass medicine vial was placed against the dirt with a soft thud. Why did Lady Ashley suddenly collapse into such a critical illness? To put it simply, her body plays host to an overwhelming amount of raw divine energy, which triggers these violent, frequent flare-ups. This time around, I suspect the presence of the monsters inadvertently overstimulated her latent power. So that's the grim reality. That curse must be an absolute nightmare to endure. Eamon suddenly deviated into a dark memory from his youth, catching Aaron completely off guard. "I once shadowed my father down into the depths of the family dungeon. Perhaps his intent was to discipline his shiftless son, or perhaps to stamp a permanent lesson into my mind regarding the true cost of crime. Yet even to this very day, I can still vividly recall the broken prisoner I witnessed that afternoon. He was bound tightly to a thick wooden stake, brutally battered and physically assaulted like a useless sack of grain. His entire torso was a tapestry of horrific, jagged old wounds. Those grotesque scars looked identical to the trauma painted across your own back." Aaron snapped to her feet. Eamon commanded, "You need to escort Lady Ashley back to safety immediately." Aaron stared at him in utter disbelief. "What?" Lady Ashley's breathing was growing dangerously shallow. Her vitals were crashing fast. "Who the hell do you think you're ordering around? If anyone is retreating, you should be the one carrying her out of this hellhole." She forcefully shoved Eamon back. "I am commanding you, just move. I possess far greater agility than you, Eamon. Therefore, you must be the vanguard to summon backup." Aaron's gaze turned terrifyingly cold. She scanned the treacherous perimeter. They were in deep trouble. She could still hear the distant baying of the pack, yet they strangely hesitated to close the distance. Could there be an even greater apex predator lurking here? Aaron's eyes swept piercingly across the dense thickets, and a sudden realization crystallized. Distant footsteps thundered. Eamon emerged from the hidden sanctuary, carrying the unconscious Ashley securely on his back. "What happened out there? Did your squad collide with the monster horde?" The ground beneath their boots suddenly trembled violently. "Hold on. Why are there only two of you? Where is Knight Aaron?" Eamon dropped his head low in shame. "We became scattered during the chaotic retreat. She explicitly stated she would act as the primary bait. Ferdinand's pupils violently contracted in sheer horror, slashing, hacking, stabbing, utterly obliterating. Aaron stood completely isolated, enveloped in a radiant, divine blue light. These were the lethal movements she had executed to the point of absolute boredom during her grueling third lifetime. Her razor-sharp focus locked onto the abyss ahead, her face splattered with dark monster syrup. Her unadulterated murderous intent reached high into the heavens. In that godforsaken, monster-infested world, civilized law had long since expired. Massacring this entire pack of beasts was not a choice, but it was a strict necessity for absolute survival. In that previous lifetime, she had scaled the ultimate apex of the sword, a divine realm known as the Sword Saint. If only I had awakened my dormant talent earlier in my first life, could I have prevented everyone's tragic demise? Aaron's eyes grew fiercely sharp. Back then, I lacked the power to protect them. But now, she swung her sword with explosive force, cleaving the rushing monster clean in half. This time I will absolutely shield them from death. Aaron roared, "Die!" A blinding blue light violently tore through the night sky. At that exact moment, Ferdinand's vanguard finally caught up. "What the hell did you just say? My sister volunteered as bait?" Karen fiercely grabbed Eamon by the collar. "You abandoned her to the beast just to save your own pathetic skin? And you dare call yourself a knight? I'm going to save her right now." Aaron Laser acting as solo bait for a ravenous pack of monsters? From what I'm gathering, that is nothing short of a suicide mission. That problematic woman. Lilia's gaze darkened with malice. There is absolutely no way she gets to die that easily. Karen stared at Lilia in utter shock. Is that twisted malice your sole reason for wanting to retrieve her? Who the hell do you think you are? Knight Karen, stand down and compose yourself. Rescuing Lady Erin is our absolute top priority right now. I will immediately depart to summon heavy reinforcements. Karen gritted his teeth until they nearly shattered, his eyes burning fiercely. If a single hair is harmed on my sister, I will never forgive you, you shameful coward. Meanwhile, on an isolated trail deep within the forest, Erin stumbled, her battered body swaying precariously as she panted heavily. I've completely wiped out all tracks and annihilated the monsters using raw sword chi. Only a legendary sword saint could pull off such a feat. They will naturally assume I perished. I simply need to take a massive detour back to the night barracks. She froze dead in her tracks. Go back? Do I even possess the right to return back to their side? Calypso, Lilia's beloved older brother. No matter how many grueling times she was forced to reincarnate, she would absolutely never erase his memory. He was the solitary soul who first exposed her stepmother's sadistic nature. Calypso had tightly held Aaron's hand. You must expose to the Marquis what the madam has done. If the burden is too terrifying for you, I will deliver the news myself. So the moment the Marquis returns from the bloody front lines, please speak the truth, my lady. But what if precisely as my stepmother threatened? Father rejects me as completely useless. What if absolutely nothing changes? Calypso's voice rang out, firm and incredibly warm. Never, my lady. The Marquis profoundly loves you, my lady. He smiled gently, planting the initial seeds of courage and genuine friendship in her isolated heart. Look, Aaron, I cornered a little rat. Calypso lay completely motionless in a sickening pool of crimson syrup. That arrogant fool actually possessed the audacity to warn me about events that haven't even transpired, all because of someone's pathetic lie. Her loyal attendant was forced to die a horrific death because of that mistake. Erin's entire physical form trembled violently, her legs giving out completely as she collapsed onto the muddy ground. I should have lied and told him that Mother didn't lay a hand on me, but I truly couldn't endure the torment anymore, so I vented all my suffocating agony to him. Calypso was dragged home to his execution under her stepmother's twisted fabrications. It was her own weakness that had triggered his murder. Her reputation was permanently ruined eons ago. Not a single soul desired to learn the absolute truth. Torrents of rain poured down heavily as Aaron stood isolated in the howling storm. Why was I regressed back to this exact agonizing moment? If I could have returned to an earlier era, I would have definitely warned Calypso, told him absolute everything. Aaron tightly clenched her fists, but the variables are entirely different this time around. Unlike the previous tragedy, Lady Ashley survived this encounter. Aaron lowered her head, plunging into deep, analytical thought. Perhaps the catastrophic future will warp because of this change. If I refuse to return and am legally presumed dead in this wilderness, perhaps everyone will inherit a vastly superior future. As long as I permanently vanish from the board, everyone can finally be happy. She abruptly snapped her head upward, Someone is rapidly approaching. Ferdinand suddenly materialized through the dense curtain of heavy rain. She locked eyes with him, completely and utterly shocked. Lady Erin. Erin's balance wavered, her footsteps faltering in the mud. Why on earth is it you? Ferdinand charged recklessly through the downpour, screaming out at the top of his lungs. Lady Erin! At that exact same hour, back within the grand estate of the Marquise of Laser, a dangerous woman stood poised by the window, gently swirling a vintage glass of red wine that mirrored dark syrup. She elegantly hoisted her glass, a cold, predatory smile curling up the sharp corners of her lips. A mere handful of days later, the Marquis's sweeping mansion was heavily locked down, with elite knights stationed at every perimeter to intercept any potential intruders. For a noble Marquise's lineage, this display was undoubtedly the ultimate flex of absolute power. This terrifying authority stemmed directly from the legendary, bloody military exploits of the Marquis of Laser on the battlefields. And it also solidified his unshakable status within the empire. However, there was an entirely different player who was currently exploiting his raw power, boundless wealth, and pristine honor, reigning supreme like an absolute queen within this grand mansion. That individual was none other than the second wife of the Marquis of Laser, Erin's sadistic stepmother. She stared intently at the pristine rose resting upon the table. It has already been over a full decade since I officially married the Marquis of Laser. These ultra-premium orris roses, these mindless servants who submissively obey my every whim. It appears I have become far too deeply immersed in this domestic role of the Marquise's elegant wife. She gripped the sharp shears and sliced clean through the flower's stem without a shred of hesitation. If I were forced to regress to my original bloody role, I suppose I might harbor a minor shred of regret. She summoned a name in a soft whisper. Raymond, do you harbor a desire to return to the abyss where you originated? I deliberately weaponized black magic to mask all remaining traces of my elite swordsmanship. Simply because such lethal violence doesn't align with the elegant status of the Marquis's wife. Decades in the past, a powerful man sat high upon the imperial throne, peering down coldly at her form. I have caught wind of your legendary outstanding talent, a knight whose prowess eclipses even the Marquis of Laser himself. Forgive my bluntness, Your Majesty. I summoned you because I desperately need your absolute strength. This empire currently lacks a sufficient number of swordmasters. Only 3, that is correct, a mere 3 individuals. Even if I stand at the absolute peak of this empire, I cannot carelessly miscalculate or deal with them. And my volatile current situation doesn't allow me to just act as I please. I will not sit idly by and wait for my demise. Help me prevent those variables from spinning out of control. Understood. This humble servant shall become your absolute sword, waging war exclusively for you. The stepmother's flashback violently snapped back to reality. She unleashed a scornful laugh. Those are all ancient history from ages ago. His Majesty has always harbored a desire to annex the vast territory of the Marquis of Laser. A prestigious bloodline that consistently produces elite swordmasters. That is precisely why I have masked my identity for so long. The greatest legacy of the Marquise's domain was completely ruined in the bud. The Marquis is pinned down at the front lines and can barely return home. Everything was unfolding so flawlessly, and yet, the stepmother violently snatched the intelligence report right off the table. It detailed that the Steiger Academy subjugation unit had safely returned to base thanks to the miraculous assistance of a passing swordmaster. Her piercing gaze became razor-sharp. A passing swordmaster? Since when does this entire empire possess such an abundance of swordmasters? That one just miraculously happened to be strolling by that exact isolated forest? She furiously hurled the ornamental vase hard onto the ground, the premium porcelain shattering into a million pieces. A terrified maid tremblingly knocked on the door. Forgive the intrusion, madam. I caught the echo of a violent noise. The stepmother spun around, a flawlessly fake smile plastered on her face. My hand merely slipped. Could you be a dear and help me clear this up? The maid hurriedly rushed forward. Yes, I will sweep it up immediately. You aren't harmed, are you, madam? The stepmother dismissively waved her hand. I am perfectly fine. The maid offered a deep bow. Then I shall gracefully take my leave. The absolute instant the maid departed, the pleasant smile on her face vanished into thin air. Raymond, do you honestly believe this absurd narrative makes a shred of sense? Raymond bowed his head submissively and replied, The intelligence we intercepted yesterday is indeed exceptionally bizarre. The stepmother's eyes turned piercingly cold. No elite swordmaster would just conveniently cross paths there. She stressed her temples in deep frustration. Lady Ashley was mathematically guaranteed to perish in this specific subjugation. That way, the Duke would completely abandon Ferdinand. She had expended so much calculated effort just to force her into a strategic engagement with the second prince, and even dragged that brat into the brutal knight department. And yet my entire master plan was utterly sabotaged by some random wandering swordmaster. How completely preposterous! She slammed her clenched fist hard onto the table. Raymond calmly offered a reminder. If you fracture the furniture, it is going to create quite a troublesome scene. The stepmother inhaled a deep breath, aggressively suppressing her raging anger. She locked eyes with Raymond with a dark, predatory gaze. There is a persistent rumor circulating Steiger Academy that Aaron secretly knows how to wield a sword. I must personally verify whether Knight Raycon's assessment is absolute truth. She recalled the vivid scene of her initial meeting with Aaron. She still clearly remembered that hopelessly naive little girl. Greetings, Auntie. May I address you as mother from this day forward? Her eyes turned sub-zero. I am not your mother, you pathetic idiot. Those innocent, incredibly naive eyes. That stunning flower-like aura. A flawless puppet born directly from a prestigious lineage. But the moment she witnessed little Aaron executing strikes with a wooden sword in the courtyard, how exactly did Karen swing his blade? Let me reflect. Mirroring her own suppressed initial desires, this cursed child inherited the raw talent of a true swordmaster. I was mistaken. I was completely and utterly wrong. She swung the heavy whip, lashing it down violently upon Aaron. As a mere child, the little girl collapsed onto the cold floor, fearfully clutching her mother's elegant dress. Her expression turned ferocious. I must utterly ruin her. That child's dense muscle fibers are exactly the template a swordmaster requires. She already possesses raw talent that completely eclipses even that man. I implore you, madam, please cease treating the young lady in this horrific manner. Do you not fear the wrath of the gods? You will never be forgiven. A mere servant actually possesses the audacity to point their dirty fingers at me. A common maid is nothing more than an insignificant extra not even worth mentioning. From that dark day onward, Erin completely broke down, her mental spirit thoroughly shattered. The stepmother smirked with chilling satisfaction. In the grand scheme of things, that outcome wasn't a terrible choice either. There isn't much chess left to play. It is finally time for His Majesty to initiate his move. The master plan cannot be permitted to fail a second time. Depart for the academy at once, Raymond. Confirm if that brat truly possesses advanced swordsmanship. Even if her bones shatter and she stubbornly persists in learning the blade, she would at most only ascend to the level of a high-tier knight. But if she truly commands a sword, what a tragedy if her dominant wrist were to accidentally get snapped in two, Raymond. At that exact same hour, inside Aaron's personal quarters, she was resting silently on the mattress. Karen sat quietly by the edge of the bed, intensely monitoring his older sister. His eyes locked onto Aaron's heavily bandaged hands, trembling with subtle anxiety. Aaron's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and then she slowly opened her eyes to the world. Karen hurriedly shifted to support her frail torso. Sis, thank heavens you are finally awake. Aaron placed a weak hand against her throbbing forehead, her voice incredibly faint. Where exactly am I? Karen gently applied pressure to her shoulder. Do not force yourself up just yet. This is the academy. You are safe in your room. Aaron scanned the familiar perimeters of her room. It appears I have been completely unresponsive for an incredibly long duration of time. She glanced down at her garments, which had been replaced with fresh attire, and her neatly wrapped, bandaged hands. Sis, who exactly stripped and changed my clothes? They must have definitively witnessed every single one of those horrific scars. Sis, you honestly are. Karen abruptly bolted upright, his face flushed deep crimson as he aggressively questioned her at the top of his lungs. Are you completely out of your mind, sis? You practically died out there. What on earth were you thinking inside that skull? Did you honestly believe you were so invincible that you dared to single-handedly act as live bait? The boy immediately buried his face in his hands, his two cheeks burning hot with embarrassment. I'm not angry, it's just... Aaron studied Karen's flustered reaction. It was obvious he wasn't the one who changed her. If it had been Karen, he would have instantly interrogated her about those horrific scars. Her mind flashed back to that chaotic moment in the forest. Karen's shattered arm. In that absolute death trap, he still used every ounce of his strength to shield her. A profound wave of relief washed over her. A faint, genuinely relieved smile graced Erin's face. She reached out and firmly grasped Karen's trembling hand. Karen's eyes welled up with heavy tears, right on the verge of overflowing. Yeah. Why the hell did you pull such a reckless stunt? Listen to me carefully. You're absolutely, under no circumstances, allowed to do that again. If you're on the brink of death, just tuck tail, run, and surrender. Understand? I could swear I saw tears glistening in his eyes. Must be seeing things. Karen abruptly straightened his posture. You need to stay put and rest a bit longer, sis. Erin forced herself up into a sitting position. I'm parched. Karen instantly whipped around. Don't move, sis. I'll fetch you some water right away. On the bright side, that annoying Ferdinand guy isn't hovering around. Karen brought the cup over, his voice dripping with pure irritation. That guy is being a total pest. While you were completely knocked out, he just kept lingering around your bed like a lost puppy. Erin took the water from him. Cut the jokes. I'm dead serious. His Imperial Highness Ferdinand was lurking in my private room. There's absolutely no way. But it was true. Ferdinand had desperately cradled her unconscious body. Lady Erin, please, you have to open your eyes. Your Highness Ferdinand. Yes, I'm here. Please speak to me. Do not waste your kindness on me. Stop being so gentle. Those were the exact freezing words I hurled at him. After a rejection like that, there is no logical reason he would ever step foot in my room again. And yet... Oh, by the way, the Academy just cleared a visitor for you. A visitor? Who? Karen's voice echoed with excitement. Knight Raymond. Erin's eyes instantly widened in sheer horror. Karen babbled on. Mother must be absolutely worried sick about you. She pulls strings with the Academy to assign Lord Raymond as your personal bodyguard. Isn't that amazing? Haven't you always totally idolized Lord Raymond, sis? Sis? Erin's entire body began to tremble violently. This is a nightmare. Raymond, that monster is coming here? Meanwhile, inside the high-stakes strategy room of the central hall, Derek sat stiffly, his expression incredibly grim. Lately, anomalies have been compounding one after another. What was initially scouted as a low-tier monster nest turned out to hold lethal mid-tier beasts. Then a powerhouse Swordmaster drops out of thin air, completely vaporizing the entire horde. And then there's the enigma of Aaron Laser. He cast a sharp side glance. Whatever went down out there has completely broken Eamon's usual attitude. But the most baffling wildcard of all is Ferdinand. Ferdinand sat with his arms tightly crossed, completely tuned out and checked out of the strategic briefing. What is Lady Erin's current medical status? Karen answered. She still hasn't regained consciousness. But Your Highness Ferdinand, shouldn't you be swamped with royal duties? I am not busy at all. Derek screamed at the top of his lungs internally. How on earth are you not busy? You've been stalking Aaron Laser's bedside every single day. Ferdinand, the prince who was always the epitome of flawless perfection, was now constantly caught staring blankly out the window as if his entire soul had been hollowed out. Derek nervously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He knew he'd take the heat for this, but His Majesty's urgent directives could no longer be brushed aside. Ferdinand, what kind of dangerous game are you playing at? Meanwhile, in Ferdinand's mind, the vivid memory of cradling her broken unconscious form was burning with agonizing clarity. Lady Erin, please, I beg of you, wake up. Erin had weakly parted her eyelids. Your Highness Ferdinand, why do you look at me with such profound sorrow? This warmth is a luxury I cannot afford to touch. Please just despise me, exactly like the rest of the world does. Ferdinand's focus shifted uncomfortably. Why did she hurl such heartbreaking words at me? Do not show me mercy, just loathe me like everyone else. Does Lady Erin truly, utterly despise my presence? Is that why she pushes me away so violently? She is deliberately weaponizing those cruel words just to drive a wedge between us. Your Highness Ferdinand, exactly how long do you intend to subject us to this dead silence? Hey, why are you suddenly adopting that tone? Ferdinand finally snapped his head up, commanding the room. Lilia speaks the truth, Derek. I am the one who convened this council, yet I completely lost my bearings. Moving on, I notice Lady Ashley is absent from her seat. Does anyone possess intel on her current coordinates? Eamon chimed in. She departed to check on Lady Erin. Did you just address her as Lady Erin? Since when do you use titles instead of Aaron Laser? Eamon quickly defended himself. I crossed paths with her on the way to the hall. She mentioned receiving word that Lady Erin had finally awakened. Lady Ashley explicitly ordered me not to stall and to commence the briefing immediately. Derek grumbled under his breath. She's clearly pulling that stunt just to ghost us on purpose. Hearing this news, Ferdinand's eyes instantly ignited with life. Splendid. Lady Erin has finally crossed the threshold of consciousness. That is phenomenal news. It seems you all have grown quite fond of her. Isn't it wonderful for the faction to be in total harmony? We must immediately draft a comprehensive report to His Majesty regarding this absurd scenario. Both the high-tier monster anomaly in the northern woods and that phantom swordmaster. Lilia sneered, her voice dripping with unadulterated contempt. She's nothing more than a toxic villainess. Why are we expending so much valuable energy on her account? Amon barked back with fierce intensity. Lilia, you are crossing a massive line right now. Lilia fired back, her tone sub-zero ice. You have zero moral authority to lecture me. Aren't you the exact same hypocrite who used to constantly brag about how badly you wanted to break Aaron Laser? Whence the sudden change of heart? Just because you survived a near-death experience by her side, you've suddenly developed some touching trauma bond camaraderie? She turned to Ferdinand. Your Highness Ferdinand, you're the same. The one at fault is me, not Aaron Laser. I was just too agitated. I didn't mean to say those things. Lilia sat back down, bowing her head. I'm sorry, I lost control for a bit. My point is, what we need to worry about isn't just the report. Haven't you guys received the notice from the Academy yet? The gazes of the three men locked onto her. Duke Ashley is coming to visit Steiger Academy as a guest lecturer. Your Highness Ferdinand, the father of your ex-lover, DC. Duke Ashley is coming soon. Ferdinand's face darkened completely, a complex flash of emotion crossing his eyes. In Aaron's room, bright sunlight streamed through the window. Aaron sat on the edge of the bed, her mind in a mess. An unexpected guest had just paid her a visit. Lady Ashley? Why did she come to visit me? Lady Ashley sat opposite her, a gentle smile on her face. I heard about it from Knight Aemon. You took the initiative to act as bait to save us. I wanted to come thank you in person. Aaron bowed slightly. You didn't need to trouble yourself, my lady. Aaron felt a vague sense of discomfort. This person made her feel very awkward. No, Lady Ashley insisted. An expression of gratitude must be delivered in person. She sat down next to Aaron, asking caringly, Are you hurt anywhere else? I used divine power to heal the wounds from the monsters, but the other wounds will have to heal on their own. She clasped her hands together, hesitating slightly. I changed your clothes myself, Lady Laser. Aaron's eyes turned sharp. She saw them. Lady Ashley immediately raised both hands, her smile genuine. I haven't told anyone about those scars, and I won't in the future either. Aaron's hands tightened. She looked at the other woman in shock. Lady Ashley's eyes were full of sympathy. I don't know what you've been through, but it seems you don't want anyone to know. Lady Ashley, do you really not hate me? Lady Ashley shook her head vigorously. How could I possibly hate you? Aaron asked in confusion. Didn't you used to date His Highness Ferdinand? You two broke up because of me. I thought it was only natural for you to hate me. Lady Ashley looked flustered for a moment. That's true, but it doesn't mean I hate you, Lady Laser. Aaron looked at her, her eyes full of incomprehension. Lady Ashley lowered her head. I'm sorry, Lady Laser. Right now, I can't tell you anything. There are some complications in this matter. Aaron silently looked at her. Complications? Lady Ashley took Aaron's hand again. But I can assure you of one thing. I do not hate you, Lady Laser. How could I hate the savior of my life? Lady Ashley smiled. So, can I just call you by your name? Aaron stared blankly at her. Life savior. I don't deserve that title. I didn't even protect anyone properly. That was the reason why, when Lady Ashley stepped into the room, she had panicked so much. Lady Ashley slowly walked toward the bed. Lady Laser, you're awake? Yes. She took Aaron's hand. She said solemnly, Please look after me in the future as well. Aaron softly replied, Yes. The unexpected meeting had consumed too much time. She couldn't skip any more classes. Aaron decided to attend the afternoon session, but Aemon blocked her path. Night, Aaron. Aren't you going to rest more? Aaron encountered another unexpected situation. The surrounding knights began to whisper. Did you guys hear that? Knight Aemon called her Knight Aaron and even used honorifics. What's going on? The sun must be rising from the west. What are you doing? Aaron had a serious look on her face. I'm confirming whether the sun is rising from the west or not. Amon asked with an expressionless face. Is that so? Is it rising? Aaron replied, No, it's just like always. That's not the point. Aaron stared intently at him. Knight Aemon, why are you here? Shouldn't you be in the advanced class? Why did you come to the beginner class? I transferred classes. He pointed at Aaron. Transferred down to the beginner class. Aaron's eyes widened in shock. What do you mean by that? At the Knight Department, traditionally, to advance, one must complete missions assigned by the Emperor. The missions were diverse and extremely dangerous, including subjugating monsters, dueling senior knights, and so on. This was one of the toughest tasks. After that life-and-death battle, he had successfully advanced to the high-tier class. So why did he go through all that trouble just to start over from scratch? Iman casually spun his sword. I transferred because I wanted to. You don't need to make that face. He lowered his gaze. I realized I still have many shortcomings. Eamon recalled the scene from that day. Fresh syrup splattered everywhere. Erin, using the last bit of her strength, had screamed, "Run!" Eamon's gaze darkened. The feeling of leaving a comrade behind was terrible. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly. Back then, I was so weak, and a weakling like me actually had the nerve to tell you that you don't understand what honor is. How arrogant of a statement was that? The one who was truly arrogant was me. Erin listened in silence. Amen took another step toward her. I genuinely want to extend my deepest apologies to you. Since you clearly wish to avoid the topic, I will not pry. I will lock away everything I witnessed as an absolute secret. Eamon locked his eyes directly onto hers. But just one thing, the second you are fully recuperated, will you grant me a duel? I recognize that exact expression. It is the burning look of a desperate knight who pathologically craves to transcend their limits. A fierce gaze born from the desire to protect someone, completely willing to sacrifice their very life on the altar for it. That is strictly out of the question. Good grief, I was on the verge of having to camp out in this wilderness. Let us proceed to locate Lady Erin. Lady Erin, has that perpetually gloomy girl already migrated over to the training grounds? Raymond plunged deep into analytical thought, then abruptly spun on his heel and walked away. That legendary man is Duke Ashley, anchoring his status as one of the mere 3 elite swordmasters residing in the Empire. Wherever his boots tread, the mutilated corpses of colossal monsters pile up into massive mountains. The absolute supreme commander of the Empire's first Knight Order, the warrior who scaled the ultimate apex of the sword, the ultimate idol and blueprint for every aspiring knight. A scout knight was breathlessly reporting to Duke Ashley. Among the invading forces, the staggering majority consisted of high-tier monsters. Are you honestly suggesting a bunch of academy cadets successfully repelled them? A rogue, passing Swordmaster single-handedly, vaporized the horde, sir. Duke Ashley's intense gaze instantly turned razor-sharp. I received word he was commissioned to investigate this monster assault, but I never anticipated colliding with him here. A furious fire ignited deep within Duke Ashley's eyes. A Swordmaster! Miraculously materialized out of nowhere and completely obliterated them all. Do you pack of fools even comprehend what it truly entails to ascend as a Swordmaster? Do not dare utter the title of a master so loosely, when you haven't even grazed the outermost threshold of that divine realm. Duke Ashley instantly unleashed a suffocating, crushing aura. That terrifying tier of raw power not only sharpens the steel blade, but completely tempers the user's magic-infused flesh itself. You truly have to experience this gravity firsthand to comprehend just how monstrous it is. The trembling adjutant was completely brought to his knees by the oppressive aura. Yes, sir, I understand perfectly. Duke Ashley abruptly retracted his suffocating pressure and turned his back to leave, his eyes casually locked onto the figure who had just arrived at the perimeter. Did my latent pressure completely paralyze him? He is clearly not an academy student, yet his face looks strikingly familiar. The adjutant quietly leaned in with a hushed reminder. That individual is Knight Raymond, hailing directly from the Laser household. The Laser family? Ah, the Marquise. Ian has historically only traveled alongside his personal elite knights, which explains why I failed to recognize him. Yet it seems Roy holds this specific kid in exceptionally high regard. A towering knight strode forward with heavy steps, offering a crisp military salute to Duke Ashley. Please accept my humblest apologies for the delayed arrival, Duke. It has been an absolute eternity. Duke Ashley maintained a freezing, unreadable silence. He possessed intel stating this man was ranked as a high-tier knight, just like himself. But that superficial, flashy shell fell catastrophically short of true power. Duke Ashley abruptly demanded, "Where is Erin located?" "Presently occupying the primary training grounds, sir." "Then we shall march over immediately." Duke Ashley strode forward with dominant steps. He apparently desired an audience with Lady Erin to personally dissect the anomalies of the incident. More critically, High society rumors dictate that Duke Ashley exclusively acknowledges individuals gifted with monstrous talent for the blade. Being subjected to that kind of cold evaluation feels incredibly suffocating. What in the absolute hell is happening behind the scenes? A chaotic commotion instantly erupted among the spectating crowd. Are Lady Erin and Duke Ashley seriously trading blows as complete equals? No, open your eyes and look closer. They are absolutely not fighting on equal footing. Erin is completely dominating the flow of battle, while Duke Ashley is visibly suffocating just trying to hold his ground. Erin's sharp focus remained utterly locked in. It was a basic textbook thrust, but she effortlessly contorted her torso to dodge the incoming edge. In the next microsecond, her steel blade sliced through the atmosphere, emitting a deadly, high-pitched screech. Erin stomped her boot with earth-shattering force, her lethal tip pointing dead at her opponent's throat. Eamon's eyes widened in sheer horror as he desperately raised his sword to parry. The two blades collided at a blinding velocity, causing Eamon's pupils to shrink to pins as cold sweat drenched his spine. Damn it all! Erin sharply twisted her wrist, channeling the explosive momentum to ruthlessly pin his blade down into the dirt. She effortlessly copied my personal swordsmanship, the sacred style of my own family lineage. Erin's facial expression remained completely nonchalant, as though she could dissect and read the secrets of any style with a solitary glance. She mastered it perfectly, just by watching it once. How is that level of genius even humanly possible? Isn't she universally decreed to be nothing but absolute trash? The surrounding crowd gasped in collective astonishment. Eamon's heavy sword slipped violently from his grip and went flying through the air. Erin's razor-sharp blade came to a dead halt right before his eyes, not miscalculating the distance by even a single millimeter. Absolutely mind-blowing, Knight Eamon was just completely outclassed by Erin. I genuinely assumed she simply got incredibly lucky and miraculously survived the demonic beast subjugation slaughter. How on earth did you perfectly mirror my household's secret swordsmanship? Erin extended a firm hand to hoist the battered Eamon from the floor. Please continue to treat me normally. Oh! What a truly breathtaking, monstrous talent! Duke Ashley's booming voice echoed heavily across the concrete training grounds. Eamon violently snapped his head around toward the sound. Duke Ashley! The spectator crowd instantly erupted into a frantic buzz once more. When the hell did Duke Ashley arrive? Erin's pupils violently contracted, her entire physical form freezing solid for a tense second. Why is that monster standing here? Erin, it has been an incredibly long time. Erin's entire frame shook violently, as if struck by a massive bolt of lightning. That exact voice. Knight Raymond, the solitary individual she used to lean on with absolute devotion. In that desolate, hostile island known as the Laser Family, he used to be her oasis, the one person who allegedly anchored himself by her side, a man she once foolishly believed she would trust blindly until her dying breath. Knight Raymond flashed a warm smile as he advanced closer into her space. I received word that the young lady sustained injuries during the brutal subjugation campaign. It appears the trauma isn't overly severe. What a profound relief. Before he could even complete his sentence, Erin violently slapped his reaching hand away. I am completely drenched in sweat. Raymond's echoing voice suddenly reverberated from the pitch-black abyss of her past. Echoed back with chilling clarity. The madam explicitly ordered me to deliver a grim message to you. Rest easy, your precious family will soon plunge into the abyss to keep you company. The treacherous snake who personally orchestrated her execution. If only it had been anyone else but him. The synthetic smile plastered on Raymond's face instantly stiffened. Erin? Erin suddenly flashed a radiant, dazzling smile. Raymond, it is truly spectacular to cross paths with you again. Now I can finally extract absolute vengeance for my own murder. Erin violently swung her blade, sending her opponent's weapon flying in a blur. The heavy steel spun chaotically through the air before embedding deep into the dirt. What in the absolute hell? Is she genuinely this monstrously strong? Since what point in time did she harbor this caliber of god-tier skill? After integrating into the Knight department, that microscopic time frame makes it mathematically impossible. Could this be the terrifying latent talent of the laser bloodline? The exact prodigal genes Clear has always been pathologically wary of. Even with that legacy factored in, her prowess is way too overwhelming. Are you truly feeling as utterly comfortable in my presence now as you did back in those dark days, Raymond? Erin pointedly interrogated. He quietly closed his eyes, masking his unease. Yes, please continue to treat me with such familiarity. He smiled warmly. For Aaron to actually exhibit that specific flavor of mocking expression. I have worked up a massive sweat, so I'm highly likely emitting a foul odor. She smiled delightfully, locking eyes with Raymond. It is an absolute pleasure to reunite with you, Raymond. You haven't morphed a single bit. Raymond visibly hesitated, as if on the verge of uttering a critical defense, his lips parting slightly in panic, but he was abruptly and completely cut off. The high-ranking Duke's booming voice echoed across the field. Fall in, everyone. Let us instantly resume the training session. Erin immediately turned her back. I must take my leave now. Until next time. She strode away, her physical posture radiating a decisive aura without a solitary shred of lingering attachment. Raymond hyper-focused on Erin's retreating figure with a deeply complex, turbulent gaze. When Clear had completely shattered Erin's fragile body and mind, she thoroughly tamed the brat to bend entirely to her twisted whims. If Clear's designated role was to ruthlessly snap Erin's wings, then I executed the sophisticated part of her savior. I single-handedly dragged her out from the bottomless abyss of despair and manifested as her solitary beacon of light. Hidden memories forcefully flooded his mind. Raymond knelt submissively on one knee, expertly bandaging Erin's swollen ankle. Accept my deepest gratitude for rescuing me from danger, Raymond. The mutilated corpse of a venomous black serpent lay rotting upon the grass. I failed to even register its stealthy approach. Erin gazed down at his form, her wide eyes overflowing with pure gratitude. If you hadn't intervened so selflessly, I shudder to imagine what horrific consequences would have unfolded. Raymond elevated his gaze, a gentle, calculated smile materializing on the corner of his lips as he hoisted Erin back to her feet. Erin, you are dangerously oblivious sometimes. Thank the heavens it wasn't a lethal, venomous viper. Trapped inside this inescapable prison known as the Laser Marquis estate, this naive brat had completely devolved into a helpless, submissive lamb. The highborn young lady of the Marquis dynasty was thoroughly crushed and broken by years of systematic abuse. Raymond firmly clasped her delicate hand. Are you capable of walking, my lady? A clueless young girl who remained completely blind to the truth would desperately cling to the microscopic crumbs of warmth I rationed out, frantically grasping onto the faintest ray of artificial hope. She nodded submissively. Yes, I can. Raymond securely supported Erin's weight. You feel substantially lighter than before, my lady. Have they been starving you of weight again? Erin stumbled slightly over her own boots. Is that the case? Indeed, my lady. You must nourish yourself properly, otherwise you won't possess the physical strength to lift a wooden practice sword within the brutal knight department. Erin lowered her chin, submissively mumbling beneath her breath. I comprehend. Watching that pathetic brat scramble to find a faint glimmer of hope in absolute, suffocating despair. I used to find the entire psychological experiment quite amusing, and yet now, she possesses the audacity to completely discard my presence. Raymond's warm smile instantly morphed into something deeply sinister. I must forcefully remind her exactly who her absolute savior is. Later that identical night, deep within Ferdinand's private office, Duke Ashley sat rigidly positioned directly in front of the grand desk. That girl possesses an absolutely mind-blowing anomalous talent. Her sword path is terrifyingly precise, her physical movements and raw power are flawlessly calibrated, ruthlessly neutralizing the opponent at the exact fatal microsecond. I initially encountered that kid when she was a toddler, and back then she exhibited absolutely zero latent talent for the blade. Her physical constitution was so fragile she could barely stand erect. The evolutionary speed of children is truly terrifying. The rhythmic echo of approaching footsteps resonated through the corridor as Ferdinand stepped into the office. Duke Ashley advanced toward him. It has been an eternity. I trust you have been thriving, Duke? Duke Ashley violently snapped out of his trance. Forgive me. I was entirely lost in my own thoughts. Indeed, are the two imperial princes executing their duties flawlessly as well? Ferdinand smiled gracefully. I implore you, drop the rigid formalities. Even if you marched here under the guise of official state business, this remains an entirely private sanctuary. Please make yourself completely at home. You are my late mother's most trusted confidant and have protected me since my infancy. Please drop the politics and address me normally. Duke Ashley lapsed into a brief silence. Very well. He turned a critical eye toward Ferdinand. Since we have drifted onto this subject, I desire to interrogate you regarding a specific matter. Ferdinand leaned forward slightly, matching his gravity. Please speak your mind. Duke Ashley articulated his words slowly and deliberately. During the Empire's Grand Victory Gala, hosted in the southern mountains, you bypassed my counsel entirely and unilaterally chose to entangle yourself with Aaron Laser, is that correct? Duke, regarding that situation, a vibrant, oppressive blue light suddenly radiated around Duke Ashley's frame. I received official intelligence stating you were backed into a corner and forced into a betrothal with Aaron Laser solely because it was an absolute imperial decree directly from the Emperor. His gaze instantly mutated into something razor-sharp. I was also informed the Emperor commanded an immediate amendment. Even with those variables, you should have exercised restraint, Duke Ashley. Utterly incapable of bottlenecking his boiling rage, a father who obsessively doted on his daughter blurted out, "How could you casually discard the pristine holy maiden of the Empire to choose that wicked villainess?" Father, cease this instant. The dynamic connecting Ferdinand and myself is merely a calculated contract designed to keep the hostile factions surrounding your position in check. I explicitly secured your absolute endorsement prior to the arrangement. Since you were briefed on this strategy early on, why unleash this sudden tantrum now? Duke Ashley hurriedly backpedaled to defend his ego. My precious daughter, I didn't imply it in that manner. I simply refused to sit by while you were publicly perceived as a discarded woman. Discarded? Why am I suddenly being framed as the pathetic female lead of a tragic drama? Ferdinand calmly intervened to diffuse the tension. Furthermore, I must insist you refrain from speaking ill of Lady Erin. She is my valued friend. Your father also seems to really like Lady Erin. Before coming here, you met her at the training ground and saw just how strong she is. Duke Ashley had a serious look on his face. Yes, that girl indeed possesses extraordinary talent. Ferdinand stood to the side. Duke Ashley turned to him. Therefore, Ferdinand's ability, a special kind of power passed down only through the royal Lexus bloodline, is also the foundation for the royal family to maintain its influence. The truth that the public knows is that they can randomly see the target's past, eyes that see through the truth. Ferdinand lowered his gaze. Duke, you already know. My ability isn't something I can use whenever I want. It activates automatically, causing me to suddenly see someone's past. Duke Ashley questioned. So you mean you didn't see anything? Ferdinand replied. I didn't see anything related to swordsmanship talent. Duke Ashley's gaze turned sharp. So that means you saw something else. Ferdinand clasped his hands together, looking conflicted. About that, I cannot say. Duke Ashley frowned. This brat, you can't even tell me about such a trivial matter? What on earth did he see? He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Ferdinand, the Emperor is always looking for a chance to bring you down. I cannot directly help you. We Swordmasters have an unwritten rule not to interfere in royal family affairs, he continued. The Emperor allowed you to get engaged to the Empire's villainess probably for this exact reason. If that brat makes a mistake, the Emperor will use it as an excuse to criticize you for not knowing how to manage your own people, and then dump all the blame on your head. Ferdinand fell silent. He softly replied, I understand. Duke Ashley leaned forward. Do you really understand? Sending me to investigate the monster subjugation report is just like forcing me to dig up your secrets with my own hands. Speaking of which, what on earth happened? What's the deal with that Swordmaster? No matter how you look at it, those monsters aren't something ordinary knights can handle. We also have doubts about this. I should also look into the other participants. Could it be the work of someone in the hunting team? What a pity. Once you reach a certain realm, it's impossible to measure each other's true strength anymore. Even if you face them, you can't tell. A flash of interest flickered in Duke Ashley's eyes. I also want to personally meet that hidden individual. He clenched his fist, a meaningful smile appearing on the corner of his lips. I must personally confirm the true strength of that Swordmaster. Ah. Ferdinand looked at him with a complex gaze. The night was late. Duke Ashley stood up. Let's call it a day. He turned around, preparing to leave. Ah, Ferdinand. Ferdinand stepped forward. Duke, please speak. Thank you for bringing my daughter back safely. Ferdinand bowed slightly. You should thank Knight Amon and Knight Aaron. They were the ones who escorted the princess back safely. He turned his back and walked away, the sound of footsteps echoing through the empty hallway. Ferdinand stood alone in place, deep in thought. Duke Ashley's warning rang in his ears. The emperor allowed you to get engaged to the empire's villainess probably for this exact reason. Ferdinand clenched his hand. The empire's villainous. He looked out the window. The moonlight flooded the courtyard. Aaron. Laser was leaning against the base of a tree, holding a well-behaved cat in her arms, looking peaceful and gentle. Regarding the story of Lady Erin being a villainess, a few months ago, the empire's second prince, Ferdinand Lexon, stepped into the grand hall. Even though he was born to a concubine, he possessed a kind, tolerant, and merciful nature. Two noble ladies whispered, "He truly is a prince worthy of the title. He looks more like a king than anyone else holding that title." Ferdinand strode through the crowd. If there was anything different about him lately, it was the relationship between Ferdinand and Lady Ashley. The two had known each other since childhood and were very close. "Princess, your highness!" She wore a graceful white dress as she walked over. Ferdinand looked at her, a smile forming on the corner of his lips. The encounter between a prince and a holy maiden sparked everyone's interest, igniting romantic fantasies. They became the perfect dream couple in the eyes of the public. The door slammed shut. The two immediately dropped their disguises and stood back to back, their faces full of disgust. "So annoying. Why are there so many people staring at us?" My face is about to stiffen from smiling. "Why did you open the door so slowly? Hurry it up a bit." Ferdinand turned around and glared. "It's because you walk too slowly. Fix your expression." "What?" The two glared at each other, as if they were about to throw hands right then and there. This bickering duo had secretly signed a contract. For the past few months, they had been playing the role of a couple in public. They made this choice due to the power struggles within the royal family and also personal grievances. The emperor favored the first prince, born of the empress, rather than the second prince, Ferdinand. Ferdinand was thus thrown into an antagonistic position against the first prince. He lacked the support of the empire's nobility, leaving his power weak. Lady Ashley stands as the sole daughter of Duke Ashley, inheriting the divine, sacred power of a holy maiden. Her father is a legendary swordmaster, yet mirroring his ideals, she harbors absolutely zero interest in political power. Their dynamic is the worst-kept secret of the entire empire. Having grown up together since their earliest childhood days, they read each other far better than anyone else. Ferdinand desperately required an absolute shield. While the princess firmly believed that only Ferdinand possessed the tactical weight to bottleneck the reckless tyranny of the emperor and the unhinged first prince. Consequently, their ultimate resolution was to forge a calculated contract relationship. Lady Ashley collapsed heavily onto the luxurious sofa, exhaling a long, exhausted sigh. They already comprehend the situation perfectly, yet they still choose to interrogate me. I am thoroughly spent, just masking my true self to maintain the pristine holy maiden facade before the public is exhausting enough. And now I am forced to choreograph the role of a doting, affectionate lover on top of it. Ferdinand stood dead center in the middle of the room. If you simply utter the command, I can ruthlessly shred this contract to pieces at any given moment. Ashley lifted her sharp gaze to meet his. Shred the contract? Are you genuinely, absolutely certain you can survive the fallout? Ferdinand lapsed into a tense silence. I cannot dispute the political reality, but if you forfeit your life because you became entangled with my cursed fate, your absolute safety will be gravely compromised as well. Ashley locked her eyes straight onto his. And what exactly would you sacrifice instead? With or without a piece of parchment, every mortal must face death eventually. I signed this pact not out of pity to preserve your life, but because it constitutes the absolute best tactical choice for the survival of the empire as its holy maiden. Upon hearing her cold logic, a sharp, cynical smile tugged at the corner of Ferdinand's mouth. That is indeed precisely like you, princess. Perhaps you should direct that worry toward your own neck first. Thick steam spiraled continuously from the twin porcelain teacups. I received word regarding your mandatory marriage arrangement with Lady Laser. Amidst the deafening, bustling chaos of the grand banquet hall, a high society noble lady glided over with an arrogant air. Second Prince, your Imperial Highness. It has been an absolute eternity since we last graced your presence at these festive galas. Ferdinand stood tall beside her. Indeed, as I have been utterly consumed by my rigorous academic studies, I have regrettably neglected my formal greetings. The noblewoman pressed further. However, does that scandalous rumor hold any truth? Word has spread that you are on the absolute precipice of a formal betrothal to Lady Laser. Ferdinand's entire frame stiffened. His mind violently replayed the Emperor's calculating words. You are well aware of the intense gossip surrounding your marriage arrangement. with the daughter of the powerful Laser dynasty, correct? That alliance serves as an unmatched political pillar for your faction. When you grace the banquet hall this evening, at the very least, go dissect the true nature of that young lady. Ferdinand plunged deep into analytical thought. Suddenly, he violently snapped his head around, his razor-sharp gaze slicing directly through the dense crowd to lock onto a specific figure. The crisp, echoing sound of footsteps resonated as Erin clutched the fabric of her elegant dress, slowly stepping into the breathtaking grand hall. Her sudden entrance caused the boisterous banquet hall to instantly go dead silent, plunging the room into absolute quiet. Every single pair of eyes was ruthlessly locked onto her. Malicious whispers immediately erupted among the high society crowd. It's the infamous Erin Laser. What business does that wicked, villainous lady have invading this banquet? It appears the scandalous rumors are concrete fact. She's about to ensnare the second prince in a betrothal. How could such a tragedy unfold? The second prince and our pristine holy maiden are a match made in heaven. Yet he is forced to shackle himself to that atrocious excuse for a woman? What an absolute pity for his highness. Erin stood completely frozen in place, utterly tuning out the toxic gossip swirling around her perimeter. She abruptly turned on her heel, preparing to escape the venue. Ferdinand tracked her movements with a deeply complex, unreadable gaze. He snatched up a delicate plate containing a slice of strawberry cake and stepped directly into Erin's path. Have you nourished yourself yet? It appears you haven't touched a solitary crumb this entire evening. Erin stared down at the sweet offering, looking slightly dazed and disconnected. You? Ferdinand suddenly staggered violently, his frame slamming hard against the adjacent banquet table. He aggressively buried his face in his hand. This overwhelming sensation. He stumbled backward into thin air. The surrounding scenery of the opulent banquet hall that instantly vanished into nothingness. His entire physical form trembled violently, as if enduring the ultimate peak of agonizing torment. Lady Laser. I cannot bear to face Lady Laser at this exact moment. Then this location must definitively be her private quarters. But why on earth is she weeping so bitterly? She is crying with the exact same heartbreaking sorrow I harbored when I was a helpless child. A frantic shout violently yanked his consciousness back to reality. Second Prince, Your Imperial Highness! Ferdinand snapped awake, realizing he was still standing rigid in the center of the banquet hall. Erin studied his face with genuine concern. Are you all right? Your face suddenly turned completely bloodless. Ferdinand desperately composed his features. Yes, I am perfectly fine. I have returned to normal. He aggressively wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, but the psychic vision he had just witnessed, that was absolutely no mere illusion. Then what in the absolute hell did those memories mean? The elite guests began to hiss and whisper once more. Did you catch the horrific expression on the second prince's face just now? No, what vile words did that toxic woman hiss at him? She truly is a monstrous villainess. His Highness was gracious enough to personally fetch her dessert, yet she actually hurled those kinds of insulting words at his face. His emotional state must be completely shattered right now, wouldn't you agree? Erin decisively turned her back to Ferdinand. Pray excuse my rudeness. I urgently need to depart to freshen up my appearance. Ferdinand stared intensely at her retreating figure, his sharp gaze narrowing, the desperate way she was fleeing the scene, and mirrored with absolute perfection the sobbing, broken figure trapped inside his sudden memory. Ferdinand abruptly spun around, projecting his voice to chase after her fleeing form. Accept my profound gratitude for your deep concern, Lady Laser. You must have been incredibly startled by my sudden spell, correct? I simply experienced a brief bout of intense dizziness. Thanks to your presence, I am completely recovered. Please do not worry for another second. Erin looked back at him, bewildered. Why on earth did he suddenly declare that so loudly to the entire room? He smoothly placed the plate of strawberry cake back into Erin's trembling hands. Ferdinand flashed a brilliant, absolutely flawless royal smile. Please ensure you eat something substantial, all right? Erin accepted the dessert. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. Deep night fully descended. Inside Ferdinand's private office, he stripped off his heavy formal coat and casually tossed it over the sturdy back of his chair. Phew! It has been an eternity since I last endured a high society gala. Truly exhausting business. His mind replayed the haunting expression Erin wore when she departed. Those malicious, fabricated rumors trailed her steps as relentlessly as a dark shadow. Yet even though toxic gossip is flying wildly across the entire empire, I have never once, not a single time, witnessed her instigate trouble at a gala. Not only does she rarely grace these events with her presence, but even when she does appear, she merely sits isolated in a quiet corner before vanishing. Tonight, she also retreated back to her estate exceptionally early. There is a lot of leftover cake. Does she not like eating cake, or did she just eat too little? Wait, why am I paying attention to this? His gaze swept over the letters on the desk. She is an excellent marriage candidate for you. Go to the banquet and meet that young lady. That vulgar old man. My own problems are already enough, he sneered. What right do I have to worry about others? Ferdinand's gaze shifted outside the window. Erin was sitting alone under a tree, holding a cat in her lap, gently petting it. Ferdinand jumped up, unable to believe his eyes. Lady Laser! Right now, she looks so peaceful and gentle. Ferdinand was completely stunned. Erin pressed her cheek against the kitten, and the cat comfortably narrowed its eyes. An unprecedented look of serenity appeared on her face. Ferdinand's gaze turned cold. In the eyes of the public, I am flawless and perfect, the unblemished second prince of the empire. But reality is not like that. From head to toe, you look exactly like that woman. There isn't a single thing I like about you. I really shouldn't have taken that woman as a concubine. The noble bloodline of the Lexus royal family has been completely stained by you, you vulgar half-blood. His mother was the holy maiden of the Holy Kingdom, a person who served the goddess until she passed away from a sudden illness. Even then, she was still the apostle of the goddess, able to hear divine revelations and predict the future. As for his father, he forced his mother to become a concubine, turning the Holy Kingdom into a vassal state of the empire. He was born in lowliness and disgust. His father was never pleased with his existence. To a father who revered royal blood, he was merely a creature staining the bloodline. If he discovered that he inherited even a tiny bit of the Lexus family's ability, he would destroy him right on the spot. His father constantly wished for his death, and his half-siblings hated him too. For someone who could be attacked at any moment like him, worrying about someone else was the height of stupidity. However, for some reason, even looking from afar, it looks very healthy. Could it be that Lady Erin has always been taking care of it? Ferdinand, what are you spacing out for? Derek's voice pulled him back to reality. He snapped out of it. Huh? Has class ended? You're really weird today. Did something happen at the banquet yesterday? Or did you have a fight with that lady? No, it's not. Derek lowered his voice, leaning close to Ferdinand. Could it be that that person said something unpleasant to you? Even Derek, his future knight, didn't know that he and Lady Ashley were in a contract relationship. They also didn't know about the filthy scandals inside the royal family, or how his father treated him. He knew exactly to what extent all of this was covered up. Yeah, Ferdinand avoided Derek's gaze. Nothing happened at the banquet. Derek didn't believe it. No way. I heard her mother also attended. That cruel woman who used every trick in the book to force your engagement. And you're saying you're fine? There's really nothing, okay? Besides, she might not be as wicked as the rumors say. You know how it is among the nobility. Fake news can build a castle. Derek countered. Either way, a sandcastle will eventually crumble before the truth. Just think about it. How could a decent person carry a terrible reputation for nearly 10 years? Ferdinand had a complex look in his eyes. It's hard for me to believe too, because Ferdinand looked through the window, staring intently at the figure in the courtyard. This is already the 8th time today. Erin squatted on the ground, gently petting that stray cat. He kept seeing unexpected sides to her. Rumor has it she comes to feed the cat 3 times a day, early morning, noon, and dusk. Ferdinand walked toward that direction. The place where she fed the cat was located right behind his dormitory. His dormitory was in the old building. Students in the new building almost never came here. So simply by going around the back of the building, Ferdinand passed by his classmates, politely greeting them. Hello. You barely run into anyone here. As long as she acts secretly, it's very hard for others to notice her. Erin, holding a few books, strode across the grass, the sunlight behind her stretching her shadow onto the ground. A secret about her that only I know. Ferdinand returned to the dormitory. An attendant hurriedly ran over. Second Prince, Your Highness, a letter from the Imperial Palace. The servant handed over a sealed wax letter. Ferdinand took it, his face turning heavy. He tore open the envelope, but those suffocating days kept repeating. When on earth will all of this finally end? In the end, what will be left? Under the shade of the tree, the cat, having been fed full, let out a long yawn and stretched lazily. I have been vaguely waiting for her figure. Night fell, the sky full of stars. Erin's figure hurriedly ran over. She squatted down. Sorry I'm late. She placed a bowl of food in front of the cat, and it immediately buried its head to wolf it down. Erin tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her eyes twinkling with a gentle light. I almost ran into someone on the way, so I had to take a detour. Today I'll play with you a little longer, Ferdinand watched this scene from the window, the corner of his mouth involuntarily curving up. For some reason, this made him breathe a little easier. Thunder rumbled as the rain poured down. Ferdinand held an umbrella, quickly striding out into the courtyard. Erin was soaking wet, kneeling on the muddy grass, until one day she lost her smile. I don't know what happened. The sound of thunder startled me awake, and I suddenly remembered the cat. Seeing that she was with the cat, I immediately chased after her. But by the time I got there, Erin Laser had already left. Ferdinand searched in the rain, tracking her footsteps and giving chase, finally finding her. But it was already too late. A month later, Derek called out to his companion in the hallway. Hey, Ferdinand! Ferdinand turned around. Good morning, Derek. Everything had returned to normal. Ferdinand no longer had the habit of looking out the window. After that day, he never ran into Erin Laser again. This was quite normal. They belonged to different departments anyway. If she hadn't proactively come to the dormitory, they would have originally never had any intersection. Whispers echoed in the hallway. Hey, Second Prince Ferdinand is finally about to get engaged to Erin Laser. Poor Second Prince Ferdinand, having to end up with Erin Laser, the one who murdered her older brother Lilia. A book came flying through the air, smacking that male student right in the face. He snapped angrily. What? This looks pretty interesting. Can we join in, Second Prince Ferdinand? Derek roared. Hey, pick up the book and beat it right now. Before this, you guys praised him for being handsome, but now you only wish to see him down bad. Ferdinand pressed down on Derek's shoulder. This isn't anything new. Don't lose your temper over a trivial matter. Doesn't this make you angry? Derek, why are you following me anyway? Do I need a reason to follow you? If I absolutely have to give one, it's probably because my ambition is too big. Everyone has already seen my swordsmanship. The only aspect where I'm stronger than you is probably just academic studies. Derek leaned close to Ferdinand. Anyway, suffering is a part of life, since we have to suffer either way. Isn't it better to follow the person I want to be entirely loyal to? He flashed a bright smile. Ferdinand let out a soft chuckle, then bent over and laughed out loud. Honestly, all of you are completely insane. Derek put his hands on his hips. Hey, I'm way stronger than that lazy bum Eamon, okay? Laughter echoed through the hallway. The reason I haven't approached Lady Erin Laser until now is because I sensed that an even greater misfortune would befall her. Therefore, for the first time, I thank my father. Thank him for personally making her mine. After getting engaged, she transferred to the sword department. The first time we met, she seemed a bit different. For some reason, she exuded a very strange aura. I want to understand her more. Lady Laser. No, Lady Erin. A flicker of surprise flashed in Erin Laser's eyes. Derek, on the other hand, had a wary look on his face. Since we are both in the sword department now, I should address you like that. Ferdinand smiled. The rumors about her killing Calypso are definitely not true. What kind of person is this girl who was falsely accused of being a wicked woman? His gaze involuntarily followed her figure. However, the guards around her were completely airtight. Ferdinand massaged his forehead. Is there any way to get closer to her? About 2 months later, Erin Laser and Ferdinand met in the school courtyard. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me, Your Highness Ferdinand. Erin Laser clasped her hands in front of her. I heard from Lady Ashley that you are about to take on a new mission. She has been coming to my room frequently lately. This feeling is truly familiar. I understand, but what is the specific mission? Wait, isn't this an opportunity? It looks like I'll be participating in this mission too. Therefore, regarding that, she looked straight at Ferdinand. I want to know if you are willing to let me undertake this mission with you? A flash of confusion crossed Ferdinand's eyes. Raymond, hiding behind the wall, observed them. What the hell are they talking about? It's too far to hear clearly. He had been observing Erin Laser for the past few days. Her swordsmanship was indeed superb. This meant that, just as Clear said, wanting her to not get hurt would be very difficult. Soon, the Emperor will hand down an order to the second prince. Ferdinand will lead a team to exterminate the werewolf tribe. Duke Laser and his future knights will definitely be dispatched. Count Leon will join later and won't provide any actual support. This will be the end of Ferdinand. I can't wait for this. Once the second prince dies, that brat will blame everything on him. She will think that all the terrible things started from the moment she got engaged to him. After all, their situations are similar. A swordmaster walked past. Ah, let's see how that luck plays out. I only need to consider how to handle Aaron. Fine, under the guise of protecting her, I will accompany this mission. Before entering the werewolf territory, I will find a way to be alone with Aaron. Someone will intentionally lure Aaron into the water. I will save that brat and then begin to re-educate her. In the process, her losing an arm will be unavoidable. Don't blame me, my lady. You brought this all on yourself. The moonlight illuminated the entire campsite. The knights gathered around the campfire, preparing to rest. Here, Ammon patted his horse, then picked up a bucket of water. What's so strange about this? Derek countered loudly. Exactly, it is very strange. A few days ago, by order of the Emperor, we set out on an expedition once again. The sound of horse hooves trampled the green grass as the army advanced into the distance. Our mission was to subjugate the werewolves. Beneath the pale moonlight, the bloodthirsty werewolves howled, violently swinging their razor-sharp claws, while we simultaneously had to salvage the refugees captured by their pack. The captives were crouching in the pitch-black shadows, trembling with absolute terror. Werewolves are a highly intelligent breed of magic beast engineered with extreme aggression. Facing them, the Reserve Knight platoon commands limited strength, which is precisely why His Imperial Majesty designated one of the Empire's ultimate swordmasters, Edward Veron, and his elite knight ordered to reinforce us. We are currently racing toward the designated assembly point to pool forces with Count Leon. Derek wore a deeply complex expression on his face. Even though I never expected a sudden deployment, I really can't stomach the sight of those two. Karen muttered beneath his breath. Ever since we marched out, they've been completely inseparable. Yet it looks like they don't even have a single thing to discuss. If there is zero chemistry or conversation, then why on earth are they glued directly to each other's side? What is the logic behind that? Karen violently gnashed his teeth. The bizarre dynamic between them genuinely makes my skin crawl. On the bright side, Lady Ashley didn't tag along. Didn't the lady completely opt out of this specific campaign? Correct, she completely bypassed it. Lilia's cold gaze drifted toward the pair. Then what could possibly be the real motive behind them sticking together like glue? She sharply turned to Derek. You must have caught wind of some behind-the-scenes intel, right? Derek aggressively turned his face away. I am completely in the dark as well. Prior to the official deployment, Aaron had deliberately sought out Ferdinand. Your Highness Ferdinand, I urgently need to speak with you in absolute private. Ever since that cryptic conversation took place, they had no choice but to remain permanently anchored to each other's side. Eamon's hyper-focused gaze also locked onto their forms. Constantly staying together, huh? Raymond strode with heavy steps toward his tent, his sharp side profile looking truly sinister in the shadows. This entire situation is indeed exceptionally bizarre. Eamon pivoted toward Karen. You stated that Knight Raymond joined this expedition strictly as Aaron's personal guardian, correct? Karen confirmed. Exactly. His Highness Ferdinand also gave it his absolute blessing. He explicitly stated that if it's for my sister's safety, then it's perfectly fine. Eamon continued to aggressively press for answers. So Knight Raymond has acted as her shield ever since her childhood? Karen recalled. During critical moments, their bond has always been exceptionally close. Eamon leaned aggressively close to him. Close, you say? Karen nodded affirmatively. Yes. You honestly call that close? Look out, they're finally on the move. Derek struggled violently in his grip. What the hell? I am doing this exclusively for my lord! Unhand me right now, Knight Eamon! Lilia stood tracking the scene with icy detachment, completely ignoring the chaotic knights being dragged away. The two figures came to a sudden halt as glowing fireflies danced all around them. I have simulated this exact confrontation in my mind, tens, even hundreds of times. In the past, I endlessly obsessing over these exact words, rehearsing them over and over again, yet I was never capable of vocalizing them. But now, I finally command sufficient courage. Your Highness Ferdinand, I officially wish to dissolve our engagement. Ferdinand completely froze in his tracks. Dissolve the engagement? He simply couldn't believe his own ears. Why are you suddenly dropping this bombshell on me? Aaron's tone remained chillingly calm. You have no obligation to sustain a political betrothal that you utterly loathe. And frankly, I refuse to tolerate it either. Ferdinand's gaze instantly darkened with intensity. You refuse to tolerate it? He took an aggressive step forward, physically cornering her. Knight Aaron, then why did you orchestrate this engagement with me in the first place? Aaron deliberately avoided eye contact. You are well aware of the kind of volatile person I am. That alliance was nothing more than a fleeting whim. She sharply turned around, fully intending to abandon the conversation. Since I have delivered my piece, Pray excuse me. Hold it right there, Aaron. Ferdinand stood absolutely rooted to the spot, helplessly watching Aaron's cold, retreating figure vanish into the dark. What in the absolute hell is the true meaning behind this? The night canopy was deathly quiet, thousands of stars twinkling mockingly above. The mandatory engagement binding myself and His Highness Ferdinand was ruthlessly weaponized by my toxic stepmother. It possesses absolutely zero connection to my genuine feelings for him. Solely because of his forced tie to me, he was brutally separated from the woman he truly loves, yet they have never projected a single shred of resentment toward me. Whether in my horrific past timeline or the turbulent present, they have never once blamed me. The past version of me, thoroughly paralyzed by the sheer terror of my stepmother, dragged His Highness Ferdinand straight into the mud alongside me. But in this current life, I absolutely refuse to continue acting as a shackle to hold him back. Aaron abruptly halted her steps. What business do you have lurking here? I am demanding an answer. Aaron's gaze was sub-zero ice. Why are you hiding in the shadows and scurrying around like a filthy rat, actively spying on me and His Highness Ferdinand Raymond? Raymond's entire physical frame violently shuddered, his heart tightening in an instant grip of panic. I completely masked my presence. How on earth did Knight Aaron detect my location? In my entire existence, I have never experienced a suffocating sensation quite like this. Is this raw, murderous intent? No, it transcends that. This pressure feels as though I am staring directly into the jaws of hell. Where could this monstrous crushing gravity possibly originate from? There is mathematically no way it belongs to that brat Aaron who only recently picked up the blade. Yet besides myself and Aaron, there is absolutely no one else occupying this perimeter. For such a pinnacle powerhouse to exist here without emitting a solitary sound is completely preposterous. Aaron ruthlessly shattered the heavy silence. I am still waiting to receive your explanation. I asked you, why were you covertly spying on me and His Highness? Ferdinand? Raymond frantically waved his hands in a panic, completely denying the accusation. My lady, you completely misunderstand. I only trailed behind you because I was worried sick about your safety. You ventured off into the wilderness alone with him. Even though he is technically your fiancé, creeping deep into the dense forest like this late at night is far too dangerous. Aaron stared right through him, her face completely expressionless. Worried about my safety? As far as I'm concerned, you are the only real danger lurking out here right now. Raymond's fingers subconsciously tightened their grip around his sword's hilt. He had locked his hand onto his weapon without even registering his own reflex. He instantly snatched his hand away from the blade, hastily painting on a submissive, apologetic facade. Ah, forgive my rudeness. But Knight Aaron, why is your tone so incredibly hostile? It's genuinely terrifying. Did I commit some sort of grave offense? Is it simply because I followed you out of concern? Raymond desperately tried to smooth things over. My intentions are completely pure, Aaron. Please, you have to believe me. In Aaron's tragic past memory, Raymond had once been a saving rain shower in a completely barren desert, in a miserable existence that was abused to the absolute point of draining all vital spirit. He gave her the fragile will to keep breathing. She used to blindly trust him and was endlessly grateful for his presence. Until the horrific day, she discovered that everything from the very absolute beginning was a calculated lie. No matter how many times her soul reincarnated, she could never scrub his terrifying expression from her mind before her execution. That twisted, smiling face. He was explicitly commissioned to slaughter her, yet there wasn't a single shred of sorrow or remorse on his features, as if he had been eagerly anticipating that exact moment for an eternity. His facial expression, at that time, looked as though a massive, suffocating burden had finally been lifted from his shoulders. Why on earth did you do it, Raymond? Answer me. I never once treated you with unkindness. Aaron's voice was sub-zero ice. When cold steel violently pierces human flesh, the agony is unbearable. Sometimes you don't even grant the mercy of immediate death, but just leave them to writhe in torment, waiting for the end. Raymond's face instantly turned stark white, drained of all color. This entire situation is too damn bizarre. This is bad. Aaron actually harbors a catastrophic, monstrous level of hostility toward me. He desperately scrambled to diffuse the suffocating tension. Knight Aaron, let's just march back to the main tents first, shall we? He squeezed out a forced, shaky smile. The night has already grown incredibly late. The entire squad will start worrying about us. Let us return to the security of the camp and discuss this further. Aaron slowly lowered her eyelids. Very well. It seems I unnerved you just now. Raymond's fake smile instantly carried a subtle hint of mocking arrogance. That brat. Aaron? How does she possess the absolute audacity to look down on me with that kind of chilling gaze? I was genuinely starting to suspect whether her mental stability had completely fractured. Honestly, Clear's methods are entirely too excessive. She should have loosened her chokehold on the girl's discipline just a fraction. The brat has become completely eccentric and unhinged because of it. For the past 2 months, Raymond had kept his predatory eyes locked onto Aaron's every move. He frequently felt that she and the broken girl, from his memories, were functioning as two completely distinct entities. That docile, incredibly easy-to-bully expression had vanished into thin air, replaced by the lethal gaze of a hardened knight, but he refused to analyze it any deeper. Her physical vessel is already permanently ruined from years of abuse. Even if she fanatically practices the blade now, at the absolute peak of her potential, she'll only ever amount to a high-level knight. It would be far more efficient to engineer a sudden, tragic accident and permanently shatter one of her wrists. That outcome would be infinitely superior. No matter how much you try to reinvent yourself, at the end of the day, you're still just that naive, idiotic little puppet Aaron. A flash of pure contempt flickered deep within Raymond's eyes. This unpredictable defiance actually makes things more entertaining. He fell into step behind Aaron, trailing along the river's edge under the pale moonlight. The more desperately her spirit fought back against total destruction, the more twistedly amusing he found the entire psychological game. A dark, sadistic smirk spread across Raymond's face. Exactly when was it? I can't pin down the precise calendar date, but in my horrific past life, I also remember walking alongside Raymond on a dark waterfront pathway, precisely like this one. During that walk, I was suddenly blindsided by an unseen assailant and violently hurled into the freezing water. Raymond hadn't hesitated for a second to plunge in after me to play the hero. "My lady, are you unharmed?" he had bellowed in simulated frustration. "Damn it all, I should have cut that assassin down." Ever since that orchestrated trauma, I existed in constant, paralyzing terror of being assassinated, and my paranoia toward humanity grew pathologically severe. But now the fog has cleared, and I understand perfectly. There was never an external assassin stalking me that day. Just like this exact microsecond, Raymond himself is the monster who shoved me. Aaron's ice-cold voice suddenly shattered the night air. "Raymond, do you honestly believe I would ever submissively march back to camp with you? Think back to when our paths crossed at the academy. What exact warning did I deliver to your face? I told you that you are exceptionally dangerous." Raymond's face went completely bloodless, turning as pale as a corpse. "You, Aaron?" She drew her blade in a flash, slashing downward with lethal velocity. The brilliant sword light aggressively sliced through the darkness as a pathetic, agonizing shriek echoed across the riverbank. Raymond collapsed heavily onto the dirt. Aaron stood tall, looking down at his pathetic form. "You and the past version of yourself truly haven't evolved a single bit. This is perfect. I should have thoroughly broken that arrogant, toxic attitude of yours a long time ago." But how on earth did the power dynamic flip so catastrophically? Aaron's hand clamped down like a steel vise, violently squeezing his mouth shut. "What dirty tricks are you trying to pull on me?" Her freezing voice pierced straight into his eardrums like a razor-sharp needle. "Plotting to shove me into the rushing water wasn't the extent of your master plan, was it? Speak. Did the Marchioness explicitly commission you to permanently sever my dominant wrist to halt my swordsmanship?" At that exact terrifying moment, Raymond finally decoded what that immense, suffocating pressure truly was. It was the primal, absolute terror of facing his own demise head-on. Aaron had been completely masking her monstrous true strength this entire time, but how is that physically possible? Raymond's entire physical frame trembled violently with fear. He desperately needed to execute a countermeasure right now. Otherwise, he was going to bleed out and die in this dirt. He was going to be brutally slaughtered by Aaron's own hands. He needed an opening to manipulate her emotions and regain her trust. Forcing his features to shift, Raymond squeezed out a pathetic, distorted smile through the pain. "It was clear who pulled the strings and ordered me. No, Lady Aaron, please. She explicitly ordered me that if you ever learned the way of the blade, I had to ensure you could never swing a sword again." Raymond fell flat onto his knees in the dirt. His cracking voice carried a pathetic, sobbing undertone. "I was merely executing orders from above. It was never my master plan. We have known each other for an eternity. Please, you have to believe me." Yet the corner of his mouth twisted into a cloaked, deeply arrogant smirk. The Marquise's utterly pathetic excuse for a daughter. The one who has never experienced a single drop of affection her entire miserable life is standing right here, the unwanted eldest daughter of the Manhwa bloodline, I heard she aggressively banished every servant herself. Quit mentioning it. I have drilled it into my own offspring before. Instead of understanding how to be loved, she is pathologically hardwired to desperately crave validation. I would never orchestrate such a horror against you. I swear on my life, please believe me. The more aggressively she starves for attention and warmth, the more ruthlessly the world turns a blind eye to her. A fundamentally love-starved child, even if they receive the most minuscule crumb of superficial kindness, will permanently burn it into their soul until the end of time. Precisely because I function as her solitary, absolute lifeline to the outside world. Aaron stared down at his groveling form, her lethal gaze sharper than a razor. Raymond, this very evening you will draw your final breath by my steel. The manipulative smirk on Raymond's face instantly paralyzed. Why? I already confessed that Clear pulled the strings. Her lips parted with chilling slow motion. From the exact microsecond we crossed paths at the academy, every single variable unfolding tonight was already meticulously engineered as part of my grand design. Otherwise, why on earth do you think I marched all the way out to this desolate wilderness with you? Furthermore, I read your tactical playbook like the back of my hand. You premeditated to violently plunge me into the rushing water solely to play the heroic savior, thereby manipulating my favor, while simultaneously posturing as the solitary human being on this earth who actually guards my well-being. Raymond gaped at her in pure, unadulterated horror. He frantically scrambled for a defensive lie. No, your calculations are completely inverted. That malicious stunt was also Clear's absolute directive. She explicitly ordered me to hurl your body into the freezing depths. Aaron anchored her eyes onto his face, completely devoid of emotion. Raymond desperately forced a shaky smile to mask his panic. I am completely unarmed right now. By all laws of combat, this is equivalent to an unconditional surrender. Striking down an opponent who has yielded is completely antithetical to the code of a knight. Do you truly no longer believe that cold-blooded murderers are damned to burn? If you execute me here, your soul will absolutely plunge straight into the abyss of hell. Aaron locked her sub-zero gaze onto him. Your theological assessment is flawless, Raymond. Whether in my horrific past timeline or this chaotic present, I have always profoundly believed in the absolute reality of both heaven and hell. Mother, back during my very first tragic life, I used to naively fantasize that as long as I endured my suffering with a pure heart, I would cross the pearly gates of heaven. I will be absolute perfection. I swear I will obey your every command, Mother. I won't harbor hatred toward a soul. I will be the most submissive little girl, so please, I beg of you, Mother, grant me the mercy to embrace my baby brother once more in heaven. That pathologically naive little girl fought tooth and nail to suppress her resentment until her final agonizing breath. I also dropped to my knees before you once. I used to desperately clutch onto your boot, groveling for you to grant me the simple mercy of survival. Even if that torturous existence was a walking, living hell, I still clawed for the right to breathe. But you didn't exhibit a single shred of mercy. Raymond's expression went entirely blank, paralyzed by confusion. What in the absolute hell are you raving about? Aaron hoisted her blade high, the cold steel reflecting the hollow void of her eyes. I am fundamentally barred from ever setting eyes on my baby brother again. The lethal sword light flashed through the dark, and a fountain of fresh crimson blood violently erupted into the air. Aaron softly whispered, "March on ahead. Secure a spot and wait for my arrival in the deepest pit of hell." Drops of thick blood dripped down from the point of her blade onto the damp earth. Plop, plop. Once this entire calculated retribution is fully finalized, we will inevitably reunite in the underworld. This is catastrophic. A severe crisis has erupted. Ferdinand came bursting out from the dense tree line. Good God, where on earth did you vanish to? You have been missing for far too long. I was just on the absolute precipice of mobilizing a search party for you. She vanished into thin air. Derek stood utterly paralyzed by the news. Vanished? Who are you talking about? Ferdinand violently gritted his teeth, his composure cracking. Lady Aaron is completely missing. What? She was standing right beside me a mere fraction of a second ago, but then she abruptly announced she was pressing ahead and dissolved into the shadows without a trace. What is all this chaotic commotion? Did someone seriously go missing out here? Ferdinand's face was completely overrun with raw anxiety. I have thoroughly combed that entire grid but turned up absolutely zero trace of her. Rouse the entire unit from their sleep. We need to launch a full-scale manhunt for Lady Erin this absolute second. Derek clamped a powerful, grounding grip onto his shoulders. Ferdinand. Get a grip on yourself. You're behaving completely unhinged right now. Breathe. Did your ears fail to register my words? I said Lady Erin has vanished. I am standing right here, Your Imperial Highness Ferdinand. Well, look at that, Lady Erin. Exactly when did you slip back into camp? Erin calmly stepped out from the shadow of the tent. I explicitly informed you that I would be heading on ahead. I marched straight back to the security of the camp. Ferdinand let out a massive, heavy sigh of relief. Thank the heavens. I genuinely feared you had executed another reckless solo stunt just like last time. Save your anxiety on my account. I have zero intention of wandering off. Did you two have some sort of toxic fallout? What is the real story here? You all heard her clear as day. She has no intention of abandoning camp. Now that the situation is verified, march yourselves back inside. Since your safety is accounted for, the rest of us are going to log some much-needed sleep as well. Fall out, everyone. Get some rest. It was structurally identical in my past life. His Highness Ferdinand used to obsessively worry over my safety exactly like this. Ferdinand tracked her movements with an intense gaze. No matter what toxic slander the high society nobles whisper. I refuse to ever believe the fabrication that you slaughtered Calypso. You do not possess the psychological makeup of someone who would snuff out an innocent life. At the very least, the Erin I know is utterly incapable of such horror. If you choose to keep the trauma of your past under lock and key, I respect that. But if the hour ever arrives where you are prepared to unburden your soul... Ferdinand gently took her hand into his. I will be standing right by your side, as your absolute shield, to carry that weight. Yet I chose to never let him into my heart. He no longer walks this earth in the grand scheme of things anyway. She is destined to exist completely starved of love for the rest of her days. I cannot comprehend the exact moment my humanity shifted, but I have crossed the point of no return. I am completely indifferent to it now. Even if His Highness Ferdinand grows to utterly despise my existence, I don't give a damn. Has anyone in this unit spotted Knight Raymond's whereabouts? Negative, I haven't laid eyes on him since nightfall. We are on the absolute brink of marching out. Where in the hell could he have run off to? His entire tent has been completely cleared out. Has he gone missing as well? What sort of game is being played here? Ferdinand's expression hardened into dead seriousness. Knight Raymond is unaccounted for? Correct, I literally just inspected his quarters. His entire tactical gear and his steed have both vanished. It is highly probable he retreated back to Marquis Laser's stronghold ahead of schedule. Preposterous, deserting the unit without securing the explicit clearance of the commanding officer? Does this brand of insubordination manifest frequently? Karen aggressively shook his head. Not in a million years. Ferdinand sharply pivoted to Erin. Did you catch wind of any intel? For instance, did he mention being summoned by an absolute emergency? Erin coldly shook her head. I am completely in the dark. I barely even exchange a single word with him. Let's move out. Knight Raymond is a certified high knight, correct? Do you honestly believe a lethal tragedy could easily befall a warrior of that tier? There aren't even low-tier magical beasts infesting this specific perimeter. Frankly, his disappearance is actually a massive upgrade. His insufferable attitude, his arrogant gestures, and even the condescending way he evaluated others always rubbed me entirely the wrong way. Even leaving his toxic behavior aside, the individuals serving the Laser household are notoriously hard to trust. Anyone capable of desecrating the physical vessel of a high-born noble lady. It is highly probable the culprit wasn't an external assassin, but an absolute insider. Beyond that theory, Eamon shifted his focus toward Karen. That vanished knight possesses neither the tactical competence nor the necessary ruthlessness. In short, if his heavy military luggage were still occupying his tent, we might legitimately suspect a fatal accident. But since every single one of his personal belongings has vanished, he definitively deserted for the home territory on his own whim. Besides, our strict timeline to reach the designated assembly point is exceptionally tight. Ferdinand nodded in agreement. You are correct. Our window is shrinking. The moment we cross outside the safe zone, hostile monsters will ambush us. Forfeiting a high knight is a severe blow to our overall combat power, but burning time to hunt for a deserter would also critically fracture our numbers. If you two harbor no formal objections, our unit will continue to press forward according to schedule. Is that acceptable? Karen nodded respectfully. If your Imperial Highness Ferdinand has rendered his judgment, then I shall submissively obey. I cannot claim that I am entirely free of anxiety, but finalizing this deployment is our absolute top priority. I have zero issues pressing onward, either. Excellent. Then we mobilize precisely according to the master plan. Everyone prepare to march immediately. Understood, the knights bellowed in perfect unison. Erin let out a quiet, well-concealed sigh of relief. She had harbored intense anxiety that they would dissect the scene deeper, but it appeared she had bypassed the dangerous hurdle safely. Ferdinand seamlessly took possession of Erin's heavy travel bundle and naturally slung it over his own broad shoulder. He slightly tilted his head to lock eyes with her, his expression remarkably gentle. Are you sharing a saddle with me today as well? Erin hesitated for a fraction of a second. My original blueprint was to switch positions with Knight Derek today. You are riding with me. Ferdinand's commanding tone brooked absolutely zero negotiation. You were the exact individual who explicitly demanded that I remain anchored by your side throughout this entire campaign, Knight Erin. He aggressively strode ahead, leaving Erin standing completely isolated in a stunned daze. As the days bled into one another, the grueling, endless march began to take its toll. The very moment they bypassed the perimeter of the safe zone, they were forced to continuously engage and slaughter all manners of aggressive monsters, both massive and microscopic. The closer their deployment crept to the volatile werewolf territory, the more utterly barren of human civilization the landscape became. To make a grim situation imminently worse, the climate violently turned, and the sky unleashed a relentless torrent of rain. Ferdinand bellowed over the deafening storm. There is an outpost inn directly ahead. Steel your resolve and push through for just a few moments longer. Even the most brutally well-trained knights among them could not evade the creeping onset of absolute physical exhaustion. Driving rain violently lashed against the weathered timber of the inn's hanging sign. Finally, the absolute luxury of devouring a hot, legitimate meal. It has been 10 excruciating days. The famished knights aggressively wolfed down their rations. I am completely, entirely dead on my feet. Erin nodded in agreement. I second Knight Eamon's sentiment. Every single member of this unit is utterly drained. Tomorrow, our trajectory forces us straight into the steep mountain passes, meaning we must abandon our steeds entirely. Will our stamina actually hold out? I completely sat out the previous historic werewolf eradication campaign, meaning I am entirely in the dark regarding the horrors they endured. I only possess the knowledge that Ferdinand returned to the capital critically, near fatally wounded back then. Furthermore, the traumatized survivors who marched back from that bloodbath kept their lips brutally sealed regarding the events. Even if I desperately craved to unearth the truth, I could never bring myself to interrogate the veterans who carry the psychological scars of that nightmare. Erin exhaled a faint, weary sigh. Eamon tracked her expression closely. Are you holding up all right? Throughout this entire trek, you've been aggressively sparring with the Phillip family knights at every single operational halt. That business. Violent flashes of their intense training sessions instantly replayed through Erin's mind. The competitive knights had swung their heavy blades, roaring, Today is the day I definitively shatter your defense. Your swordsmanship is undeniably elite, yet your fundamental physical endurance is strangely, pathologically weak. It is a truly baffling irony. You desperately need to prioritize the recovery of your physical vessel. Erin was visibly taken aback by the statement. Are you actually expressing genuine concern for my well-being? I never anticipated that Knight Eamon possessed such a highly empathetic side to his character. Eamon merely sneered in response. Don't let it go to your head, this is an absolute anomaly. When human beings are pushed to the absolute brink of collapse, their filters fail, and they'll spout just about anything. Erin nodded understandingly. There is immense truth in that. In short, aggressively conserve your remaining energy. Once we breach the werewolf territory, all bets are off, and nobody can predict the horrors waiting. This entire deployment Isn't its true structural nature just a calculated toxic conspiracy engineered by the Emperor, specifically to break Ferdinand? Consequently, every single variable could turn completely chaotic and unpredictable. What in the hell is this absolute madness? I merely stepped outside to inspect the condition of our horses and nearly got swept away and drowned. Amun locked his eyes onto Aaron. Are you functioning properly? Aaron replied in a soft, hushed tone. You have already asked me that exact same variation of the question multiple times today. I officially intend to call off our engagement. Ferdinand's entire physical frame violently shuddered at the memory. Freezing rainwater cascaded down his flushed cheeks, his eyes completely wide with raw, unadulterated bewilderment. Derek firmly clapped Ferdinand's shoulder. What on earth are you spacing out for in the middle of the room? Now that we have successfully cleared our plates, let us retire to our quarters and secure some much-needed sleep. Hey there, Eamon. Hoarding all the dry comfort to yourself must feel pretty spectacular, doesn't it? Eamon mocked them with a smirk. Who told you clowns to completely fumble the rock-paper-scissors match? Karen, Jeannie, I am on the absolute precipice of starving to death out here. Ferdinand took a sharp, stabilizing breath. Quit allowing your focus to fracture and wander. Concentrate exclusively on executing this mission and bringing every single soldier back alive. Ferdinand, pick up the pace. Right behind you. Ferdinand swept his gaze across the crowded room. Come to think of it, Lilia's nowhere to be found. Does anyone in this room possess intel on where she vanished to? The exhausted knights merely traded blank, silent glances with one another. Not a single person offered an answer. A brilliant sapphire magic circle erupted out in the pouring rain, projecting a blinding, radiant column of light. Lilia stood dead center within the mystical array, her long silver hair completely plastered to her face by the storm. She slowly hoisted her head, a flash of absolute, grim determination igniting deep within her eyes. Are you truly Calypso's biological younger sister? I am a humble operative of the Laser Dynasty. I deeply, profoundly regret having to deliver this catastrophic, tragic intelligence to your doorstep. The Madame explicitly commanded me to hand this over to you. They explicitly stated it is merely pittance to cover the funeral expenses. Lilia aggressively unraveled the cloth pouch, revealing a meager handful of gold coins. All of this, the Madame claimed, was sent because she utterly failed to restrain her own flesh and blood. Lilia's pupils violently constricted as a toxic, burning rage flared up within her. A solitary gold coin caught the light, flashing with a chilling glare. Is snuffs out someone's entire existence truly that trivial to them? That monster slaughtered my biological brother, yet she still commands the audacity to smile. Deep inside the rowdy tavern, the elite knights hoisted their overflowing mugs in boisterous celebration. The deafening waves of laughter were completely ear-piercing. Lilia slowly closed her eyes. No, go right ahead and laugh your fill for now. An ominous figure completely draped in a pitch-black cloak materialized directly in front of her. Do you desperately crave to enact absolute vengeance for Calypso? I possess the perfect method. The unholy flames of pure retribution instantly ignited deep within Lilia's eyes. In a matter of moments, not a single one of you bastards will be capable of laughing anymore. A week later, the marching knights carefully navigated through a desolate region of crumbling ruins. Derek exhaled a massive sigh of relief. We have finally reached our destination. Thank the heavens we aren't lagging behind schedule. Since it's a treacherous mountain pass, we had no choice but to abandon our steeds. Ferdinand sharply pivoted toward Derek and commanded, Derek, mandate that every soldier rests until the exact designated rendezvous hour. Derek nodded affirmatively, submissively accepting the direct order. Understood, Your Highness. Deep night rapidly descended, plunging the dense forest into a state of absolute, deafening silence. Ferdinand leaned his heavy back against a massive tree trunk. A visible trace of intense anxiety manifested between his furrowed brows. Count Leon has still completely failed to materialize. Derek cautiously approached his side. Ferdinand, we are well past the appointed hour. He has mathematically never breached a deadline before. Ferdinand sneered coldly. It appears Count Leon isn't showing his face. He is the type of fanatic who would plunge headfirst into boiling oil or a raging inferno to execute His Majesty's directives. Deploying here is an absolute imperial decree, so how could he possibly ghost us? A severe crisis must have unfolded. Is that our reality? Derek aggressively pressed further. Then what is our next tactical move, Ferdinand? Ferdinand answered without a solitary millisecond of hesitation. Naturally, we execute a full retreat. Relying strictly on our current numbers, we lack the raw power to survive an engagement with the werewolf tribe. Derek let out a heavy sigh. I possessed absolute certainty you were going to utter those exact words. He locked his gaze straight onto Ferdinand's face. I comprehend your tactical position perfectly. But I formally object to us retreating entirely empty-handed. At the bare minimum, authorize a scouting detachment to dissect the immediate perimeter. We have already breached the perimeter of werewolf territory, so we must at least project the illusion of conducting an active investigation. He dropped his voice to a hushed whisper. Embedded among our own knights, there are highly likely to be His Imperial Majesty's covert eyes and ears. If we turn back empty-handed, you alone will bear the catastrophic political fallout. Ferdinand's gaze instantly sharpened. Derek suspected the presence of a spy as well. He comprehended Derek's logical point perfectly. If they retreated precisely like this, his father would not merely hold him personally accountable, but the entire reserve knight platoon would also inevitably be dragged down into total ruin. Finally, he delivered the formal directive. Derek, deploy a scouting detachment immediately. A satisfied smile manifested on Derek's face. Understood. A highly calculated, sharp look flashed deep within Ferdinand's eyes. But under one absolute condition. Aaron remained hidden deep within the dark shadows, carefully observing the dynamic between Ferdinand and Derek. Their conversation was exceptionally quiet, completely inaudible to any outside observer. Yet it couldn't escape her hyper-refined ears. This razor-sharp acoustic perception was irrefutable proof of her latent werewolf bloodline. Shortly after, Ferdinand pivoted back toward the assembled knights. The scouting detachment will immediately fracture into quadrants of 4 to thoroughly investigate the werewolf sector. Operational safety remains our absolute top priority, but the exact moment the survivors scrambled back, Ferdinand instantly regretted his decision. Ferdinand's eyes widened in sheer, unadulterated horror. What in the absolute hell do you mean by that? They were violently captured alive by the wolves. Just as our scouting detachment was on the trajectory back, we were brutally ambushed by a pack. Lord Aemon and Lady Lilia ordered us to retreat first while they desperately held the line. Aaron quietly calculated the variables from the shadows. To the primitive werewolf tribe, magic-wielding mages are high-value hostages that absolutely cannot be overlooked. The werewolf faction possesses 0 mages of their own. But why did the timeline fracture into this horrific outcome? This specific catastrophe shouldn't have manifested. In Aaron's original memory of the past life, Aemon and Lilia, though severely battered, returned safely to the academy and were never targeted for kidnapping. Is it because my interference has altered the future too drastically? Has the fabric of fate been completely warped because of my choices? Calamities never strike in isolation, and the entire unit instantly spiraled into total panic. Even if they were operating at the absolute peak of condition, their collective strength wouldn't suffice to challenge the werewolf tribe. In this current crisis, rescuing the captives is damn near an impossible suicide mission. But one variable remains absolutely set in stone. Aaron's gaze burned with a grim, unyielding determination. I will personally go and rip them from their cages. But what about Ferdinand? She cast a quick glance at Ferdinand, standing right beside her. Would dragging him along provide a safer tactical advantage, or should I leave him stationed here? Aaron abruptly snapped her eyes wide open, her pupils violently contracting. A blinding pillar of blue magical light shot straight up into the night canopy. She frantically threw her body forward, shielding Ferdinand from the blast. The radiating light rapidly dissipated, exposing a massive spear slammed deep into a solid tree trunk. The knight stared at the weapon in absolute shock. What in the living hell? Derek's pupils violently shrunk to pinpricks. Damn it all! Monstrous giant wolves slowly emerged from the swallowing darkness. Their glowing blood-red eyes locked directly onto their human prey. When our scouting detachment was on the trajectory back to camp, the beasts must have covertly stalked them. The colossal wolves bared their razor-sharp fangs, thick saliva dripping down into the dirt. Ferdinand drew his steel in a flash. Form up, everyone! Prepare to defend your lives! Derek gripped his sword hilt tight, cursing. Damn it! The dark shadows of the wolves closed in from both above and below, completely surrounding them. Derek gritted his teeth. Everything is completely messed up. Aaron calmly analyzed. There are 10 werewolves in total. Looking at them, they don't seem too strong. But if a fight breaks out here, with the werewolves' sharp hearing, reinforcements from deep within the territory will swarm us. Moreover, most of the people are in a panic. Once we engage in battle, we will definitely suffer casualties. Right now, the best choice is to run. Ferdinand barked out an order. Everyone, retreat! Obeying the order, the knights immediately moved, quickly pulling back. Aaron's gaze was razor sharp. I have to draw their attention so everyone can escape. One of the werewolves opened his palm. A gold coin sat quietly inside it. He used his claws to cover his face. Aaron flicked her finger, sending a gold coin flying in a wide arc. Hey, over here! The wolves' attention was instantly drawn, all turning their heads toward her at once. They roared threateningly. Aaron turned and ran, and the pack immediately gave chase, disappearing deep into the forest. Hey! Ferdinand gasped in shock. Lady Aaron! Without a second thought, he turned around to give chase. Derek, you go on ahead. What? Hey, Ferdinand! Ferdinand didn't look back as he plunged into the darkness. Don't forget your promise to me. Karen pushed a knight toward the ranks. Let go of me! I have to go bring my sister and Lord Ferdinand back. Derek's face was cold. Treating the wounded and protecting the surviving knights, this is our top priority right now. Derek, send out a scouting team, but on one condition. I know I absolutely must survive. If anything happens to me, promise me you'll take responsibility for protecting the rest. Derek's eyes were full of determination. Ferdinand had entrusted the safety of their comrades to him. As long as I receive the command, I will protect them. Derek ordered Karen, You too, you must survive. Under the cover of night, fresh blood splattered everywhere. Aaron stood in the middle of the pile of wolf corpses, completely unscathed. The werewolf looked at her in horror. Are you even human? Aaron swung her sword toward him. It was planning to attack me. She suddenly clenched her fist, her muscles tensing up. Why isn't it attacking? He's here. Ferdinand was moving through the trees. Fortunately, he hasn't noticed me yet. She let out a sigh of relief. I'm not going to kill you. I need a messenger. Tell your leader that if they dare touch the kidnapped humans. In Aaron's eyes, a cold light flashed. Then prepare to face the consequences. The werewolf looked at her in terror, then turned and fled for his life. Ferdinand knelt down. He discovered footprints in the mud. These footprints are heading deep into the werewolf territory. It's definitely Knight Aaron and those Richmond wolves. Ferdinand's gaze turned sharp. I shouldn't have come here. His mother used to be a saintess who could see the future and hear the goddess's voice. She had seen his future. Ferdinand. The lives of so many people depend on you. You absolutely must survive. His mother's hand gently caressed the young Ferdinand. I'm so sorry for making you bear this heavy burden, but promise me, right before she passed away, werewolves never let an intruder leave alive. With my current strength, if I face a large number of werewolves, I might not make it back. And I might even become a liability to the Empire. Even if I catch up to Knight Aaron, it won't change anything. My life has always been a struggle to escape fate, yet I have never been able to change it. But when I saw Aaron luring the wolf pack away, a strange feeling welled up in my heart. If I don't chase after her right now, my life will never change, and I will regret it. Mother. Ferdinand tightly gripped the item inside his collar. It was a small blue gemstone, a keepsake from his mother. Mother, please let me find Knight Aaron safely. Your Highness Ferdinand. A voice rang out behind him. Ferdinand whipped around. It was Aaron. She stood there, safe and sound. Why are you here? Ferdinand breathed a sigh of relief. Lady Aaron, thank goodness you're all right. Looks like you managed to find a way to escape. Aaron coldly ordered. Go back. Ferdinand was confused. Go back. Where are you planning to go, Lady Aaron? Aaron didn't turn her head. I have something I must do. She continued to walk. Ferdinand followed behind her. Something you must do? Don't tell me you're planning to go rescue Lilia and Amon all by yourself. Aaron remained silent. Ferdinand slowly released his grip on her wrist. Your sudden silence completely validates my suspicion. Ferdinand locked his gaze onto Aaron. It's obvious you have zero intention of abandoning this mission. Since that's the case, we ride together. Whatever business needs to be handled, we settle it as a unit and then exit. Don't even entertain the thought of playing the lone martyr. His Imperial Highness remains completely oblivious to the fact that I am a legendary Swordmaster. Under normal circumstances, a solitary warrior blindly invading the werewolf heartland would be classified as pure suicide. I fully anticipated he would command me to retreat and had already engineered my arguments to force him back alone, yet he chose to declare together. In reality, despite our proximity to absolute annihilation, irony dictates that there is no fortress more impenetrable than my immediate radius. After all, I wield the absolute power of a swordmaster. Very well, we operate as a tactical unit. Ferdinand flashed a brief, reassuring smile. while Aaron's expression remained dead serious. However, I must take the absolute liberty of issuing a vital reminder, Your Highness Ferdinand. You are the second line of the imperial succession. The absolute microsecond true disaster strikes, you will grant me the authority to breach the front lines first. Ferdinand fell completely silent for a tense moment. Agreed. Make no mistake, I harbor zero desire to utilize Knight Aaron as a human shield for my own preservation. Yet some primal instinct warns me that if I failed to yield to that specific condition, I would be barred from marching by your side. Ferdinand raised his eyes to meet the dark horizon. In that case, let us breach the perimeter. Moving in perfect synchronization, the two figures dissolved into the suffocating shadows of the dense forest. The die had been cast, instantly vaporizing any lingering hesitation. A solitary, treacherous trail carved through the woodland. The deeper they penetrated, the closer they drew to the savage werewolf stronghold where Knight Aemon and Lady Lilia were currently being tormented. Ferdinand abruptly froze mid-stride, dropping his voice to a hushed whisper. Lady Aaron. Aaron sharply turned her head. Ferdinand was studying her features with intense concern. We must halt briefly to replenish our vital stamina. Ferdinand gestured toward a colossal tree. This specific cover should effectively blindfold the werewolf's acute tracking senses. We can catch our breath here for a fleeting moment. Aaron slid down, propping her back against the weathered trunk. Ferdinand instantly assumed a defensive guard stance, his intense gaze entirely locked onto her. Lady Aaron. What internal drive compels you to invade such a godforsaken slaughterhouse just to liberate those two captives? Aaron's expression instantly darkened into a shadow. I harbor a profound blood debt that I am legalistically bound to settle. Ferdinand's brows furrowed in complete confusion. A blood debt? Aaron immediately countered. Then what is your true catalyst, Your Imperial Highness Ferdinand? You possessed the absolute authority to deploy a disposable battalion, so why gamble your own royal life on the front lines? Ferdinand cast his eyes downward. Because my conscience forbids me from remaining a passive spectator to tragedy. Aemon, Lilia, and even your own life, Knight Aaron. Weren't all of your paths dragged into this nightmare solely because of my existence? A highly bitter, self-deprecating smile touched his lips. Up until this exact hour, entirely too many souls have been sacrificed on the altar of my protection. I refuse to stand idly by and witness the slaughter of my people ever again. At the bare minimum, as long as my physical body occupies this werewolf domain, Lilia and Aemon will remain breathing. Even in the event of my capture, my royal bloodline ensures the beast won't dare execute me without severe political hesitation. This will undoubtedly sound highly bizarre. Ferdinand locked eyes with her, a flash of profound cognitive dissonance reflecting in his pupils. But every single time I look at you, a devastating wave of familiarity washes over me. It feels exactly as though my soul has permanently misplaced a critical piece of its history. Aaron's pupils instantly shriveled to pinpricks. It can't be. Is it possible His Highness Ferdinand utilized that latent, forbidden attribute to peer into my previous timeline? I unraveled the truth far too late in my past life that His Highness Ferdinand wielded an anomalous spiritual sight. If he has truly witnessed the endless, agonizing loop of my consecutive reincarnations, watched the explicit memories of my soul being butchered and reborn over and over. If his eyes have traced the catastrophic, apocalyptic futures, born entirely from my existence, and witnessed his own self, time after time, when bleeding out and dying solely because of his proximity to me, how can I possibly face him? Aaron's entire physical vessel turned completely ice-cold. An aggressive rustling echoed from the nearby thicket. Ferdinand instantly entered an apex predatory stance, drawing his steel with lethal velocity. Ferdinand violently shoved Aaron behind his broad frame, establishing himself as her absolute shield. He unleashed a savage arc with his blade, the cold steel slicing through the blackness, only for a harmless white rabbit to burst from the brush. The creature sat with a single blade of grass clamped in its jaw, chewing with absolute innocence. Ferdinand smoothly sheathed his weapon, exhaling a massive wave of pent-up tension. A false alarm, merely a low-tier magical beast. Since we completely masked our spiritual signatures, it likely never registered our presence. Ferdinand spun around with frantic speed. Lady Aaron, did you sustain any impact? He knelt down to match her level. When I physically displaced you just a moment ago, was my execution far too aggressive? I cannot pinpoint the exact chronological turning point, but without fail, following every successful beast extermination campaign, His Imperial Highness would invariably track my movements with those deeply sorrowful, haunted eyes. He is the second heir to the throne. He has spent his entire existence marinated in the mindless adoration and relentless pursuit of the high nobility. Consequently, he absorbs my intense gaze with the exact same passive indifference he grants the rest of high society. Erin confusedly averted her eyes from his gaze, a desperate whisper escaping her lips. "Forgive my impudence, Your Highness Ferdinand. I am truly sorry. If you demanded that I decode the exact emotional current hidden deep within that haunting gaze, I would find myself completely bankrupt of vocabulary to articulate it. Eldest daughter Erin, what urgent catalyst drives you to violently dissolve our betrothal?" Precisely because I do not possess the psychological courage to analyze the hidden currents locked within those deep pools. The physical distance between them had completely evaporated. He bored his gaze directly into the depths of her soul. I harbor absolutely zero desire to dissolve our betrothal. Erin's eyes dilated in pure, unadulterated shock. Am I trapped in a delusion? He actively rejects the termination of our contract, and he unfailingly addresses me by my rank. Within the elite military academy's swordsmanship division, one is structurally barred from claiming the formal title of a knight until graduation. He actively weaponizes the title of knight as a deliberate tool to manifest his absolute respect for her identity. It functioned as an oasis of validation when the rest of the world treated her like utter trash. Refusing to even acknowledge her military rank, blindly labeling her as nothing more than the failure Erin Laser. There existed only a solitary individual. We both operate as disciples of the elite swordsmanship division, so is it not basic protocol to address one another by our rank, Knight Ferdinand? He alone validated my existence as a true knight. Behaving with such profound gentleness, studying my face with the exact same eyes that haunted my previous incarnation. Then why? You clearly harbor no genuine affection for me, yet you deliberately construct this illusion to make me foolishly believe you might actually care. Erin's breath instantly hitched in her throat. Fresh crimson blood violently erupted behind the concealment of the tree. A predatory demon wolf unleashed a deafening roar. "Halt right there, prey!" A savage claw sliced through the air. A young refugee boy, wrapped in a tattered cloak, fled through the brush in pure, unadulterated terror. Cornered at last! The demon wolves chuckled with sadistic glee. Erin sharply whipped her head around. That innocent refugee youth who had been violently abducted by the werewolf faction. That defenseless child looks oddly familiar. The captured boy thrashed and struggled with every ounce of his remaining strength, screaming, "Let me go." Uncontrollable flames erupted with raw violence, completely engulfing the desperate boy in a roaring inferno. The predatory demon wolf's claws were instantaneously scorched to a crisp. It shrieked in absolute agony. "Ah, my hand!" Erin's pupils violently contracted as a chilling epiphany hit her. I remember now. A long-buried memory from her tragic past life came rushing back like a flood. A few years down the line, in that timeline, the savage werewolf tribe launched a brutal invasion against the Empire. Countless Imperial citizens were mercilessly slaughtered, and the supreme warlord of the werewolf horde back then was a ruthless human youth, a rogue, cataclysmic mage who could effortlessly manipulate apocalyptic fire. Dark rumors circulated that he was merely a broken refugee child abducted by the werewolf tribe years prior. Looking at this scene, it seems those whispers were absolute facts. Erin's gaze turned razor sharp. But this unfolding reality deviates slightly from my past life. The monsters exchanged sinister glances. Even if you witness this horror, your only instinct will be to tuck tail and flee once more. A blinding flash of lethal light gleamed through the trees. Erin unsheathed her blade and transformed into a literal bolt of lightning, blitzing directly toward the demon wolf. The beast screamed in pure agony as she struck. Ferdinand aggressively charged toward another monstrous demon wolf to intercept it. "Knight Erin, I will draw their aggro and tank their assault. Grab the child and fall back immediately." The demon wolves roared in fury. "Where did you pathetic vermin crawl out from? Direct intruders!" A massive demon wolf hoisted his heavy spiked mace high into the air, plotting a lethal ambush right behind Ferdinand's blind spot. Ferdinand swung his greatsword upward in a flawless arc, accurately impaling the assassin's chest with absolute precision. Ferdinand stood victorious atop the demon wolf's carcass. Knight Aaron, your combat prowess is truly mind-blowing. Understood. We shall execute this operational plan as a unit. However, there is one absolute boundary I must establish. Knight Ferdinand is the second prince of the Empire. If the battlefield degrades into an absolute death trap, you will permit me to take the vanguard position. She truly acts on her words without hesitation. I purposely suppressed my sword key. Yet his tactical mind clearly deduced the fact that my destructive output error surpasses that of a mere rookie. I have consistently cloaked my true combat tier, suppressing the fact that I am a legendary swordmaster. Mainly because I harbor a profound fear that revealing this god-tier power would shatter any chance of maintaining this peaceful current life. Ferdinand's mind drifted back to a few months ago when Duke Atli paid a formal visit to the academy for a high-risk magic beast subjugation. I strongly suspect Father would highly favor Knight Aaron. Prior to deploying here, you personally witnessed her performance on the training grounds, correct? Just how cracked is her scaling? She possesses an undeniable, terrifying innate talent. Even the notoriously critical captain of the First Knight Order evaluates her potential at the absolute highest tier, Knight Aaron's raw combat capacity. Is it truly that profoundly shocking? I didn't think much of it during our initial encounter, but witnessing her today, I've never seen her execute swordsmanship with such flawless precision. She must have endured hellish, continuous training for an incredibly prolonged era. But what enigmatic variable forces her to constantly suppress her true power? Perhaps just like her shrouded, mysterious past. Cloaking her god-tier swordsmanship serves its own critical purpose. Ferdinand snapped out of his trance, refocusing on the immediate threat. For the time being, our primary objective is to escort this child to a secure extraction point. Before a massive horde of demon wolves completely swarms our perimeter, Aaron replied in a low, focused tone. Agreed. Ferdinand gently extended his hand toward her. If you don't object, I need to inspect your physical frame for any hidden wounds. Suddenly, a look of profound shock flashed deep within Ferdinand's eyes. What in the absolute hell is that? Violent, volatile flames began to crackle and rise directly from the child's palms. Monsters, back off! I refuse to be burned alive! They discovered a stray human orphan, capable of channeling high-tier elemental magic among the displaced refugees. Break his spirit into absolute submission and brainwash him to serve our elite. Mages fetch an astronomical price as premium slaves. Aaron inquired with visible concern. Your Highness Ferdinand, did you sustain any collateral damage? Ferdinand clamped a hand over his aching forehead. I'm functional. The more traumatic the memory unlocked, the more draining the psychological toll becomes. The alpha chieftain of the demon wolf pack is actively hunting this boy down. They will absolutely never abandon the chase. If the werewolf high command deduces that the asset is currently in our custody, they will inevitably weaponize him to mentally break Knight Aemon, Lilia, or the captive refugees. Our absolute best tactical play is to blitz the compound and extract every single hostage before they realize we have hijacked the child. But the fatal bottleneck is, we are completely blind to where the captives are locked down. Aaron raised her head, her sharp eyes blazoning with absolute, unyielding determination. I can pinpoint the exact coordinates of Knight Aemon's cell. Ferdinand was visibly stunned. You know? How could you possibly possess that intel? Aaron clarified coolly. I have maintained an unbroken lock on his signature from the start. More specifically, I am tracking the unique frequency of his residual mana. Legend dictates that after ascending to a certain transcendental realm, a warrior can track a target across a massive geographic expanse. But that is an anomalous feat reserved exclusively for mythical entities like a sword. Master, it is absolutely, fundamentally not a domain a mere academy cadet should ever be capable of tapping into. Is it remotely possible that Knight Aaron has already crossed the threshold into that godlike realm? Spotted them! The intruders are right there! The filthy intruders have secured the high-value asset. Slaughter them and reclaim the boy. Your Highness Ferdinand, I am moving to breach Knight Aemon's location. The werewolf vanguard is on the absolute precipice of closing the distance. We must move with maximum velocity. Understood, we must execute this infiltration instantly. Aaron's expression hardened into a grim mask. A single tactical misstep and we will be completely boxed in. Their movement speed eclipses our initial projections. but they are still far too slow to match my pace. Monstrous werewolves emerged like demons from the swarming darkness. These bugs have been riding a lucky streak, but their plot armor officially expires tonight. The pathetic fools should have anticipated this exact gruesome finale. You will not escape this slaughterhouse alive. Before the arrogant threat could even fully echo through the trees, Erin unleashed a devastating arc of her longsword. Next time you won't be handed a second chance to breathe. I will personally erase you. What in the absolute hell am I witnessing right now? I can practically feel Erin's combat metrics evolving in real time. No, that's a false assessment. She is simply unleashing the locked tier of power she has always suppressed. Every warrior harbors a hidden past. Whether to unveil those scars or keep them buried is an individual's sovereign right. Whether one should gamble on trusting their comrades to manifest their true resolve or remain hidden. A massive werewolf lunged through the air, its obsidian claws gleaming with a sub-zero, lethal light. Perhaps she believes I am simply unworthy of knowing. Ferdinand's pupils violently contracted, his physical frame swayed, and Erin hastily stepped in to support him. Your Highness Ferdinand! In this exact microsecond, he made a brand new discovery. She had never exposed her raw, vulnerable self like this before. What is this horrific scene I'm looking at? That person is none other than the sadistic Marchioness Laser. I was wrong! I'm sorry! Please stop! I was wrong! A highborn lady! No matter the extremity of the circumstances, must maintain flawless posture and a noble demeanor. Do you thoroughly understand? Splendid, now you've finally manifested a useful expression, you foolish and pathetic creature. Ferdinand stood paralyzed to the side, observing the memory. This location has shifted entirely now. No one can recognize that I am a noble lady. Displaying weakness in front of others is an unforgivable breach of manners. Therefore, I must silently endure. I am not physically broken, and I feel absolutely no pain at all. Calypso looked down at her with a highly complex gaze. I am trapped in too much agonizing pain to bear. Trying to ensure no one notices my agony is truly a monumental task. I think my internal willpower is failing. This is a level of psychological torture I have never experienced before. Does this cursed necklace truly want to force me to witness all of this? Where on earth is this hellscape? He suddenly spotted another version of his own self, collapsed lifelessly beneath a tree. Is that tragic figure actually me? Erin sat frozen on a chair, her entire body trembling slightly. How am I supposed to survive and endure all of this? Calypso, your entire face is completely drenched in tears. You are no longer anchored in this living world. I am trapped in absolute suffocating agony. Ferdinand stood right beside her ghost, a profoundly sorrowful expression plastering his face. The toxic rumors circulating about Knight Erin are all fabricated lies. The eldest daughter of the Marquis, a wicked monster indulged in sin and luxury, who abused the servants so brutally they fled in the night. She is the cold-blooded culprit who ruthlessly murdered Lilia's older brother. If those rumors were absolute facts, then all of these absurd, horrific accusations are nothing but manufactured lies. I think I finally understand now. Why Knight Erin has never uttered a single word regarding this trauma. The ancient necklace on Ferdinand's chest vibrated violently shaking the surrounding air. What the hell was that supernatural shockwave just now? What kind of chaotic situation is unfolding now? Why am I trapped here? Is that deceased man really me? Another Ferdinand fell brutally to the ground, a black arrow pierced straight through his chest. Fresh crimson blood flowed profusely into the dirt. He desperately whispered something, but Ferdinand couldn't decipher the voice clearly. What did his dying self say? No, please. Thud. He tightly gripped the radiating necklace resting on his chest. Utilizing his absolute last ounce of fading strength, he weakly whispered, "Don't forget." The relic burst with a blinding celestial light, and Ferdinand's consciousness fell backward, plunging into an infinite void. The blinding light instantly vanished, and the dark world morphed into a beautiful field of stars. A frantic voice echoed in the darkness. Your Highness Ferdinand! Your Highness Ferdinand! Ferdinand snapped awake, panting heavily for oxygen. Erin asked anxiously, "Your Highness Ferdinand, are you all right?" Ferdinand pressed his shaking hand against the muddy ground. "Yes, I'm functional. It seems it was merely a byproduct of extreme panic." He pressed his hand against his fiercely throbbing forehead. Do you have a severe headache? Don't push your limits. Rest a bit longer. Even though our situation is extremely urgent, we still possess a small window to catch our breath. Ferdinand locked his eyes onto her, his vision blurring heavily. The sickening sound of a cracking whip echoed clearly in his ears. Erin's silent tears flowed down, her eyes entirely filled with utter despair. Ferdinand suddenly grabbed her shoulders with a powerful grip. Lady Erin, she was instantly left completely speechless. I used my forbidden ability to look into your past timeline. He desperately craved to comfort her, craved to voice how agonizing that experience must have been, but the words caught brutally in his throat. Clumsy empathy would only inflict more trauma on the other person. An immature attempt at understanding would only push people further away into isolation. The moment I bring up her horrific past, it will only carve one more bleeding wound into her soul. She didn't reveal the whole truth, surely for her own calculated reasons. Right, Ferdinand forced himself to stand up. It's fine, let's move out. I must wait patiently until she chooses to tell me herself. Please. Just a moment ago, her dying past self really called out my exact name. What on earth was the meaning of that? Erin lowered her eyes, shielding her expression. Your Highness Ferdinand, I know it's incredibly reckless of me to operate like this. I carry many dark secrets. If you suspect I harbor malicious intentions, I can entirely understand, but my desire to extract everyone alive is absolute reality. So for now, please trust me. All right, I place my trust in you, Erin. She was completely stunned by his words. What? He firmly and clearly repeated. I said I place my trust in Lady Erin. Do not waste energy worrying about me. Do what you must do, and I will be your shield. Meanwhile, deep within Marquis Laser's opulent mansion, the heavy door gently clicked open, and a maid stepped inside. Did you summon me, madame? It was Charlotte, Chloe's personal, highly loyal maid. Charlotte softly called out, Madame. The matriarch didn't even bother to turn her head, coldly asking, Is there any formal update from Raymond? Charlotte respectfully replied. Ever since his deployment for the Demon Wolf Tribe eradication campaign, there has been absolute silence, madame. Charlotte maintained a highly worried expression. Could she be harboring anxiety that Knight Raymond would fumble the execution? The woman turned her head, her eyes weary and cold. I had a vivid dream. She gently swirled her red wine glass. That worthless bitch, Erin. And manifested directly in my dream. Aren't you violently jealous of my genius talent? You will never possess it. The cruel woman sneered. There is zero reason to lose sleep over mere dreams. Raymond has undoubtedly terminated Erin by this hour, even if Raymond somehow fumbles. The Second Prince's elite subjugation unit has already entered the heart of the Demon Wolf tribe. The bloody outcome will not change. If that legendary Swordmaster, Count Leon, had reinforced them, the tactical equation might have shifted. But his Holy Knight order is completely trapped due to a massive rainstorm. The ships cannot set sail. The rescue team of the pathetic Second Prince will never receive those reinforcements. They are nothing more than helpless lambs waiting to be slaughtered. In the end, won't they simply be intercepted by the Demon Wolf tribe and face complete annihilation? Charlotte smirked. I have orchestrated a foolproof plan, but just in case, haven't we already prepared a flawless backup measure? The naive Second Prince and his platoon of trainee knights. Are all idealistic fools completely blinded by righteousness? Charlotte gracefully handed a fresh silk handkerchief to the madam. Lilia is also a pathetic creature, entirely consumed by a twisted sense of justice. She will dance exactly according to our choreography. She absolutely lacks the restraint to stand by and let the monster who butchered her own blood brother off the hook. Deep inside the subterranean cavern of the Demon Wolf tribe, two massive werewolf sentries stood on absolute high alert. Lilia's gaze was ice cold, while Eamon violently rattled the prison bars with all his might. Damn it, they actually utilized mana sealing stone to forge these bars! He whipped around to face Lilia behind him. Is your channel truly severed? Can you really not summon any elemental magic at all? Lilia slowly closed her eyes, her tone unsettlingly calm. How many times must I repeat myself? It is completely suppressed. The reason it is explicitly categorized as mana sealing stone is because the microsecond you breach its radius, whether you are an elite vanguard or a supreme archmage, your internal reserves will be completely paralyzed. To shatter this barrier requires a 6th-tier Grandmaster or a literal Swordmaster. Frankly speaking, neither you nor I possess that tier of power yet. Amon aggressively gritted his teeth. Do you truly find it necessary to slam me with a brutal reality check at this exact moment? He slumped down onto the dirt in absolute frustration. Man, this is pathetic. If I foresaw this catastrophic bottleneck, I would have ground my swordsmanship like a fanatic. Ferdinand didn't abandon us and flee, did he? Knowing his predictable psychological profile, he will undoubtedly carve a bloody path to this cell. I share that exact sentiment. Ferdinand always prioritizes our survival above his own royal life. Lilia murmured softly. Our trust lies implicitly with Derek. If he maintains control of the perimeter, he will absolutely bar Ferdinand from invading the slaughterhouse. Amun nodded in agreement. Valid point. That meticulous bastard usually nags a storm and drives me insane, but during a catastrophic crisis like this, he's actually a clutch asset. Heavy, deliberate footsteps echoed from the damp corridor, and a looming silhouette materialized directly outside the iron cage. Derek would be profoundly heartbroken to hear you phrase it like that, Amun. Amun and Lilia instantly bolted to their feet. Ferdinand! It was indeed Ferdinand, cradling the young orphan securely in his arms, flashing a reassuring smile. It brings me immense relief to see that you are both still breathing. Amun stared at him in absolute, unadulterated shock. How in the hell did you breach this sector? The entire perimeter is crawling with hyper-aggressive werewolves. Ferdinand calmly countered. Ah, yes, there really is an absurd swarm of beasts out there. Aaron sharply interrupted the reunion. Your Highness Ferdinand, our tactical window is rapidly shrinking. Ferdinand nodded affirmatively. Quite right. Fall back to the absolute rear of the cell. Eamon demanded in utter confusion. What insane stunt are you planning to execute? Erin silently unsheathed her masterwork blade. The steel instantly radiated a blinding, iridescent blue light, and a cataclysmic torrent of pure energy erupted within the narrow corridor in a single microsecond. Amon and Lilia were violently shaken to their core by the sheer pressure of the display. This volatile pressure is absolutely astronomical. Eamon turned pale as a ghost and shrieked, No way in hell! Are you seriously attempting to brute force the containment? Abort immediately. That is pure mana-sealing ore, only a legendary Swordmaster can shatter it. Erin violently swung her blade downward, and the resulting blinding flash completely swallowed the entire cavern. The moment the radiant dust settled, the impregnable bars, forged from the fabled mana-sealing stone, had been reduced to worthless, shattered debris. Eamon and Lilia's jaws literally dropped in sheer, unadulterated astonishment. Erin smoothly sheathed her weapon without a single extra movement. We must evacuate this hostile zone without a single millisecond of delay. Amun stared at her back, completely trapped in utter disbelief. Under the eerie, cold moonlight, the jagged cavern exit materialized clearly before them. Lilia abruptly froze mid-stride. What in the absolute hell is this nightmare? When she initially noticed the dispatched sentry corpses at the threshold, she anticipated a skirmish, but the gruesome landscape before her eyes completely shattered her imagination. Every square inch of the terrain was blanketed in butchered werewolf carcasses. The entire party stood anchored in a literal sea of mangled flesh and fresh crimson blood. Eamon locked his trembling gaze onto Erin. I possessed absolute certainty that you were concealing your true metrics. But your raw, destructive capacity is infinitely more terrifying than I projected. Erin offered zero verbal response. Ferdinand sharply pivoted toward Eamon. Amun, do you possess the exact coordinates where the captured refugees are being held? They are absent from this primary block. They were initially pinned in the adjacent cells with me, but the Alpha Pack has already relocated them. We must launch a rescue operation before they are systematically executed. Where is the extraction target? Let us clear this choke point first. The Wolf Vanguard could be tracking our scent. The small unit moved like shadows through the dense forest. Amon threw his head back to check the rear. Lilia, maximize your pace. Lilia stared intensely at Erin's retreating figure, her internal thoughts incredibly complex. She suddenly brought her entire body to a complete halt. Lilia, what is holding you back? Are you hitting your physical limit? Lilia's mind spiraled into overdrive. No matter how I analyze these variables, this scenario is far too anomalous. Why is not a single person interrogating Erin Laser's impossible metrics? A mere freshman from the Standard Academy Swordsmanship Division actually wields this tier of godlike power. Could it be? No. Why her of all people? Lilia, it's merely a handful of worthless gold coins. That is the pathetic compensation they assigned for my brother's entire life. A prominent aristocrat explicitly stated that for a commoner's life, this sum of currency is already excessively generous, but I would sacrifice my own soul to have my brother back rather than accept this insulting, petty blood money. Calypso, up until his absolute final breath, he was relentlessly tortured and broken by her hands. He repeatedly whispered that he couldn't afford to break. Our birth parents passed away early, forcing him to slave away for his younger siblings, until his physical vessel was permanently mutilated into that horrific state. Lilia's eyes flooded with pure, agonizing pain. The trauma must have been completely unbearable, right? Lilia, I am aware you possess a rare spark for high magic. Go refine your craft. As long as you maintain that grind, you can shatter any glass ceiling. Ascend to become a supreme mage. If society refuses to validate your worth, what does it matter? Either go hoard the gold coins that commoners can't even touch in a single lifetime, or physically enact absolute bloody retribution for your fallen brother. Why did you commit those crimes? What did my innocent, gentle brother ever do to deserve such a horrific, agonizing fate? Meanwhile, you wield the mantle of a swordmaster, a transcendental gift said to be reserved exclusively for those handpicked by the gods. What makes you worthy of inheriting such divine talent? While some of us are forced to survive in a literal hell every single day, it is completely, utterly unfair. You ripped everything away from my world. How could the scales of fate be so completely broken? Erin silently cast her head downward, her facial expression unreadable and complex. Ferdinand, still cradling the fragile boy, quietly observed Lilia's mental breakdown. Here, Aemon, assume custody of this child and guard him for a brief moment. He strode directly toward Lilia and dropped down on a single knee to match her level. Lilia, you have endured absolute hell. I am profoundly sorry that I failed to notice your suffering much sooner. Lilia, just look at Knight Erin. She invaded this godforsaken slaughterhouse entirely on her own to liberate you and Amon. I'm not demanding that you instantly forgive her. I merely want you to logically process this equation one more time. Did she truly execute Calypso? Lilia's physical frame trembled violently under the weight of the words. Knight Lilia, get down! Lilia's cognitive functions went completely blank in an instant. It was precisely as if your soul refused to witness my demise. Ferdinand aggressively lunged forward, physically throwing Lilia out of the blast zone with all his might, positioning his own royal flesh as an absolute shield against the incoming light spear. Fresh crimson blood violently splattered across the dirt. The entire unit witnessed the gruesome spectacle in utter, unadulterated horror. Ferdinand collapsed heavily, directly before her feet, a thick torrent of gore staining his chest armor as it cascaded from the jagged spear tip onto the ground. Drip by drop, drop by drop. Lilia's eyes dilated to their absolute limits in pure, catastrophic terror. Perched atop the jagged cliffside, an entire vanguard of monstrous werewolves glared down at their human prey. What a tragic waste, the Alpha Chieftain snarled, licking his blood-stained lips. We were on the absolute precipice of erasing the entire squad in a single sweep. During my very first incarnation, Lilia paid a sudden visit to my quarters. Back in that dark era, my entire reality had completely imploded. My loftiest aspirations and desperate hopes had all been reduced to ash. I was merely rotting away from one day to the next. While Knight Lilia had already ascended as the youngest five-circle archmage in recorded history, basking in a flawlessly brilliant future, I have played out the scenario of slaughtering you 1,000 times over in my mind. Lilia's hands wrapped like iron vices around Erin's throat. Erin gasped for oxygen, thrashing desperately to fracture the chokehold. Lilia's face remained completely swallowed by the shadows, her facial features twisted into a mask of pure malice. Shortly after Knight Ferdinand was KIA, I completely lost the psychological drive to maintain my heartbeat. Yet Knight Ferdinand had once explicitly commanded me to survive and find happiness. Those parting words functioned like a literal curse, artificially sustaining the final embers of my life force. When my soul was dangling by a microscopic thread, that was the exact historical marker when Knight Lilia materialized. The murderous hands that were aggressively crushing Erin's trachea slowly lost their lethal tension, abandoning the struggle entirely. Lilia's trembling arms froze paralyzed midair, a volatile flicker of profound cognitive dissonance flashing within her eyes. Erin collapsed onto the hard ground with a heavy thud, coughing violently as her lungs fought for air. Lilia looked down at her battered form with an incredibly complex, haunted gaze. From that pivotal day forward, Knight Lilia vanished from the sector and never crossed my path again. By the following dawn, cataclysmic news rippled through the Empire. The youngest five-circle archmage on the entire continent, the supreme prodigy who once stood as the ultimate pride of the Academy, had permanently terminated her own life. Eamon wailed in raw, agonizing grief. Ferdinand's face was plastered in sheer shock, while Erin drifted into a deep state of total unconsciousness. She systematically continued to wrap bandages around their lacerations, though her eyes had transformed into completely hollow, dead sockets. Knight Ferdinand, I implore you to maintain your composure. By a stroke of absolute divine luck, that orphan boy triggers a highly volatile, berserk mana attribute. The velocity of the incoming projectile was severely degraded, narrowly redirecting around his absolute vital organs. At this very microsecond, Knight Lilia is actively channeling high-tier recovery magic over him. Knight Ferdinand will survive this trauma, so do not let your panic override your logic. What an absolute tragedy. If only I possessed the foresight to preserve a fraction more of my latent reservoir. Erin abruptly whipped her body around, her pupils dripping with pure, unadulterated murderous intent. The demon wolves were grinning maliciously in the dead of the night. Erin's gaze focused into a sub-zero lethal stare. You pathetic bastards! The horrific ghosts of the past overlapped perfectly with the unfolding reality. Knight Ferdinand was once brutally mutilated and left for dead in this exact geographical coordinate. I absolutely refuse to permit this historic catastrophe to repeat its cycle. I will intercept this tragedy regardless of the apocalyptic cost. Erin unleashed her sword and blitzed directly into the wolf pack, her blinding blade light slicing through the midnight air. Yet despite her god-tier speed, he was still wounded. She remained completely oblivious to the emotional hell Knight Lilia was enduring at that exact time, or if it mirrored the absolute rage fueling her own veins right now. The girl had dedicated her entire existence to mastering high-tier magic solely to manifest absolute retribution for Calypso, yet she was permanently robbed of witnessing his execution with her own eyes. Perhaps at that precise crossroad, she finally decoded the true weight of Erin's current psychological torment. Even if she painted the continent in blood, Calypso would never step out of the grave. The pursuit of vengeance was fundamentally, structurally meaningless. The lethal sword arcs of Erin flashed like volatile, high-voltage electricity, systematically butchering the demon wolves one by one as a fountain of fresh gore painted the foliage. Her operational variables diverged heavily from Lilia's trajectory. Yet she had also crawled through a literal living hell of identical proportions. Erin aggressively ground her teeth to near shattering. Why can't you worthless vermin just leave me in peace? Why do you insist on forcing me to unleash this level of catastrophic wrath? Deep within her eyes, a roaring apocalyptic inferno of pure hatred burned bright. This absolute hellscape of despair, not a single variable can be rewritten, the alpha demon wolf. Chieftain stood motionless atop the high cliffside, watching his elite vanguard get completely erased below with passive indifference. He barked out the ultimate directive in a deep, guttural tone. Initiate Phase 2. Erin's pupils instantly shriveled as a massive, anomalous surge of raw energy violently erupted from the surrounding boulders. That corrupted spiritual current funneled directly into the broken vessels of the surviving demon wolves. An ominous purple light condensed directly at his sternum. The demon wolves' muscle fibers violently expanded, and their skeletal structures let out a sickening, cracking sound as if fracturing under intense pressure. They threw their heads back and unleashed a deafening howl into the stormy sky, their physical mass multiplying exponentially in scale. Tendrils of pure, pitch-black dark energy enveloped their forms like parasitic tentacles. Erin raised her forearm to shield her vision, barely managing to anchor her footing against the shockwave of that cataclysmic power. Too terrifying. Could that raw catalyst stone have exponentially amplified their destructive output? This surging power is already borderline breaking into the tier of a legendary Swordmaster. The demon wolves roared and lunged aggressively forward, their obsidian claws shredding the atmosphere and generating arcs of volatile purple light to execute their target. No, it's not merely bordering, this is explicitly straight-up Swordmaster-level cataclysmic power. Erin dropped heavily onto one knee, gasping for oxygen. She violently snapped her head upward, a lethal sub-zero glare flashing within her pupils. Pure aura erupted in a single microsecond, as Aaron's sword light swept across the battlefield, cleaving directly at the demon wolf's colossal arm. Yet that reinforced limb remained completely unmarred. Completely ignoring the reality that the blade had penetrated her flesh, she spun around with explosive momentum. The Alpha Chieftain has gone completely feral. The monster is butchering his own ranks, too! The commander's physical vessel bloated macroscopically, once more, chaotic purple energy surging through his veins as he entirely lost his cognitive functions. Scatter and evacuate, instantly! The remaining wolf pack fractured and fled the sector in absolute, unadulterated panic. Amon locked his wide-eyed gaze onto the unfolding cataclysm. This was no routine battlefield engagement. This was a cataclysmic clash between literal transcendental superhumans. Yet a heavy wave of profound anxiety flashed across his features. Erin's current physical stamina reserves were completely disproportionate to her god-tier swordsmanship. Due to this severe metabolic bottleneck, even during standard training drills, her stamina would rapidly redline. She abruptly halted mid-motion, her physical frame swaying dangerously. Fresh crimson blood spilled over the corner of her lips. Eamon watched in absolute horror as Erin was brutally intercepted and pinned by a monstrous demon wolf. A heavy fountain of gore gushed from her chest cavity. His vocal cords went completely hoarse as he shrieked, "Erin!" A ruthless, apex predator glint flashed within Erin's eyes. The corner of her stained mouth curled into a highly sadistic, cruel smile. She hoisted her arm, volatile blue energy condensing directly into her open palm. She executed a brutal thrust with her blade, impaling it straight through the demon wolf's chest. The monster howled in absolute agony before collapsing lifelessly into the dirt. Erin staggered unsteadily back to her feet, clutching the gaping laceration on her chest as fresh gore seeped through her trembling fingers before she fell flat onto the hard ground. Lilia and Eamon charged desperately toward her collapsing frame simultaneously. "Erin!" Under the vast midnight sky, a solitary blood-stained moon hung low. Lilia cast her gaze downward. Erin was barely clinging to a microscopic thread of life. "She's absolute certified insane." Lilia extended her hands, a dense golden light of high-tier recovery magic enveloping Erin's catastrophic wound. This reckless girl genuinely possesses a literal death wish. Why push herself to such cataclysmic extremes, not even hesitating to sacrifice her own flesh? Erin desperately clutched the frayed hem of Lilia's battle robes. "Lady Lilia," she weakly whimpered, "I beg of you, prioritize the treatment of His Highness Ferdinand first. Disregard my status entirely." Lilia's brow furrowed in deep frustration. "What are you even babbling about? Ferdinand's internal trauma has already been completely stabilized by my high-tier magic. I simply fail to process this. The toxic Erin that occupies my memory is a self-absorbed, toxic heiress who throws a violent tantrum whenever reality opposes her whims. Yet the warrior I just witnessed on this battlefield is an entirely different entity." Lilia aggressively shook her head to clear her thoughts. "No, do not succumb to this deception. Erin Laser cold-bloodedly executed my brother. Manifesting this vulnerable, self-sacrificing facade right now is undeniably a calculated performance. Fascinating, isn't it? Lady Erin invaded this active war zone completely solo explicitly to liberate you and Amon, gambling her life without a single microsecond of hesitation. I'm not demanding that you forgive her crimes. I merely want you to audit this equation one more time. Was the executioner who brutally murdered Calypso truly her? Do you genuinely desire to extract absolute eye-for-an-eye retribution for Calypso that desperately? I can provide you with a golden vector. During this impending subjugation campaign, you will be handed the perfect operational window to enact your revenge on Erin Laser. A permanently crippled sword arm is an absolute death sentence for an aspiring vanguard, is it not? If your vengeance achieves success, I shall hand over this exotic magic stone. It will trigger an absolute evolution in your internal mana capacity, and it amplifies a completely identical energy frequency. But how in the absolute hell did that primitive horde commander secure custody of that high-tier orb? Eamon stared intently down at the comatose Erin. Both Lilia and Erin were completely knocked out cold. Maintain your composure, she has simply triggered absolute metabolic exhaustion. Lilia's internal psyche was reduced to a total, chaotic mess. To speak with absolute candor, she could no longer distinguish objective reality from manufactured fabrications, but she recognized the immediate medical directive. She actively channeled recovery over Erin Laser. The warm, highly potent golden light condensed within her palms, completely enveloping Erin's shattered body. The radiant magic slowly dissolved, the oppressive shadows of the night gradually receded, and the dense forest welcomed the golden rays of dawn. Eamon expertly led the heavily armed platoon of knights through the thick wood, their rapid, synchronized footsteps shattering the tranquil morning silence. Derek spotted the extraction party approaching. "Amon!" "What variables brought you guys back to this sector?" Amon clarified. "We deployed a defensive detail to fortify the position of the critically wounded. Every single asset who can still hold a blade mobilized to this coordinate." "Ferdinand, did you sustain critical damage?" Amon explained. "Rest easy, Lilia has already fully stabilized his condition." "At what exact coordinates did your team intercept the missing refugees?" "We mapped our trajectory along His Highness Ferdinand's residual trail and ambushed a squad of demon wolves attempting to relocate the captives. Fortunately, their operational numbers were severely lacking, enabling us to successfully eliminate the threat and secure the extraction." "What is the status report on the two of them? Are they both structurally stable?" Amon deliberately broke eye contact and avoided his gaze. "That is an incredibly long story." He looked up toward the breaking dawn. "For the time being, let us immediately fall back to the primary base." Meanwhile, deep within the shadow-drenched halls of the Duke Laser estate. "Charlotte, you truly are a mind-blowingly wicked woman. To cross the absolute boundary of handing a cataclysmic relic over to that rabid werewolf warlord." A glowing holographic matrix materialized before her, projecting the crisp image of a maid. "I simply sought to guarantee our choreography played out flawlessly. Your objective is to completely bury Aaron and the Second Prince, correct? Then no asset is more ruthlessly efficient than that dark magic stone." The fabled dark magic stone, a highly forbidden battery forged entirely from dense, corrupted ether. At a casual glance, it mimics a standard catalyst, but the microsecond you touch it, a vanguard's physical parameters or an archmage's spell potency will skyrocket into a new dimension. However, this relic inflicts a fatal penalty: absolute biochemical addiction and eventual psychological collapse. Those exposed to the stone's volatile radiation over an extended duration will systematically surrender their sanity, ultimately devolving into bloodthirsty mutations indistinguishable from standard monsters. We possess a chemical inhibitor engineered to halt this degeneration, but it requires continuous dosing to sustain stabilization. If the Second Prince deduces Count Leon's vanguard has stalled, his tactical instincts will trigger an immediate retreat. Thus, I weaponized that orb as the ultimate bait to manipulate those primitive mutts. After all, that werewolf chieftain thirsts for raw dominance above all else. Even if the beast's heart explodes from the feedback loop, that is simply the heavy tax collected for his unbridled avarice, is it not? True power always demands a blood tax. What is the status of that young elementalist orbiting Ferdinand? Has his loyalty been completely secured? We are still waiting on a formal transmission, but for all intents and purposes, his strings are firmly in our hands. At the end of the day, those lower-class peasants are painfully predictable. I merely need to continuously fan the flames of his deep-seated resentment, and he will march precisely to our rhythm, correct? Indubitably. Have we intercepted any updates from Raymond's sector? The maid reported in a low murmur. Absolute silence. It appears he is still tightly entangled with the Imperial Subjugation Unit. 1516, a sharp, urgent knock rattled the heavy oak door. "State your business." A subordinate maid stepped into the study, presenting a sealed parchment. A knock on the door sounded. "What is it?" A maid walked in, presenting a letter. "Fresh courier dispatch straight from the active vanguard lines, madam. Did the Second Prince authorize this text personally?" 1518. The moment Chloe aggressively tore open the wax seal, her aristocratic expression instantly turned completely ash-white. 1519. The maid carefully scanned her volatile micro-expressions. "What grim news is inked upon that parchment? You appear exceptionally rattled, madame." Chloe's tone was sub-zero. "Raymond has committed high treason. He deserted the active lines." As Chloe tore open the envelope, her face instantly darkened. The maid noticed her unusual reaction. "What's written in the letter? You look very flustered." Chloe's voice was ice cold. "Raymond deserted the subjugation team. The fool went completely MIA midway through the deployment." She demanded to know if the rogue knight had broken protocol and retraced his steps to the Marquis's estate. 1521. The maid's face drained of color from sheer panic. What? Lord Raymond has vanished into thin air. It appears our elegant chess game has suffered a major structural collapse. The maid paled in shock. What? Raymond vanished? It seems our plan has gone off the rails. The moment a single gear fractures within a complex mechanism, the remaining architecture typically cascades into absolute chaos right alongside it. 1523. The Crown Prince, Daitlin, slowly interlocked his fingers, the corner of his lips curling into a highly calculating, ominous smile. The first prince, Dietlin, interlocked his fingers, the corner of his mouth curling into a meaningful smile. I am profoundly fascinated. What other meticulously laid plans are going to spectacularly derail next? 1525. Deep within a tucked-away rural sanctuary, Aaron. At a small rural inn, Aaron slowly unsealed her heavy eyelids, her fractured consciousness gradually coalescing. She blinked against the morning rays, greeted by an entirely unfamiliar wooden ceiling. Aaron cautiously pushed her aching upper body off the mattress. Did I actually survive that meat grinder? Am I currently stationed inside an outpost room? 1528. She pivoted her head to audit her immediate perimeter. Ferdinand was collapsed right beside her flank, locked in a deep, exhausted slumber. 1529. Aaron's eyes dilated in pure, unadulterated astonishment. His Imperial Highness Ferdinand? What bizarre variables brought him to this bed? She turned her head to look beside her. Ferdinand was lying there, fast asleep. Aaron opened her eyes wide in surprise. His Highness Ferdinand? Why is he here? Sigh. Ferdinand rested his throbbing temple against his forearm. My limbs are completely locked up, but I dare not shift weight lest I disrupt her sleep. 1531. The heavy door creaked open, and Lilia walked into the room carrying a medical tray. Oh, look who finally rejoined the land of the living. The door opened, and Lilia walked in holding a tray. Oh, you're awake. If your vitals hadn't stabilized by this dawn, I was prepared to execute a far more invasive therapeutic protocol. Lady Lilia. 1533. Lilia stepped over to the edge of the mattress. 1534. She gave Ferdinand an aggressive nudge. Your Highness Ferdinand, terminate your slumber. Ferdinand let out a low, groggy grunt of protest. 1535. Lilia pushed further. Your precious fiancé has officially regained consciousness, so snap out of it. Ferdinand's eyes instantly snapped wide open as he bolted upright like a spring. 1536. He sat perfectly rigid, his posture immaculate. Knight Aaron. 1537. She softly murmured in response. Present, Your Highness Ferdinand. Without a single warning, he pulled Aaron into a fiercely protective, desperate embrace. Lilia walked over to the bed. She gently shook Ferdinand. Your Highness Ferdinand, wake up. Ferdinand let out a groggy groan. Lilia continued. Your fiancé is awake, so you should get up too. Ferdinand abruptly opened his eyes and bolted up. He sat up straight. Knight Aaron, she softly replied. Yes, Your Highness Ferdinand. He pulled Aaron into a tight embrace. Regardless of how many cycles I had to stand vigil, I refused to abandon this position. I was truly, profoundly sick with worry. He whispered against her shoulder. Thank the heavens. Truly thank the gods. 1539. Aaron was pinned tightly against his broad chest. 1540. Her entire physical vessel completely freezing up. Your Highness Ferdinand. Lady Lilia is spectating. Jolting back as if scorched by raw lightning, Ferdinand rapidly disengaged his arms from Aaron. 1541. He cleared his throat in a highly awkward attempt to recover his regal composure. Lilia, How long have you been stationed there? 1-5 and 4-2. Lilia stood firm with her arms crossed, her delivery completely deadpan. I've been playing third wheel for a solid minute. Oh, whatever. Aaron was held tightly in his arms, her body freezing up. Your Highness Ferdinand, Lady Lilia is looking... Startled like he'd been electrocuted, Ferdinand quickly let go of Aaron. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Lilia, you're here? Lilia stood with her hands on her hips, her tone cold. I've been here for a while. Oh, whatever. I deeply apologize for fracturing your romantic renaissance, but I require an absolute private audience with her. Ferdinand tried to veto the request. Hold on, Lilia. I still possess critical matters to unpack with Knight Aaron. He locked his urgent gaze onto Aaron, his voice dropping an octave. The second we cross the academy threshold, will you grant me a private window? There is a monumental truth I must articulate. Are you finally going to interrogate me regarding my true combat identity? 1545. There is a limit to your benevolence. You cannot simply overlook the reality that I systematically cloaked my true metrics. 1546. Aaron lowered her gaze, whispering in a subdued tone. Understood, Your Highness Ferdinand. Excellent. I shall count down the hours. Ferdinand spun around and navigated toward the exit. No matter how forgiving you are, you can't just ignore the fact that I hid my strength. Aaron lowered her eyes and mumbled softly. Understood, Your Highness Ferdinand. All right, I'll wait for you. Ferdinand turned to walk toward the door. The floor is yours. Proceed with your interrogation. 1548. The heavy wooden door softly clicked shut, plunging the small room into an absolute, suffocating silence. 1549. Lilia let out a heavy, exhausted sigh, intertwining her fingers as a faint, shimmering ether radiated from her fingertips. 1550. An invisible, localized barrier instantaneously dome-shaped across the space. Lilia stated flatly, I've deployed an absolute soundproof perimeter. She pivoted her entire frame to look Aaron dead in the eyes, her tone profoundly grave. Squire Laser? No, let's call you what you are, Knight Aaron. Aaron's heart violently seized up. Knight Laser? You address me not as Aaron, but as Knight Laser? The room door gently clicked shut, and the room fell into complete silence. Lilia let out a sigh, crossing her hands as a faint light radiated from her fingertips. An invisible barrier instantly expanded. Lilia spoke. I've set up a soundproof barrier. She turned to face Aaron, her tone solemn. Squire Laser? No, Knight Aaron. Aaron's heart clenched. Knight Laser? Not Aaron, but Knight Laser? She directly locked onto Lilia's intense gaze. Yes, Lady Lilia. I spotted your extensive scar network back then. I found it highly anomalous. Even through a thick layer of uniform, I could trace that ancient laceration on your flesh. She vividly recalled the chaotic situation back then. Lilia had aggressively ordered them. All of you evacuate. I need to strip her armor. Ferdinand and Amon restrained her arms with a powerful grip. Lilia thrashed against them. On an abort! Why the hell are you guys dragging me away? Lilia's voice was completely saturated with raw disbelief. I said clear out. I have to change her clothes. Lilia slowly cast her gaze downward. Initially, I failed to process why Ferdinand and Amon both desperately sought to intercept my actions. But the exact microsecond I assisted in shedding your blood-stained uniform, I understood everything. Aaron felt completely bewildered. I can decode Knight Amon's behavior, but even His Imperial Highness Ferdinand? How could they possibly? It appears the duo is systematically shielding a dark secret for you. She took a calculated step forward, her tone modulating into something gentle, yet fiercely ironclad. If you do not object, I demand that you break your silence. Unpack your true history and articulate the final moments of my brother. I absolutely must uncover the objective reality. Every single time I unveil the unvarnished truth, the vast majority weaponize their own morals to condemn me. The microscopic minority chooses absolute faith, yet down the line, they permanently surrender their heartbeats because of that choice, simply because they inherited the forbidden truth. A haunting voice echoed within the deep recesses of the darkness. Spill it. Confess everything to her. If we hand her the raw facts, we might as well hand her an express ticket to join her brother in the grave. Erin's fingers trembled violently, tightly gripping the frayed edge of the mattress blanket. I am still completely paralyzed by fear. Terrified, even after surviving the cyclical trauma of 2 entire lifetimes. The agonizing phantom pain of watching an ally get erased still cut straight to the bone. Lilia gently placed her palm over the rigid back of Erin's hand. I recognize that I possess zero right to interrogate you, but I beg of you, describe how my brother drew his final breath. She dropped heavily to her knees, directly in front of Erin. I must know the monster who executed him. I demand the absolute truth. Lilia's tears cascaded down her cheeks, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. She deployed every ounce of her internal strength to suppress her agonizing wails. Erin spectated the breakdown, her own heart violently torn apart. Under standard protocols, I would never utter a single syllable of my past to a living soul, but Lilia possesses an absolute sovereign right to the truth. This is not merely my personal tragedy, it is also her brother's final chapter. Erin slowly hoisted her head, her gaze shifting into something profoundly calm and unnervingly deep. This will be an incredibly prolonged and exhausting chronicle, a profoundly boring narrative. And with that dark prelude, Erin began to unpack the trauma. She systematically bared everything to Lilia, omitting only her absolute chronomantic regression secret, the reality that she had already endured 3 distinct lifetimes. She laid bare the true chronicle of Erin Laser, who was never that toxic villainess, but rather the intensely abused, timid daughter of the tyrannical Marquess household. Lilia listened to the horrific testimony, her entire physical frame shaking to the point of absolute paralysis, her hands tightly sealing her mouth to choke back her screams. How could the scales of reality be so completely broken? Erin locked onto her flooded eyes. Do you choose to believe my words? Lilia cast her head downward. Do you truly believe me? Do you still maintain a vivid memory of that corrupted black core wielded by the werewolf warlord? That specific catalyst engineered to exponentially amplify raw destructive metrics? Yes, it is burned into my mind. Charlotte also once offered me an identical artifact. She explicitly stated that cursed object could help me enact absolute eye-for-an-eye retribution for my fallen brother. Erin was visibly startled. To speak with absolute candor, the microsecond she proclaimed that you had executed my brother, I didn't question the narrative for a single second. After all, why would a highborn entity like her waste her elite energy constructing a lie to manipulate an absolute nobody commoner like myself? She possessed zero tactical motive to deceive me, but after processing the horrors of your true chronicle, I think I finally deciphered the precise variable fueling her deception. Lilia's gaze hardened into a serious stare. Deceiving a peasant commoner was never her ultimate objective, Erin Laser. Her genuine, high-value target from the very inception of this game was always you. Lilia sat heavily on the wooden chair adjacent to the mattress, her head hanging low in absolute shame. The toxic atrocities I have inflicted upon your soul, 100 desperate explanations could never absolve my sins. I was completely blinded by raw, unbridled fury, never once auditing or cross-examining Charlotte's poisoned words. I operated like an absolute clown. The heavy chair was violently kicked backward. Lilia abruptly bolted to her feet and with a dull thud, dropped straight to her knees upon the hard floor. Erin was profoundly startled and instinctively shifted to stand up. Lady Lilia, what insane stunt are you pulling right now? You have zero obligation to subject yourself to this degradation. Why? Lilia vigorously shook her head in protest. Why did you suddenly execute such a reckless, suicidal vanguard maneuver back there? My internal reserves are completely redlined. I am not a flawless saint. High-tier recovery arts cannot magically replenish your depleted metabolic stamina. But it is infinitely superior to leaving you broken. Erin monitored her actions in profound silence. She gently reached out and enveloped Lilia's trembling hand. I implore you to cease burning your psyche with excessive self-hatred. Every piece of that nightmare is anchored in the past now. It was fundamentally their faction who systematically repaid pure benevolence with unadulterated malice, exploiting every psychological trick to manipulate and bewitch others. Lilia snapped her head upward. Does this not trigger your absolute wrath? Those monsters actively toyed with the structural integrity of the entire empire, explicitly including my own mind. They manufactured and weaponized those toxic rumors regarding your character, effectively obliterating your entire reputation and social standing. What makes this scenario infinitely more detestable is the reality that they also converted me into their mindless proxy weapon. Make no mistake, I am consumed by an absolute fury. A raging inferno of pure animosity is currently incinerating my core. Lilia stared up at her, her dilated eyes completely filled with utter, unadulterated astonishment. Lilia intensely scrutinized every micro-expression on her features. In this exact microsecond, it appears I am finally beginning to decode her complex architecture a tiny bit. Your facial expression is perpetually locked like a stone mask. I could never decipher the thoughts circulating in your mind, but now the puzzle pieces fit perfectly. You're simply intentionally suppressing and cloaking your raw emotional spectrum. Erin internally shuddered, experiencing the unsettling sensation of having her deepest vulnerabilities seen completely through. Lilia casually migrated back to the edge of the mattress, inquiring flatly, "What strategic maneuvers do you project to execute next?" I still harvest a multitude of anomalies I fail to logically compute. Why did their faction invest such massive resources to ensnare a commoner like me just to target your position? Furthermore, what catastrophic endgame are they plotting by circulating those malicious fabrications, treating your existence like an absolute thorn in their side? And we must also audit the exotic asset they transferred into my custody, that corrupted black magic core. At a primitive glance, that ore mimics a standard catalyst and shows nothing out of the ordinary, but it is fundamentally no run-of-the-mill magic stone, but was engineered utilizing forbidden dark magic. Where on earth did a mere maid like Charlotte secure custody of such a relic? I am equally mystified. Under imperial law, all official catalyst stones are strictly regulated by the crown, requiring His Majesty the Emperor's explicit authorization to possess. It is precisely due to this ironclad restriction that the sovereignty of the imperial family remains absolute in this realm of swords and sorcery, towering completely unshakable. How could a lowly servant possess an elite magic stone completely unauthorized by the throne? This is a variable I was completely blind to in my previous life. A total anomaly in the timeline. Charlotte, Chloe, why did you go to such lengths to destroy me? If their ultimate endgame was to assassinate His Highness Ferdinand, they never even required my involvement. I never mistreated either of them. What in the absolute hell did I do to warrant such psychotic malice, to the point of them dragging my soul down to hell? This is a riddle I couldn't solve even on my deathbed. But now, I possess the power to extract the answers myself. Erin hoisted her head, a sub-zero glint flashing in her eyes. Her entire physical vessel exuded an aura of absolute, unrelenting determination. Things are about to get incredibly chaotic real quick. Lilia stood up, preparing to exit. Our tactical debrief has dragged on too long. You need to recuperate. Do not bother seeing me out. Erin spoke up to inquire, Lady Lilia, what is your next strategic move? Lilia pivoted back around. Me? Once I assume full administrative accountability for this incident, I intend to retreat to the magic tower. Erin was visibly taken aback. The magic tower? Lilia confirmed with a sharp nod. Precisely. Charlotte is still completely oblivious to the fact that I know the truth. As long as I remain at the academy, she won't cease her attempts to manipulate me, but the magic tower is a sovereign sanctuary where outsiders are absolutely barred from crossing the threshold. Lilia smirked coldly. I intend to leave them completely ghosted, just vanishing into thin air without a trace. They invested so much strategic effort baiting their prey, only for the target to leap off the cliff on its own. I genuinely cannot wait to see the pathetic expressions on their faces. Erin looked at her helplessly. I knew it. She is definitely no fragile walkover. However, the moment they realize you survived unscathed, they will instantly deduce that the script has derailed. Lilia threw her hands out. Then I'll leave a cryptic letter or simply let them drive themselves mad guessing. Regardless, before the dust settles, I just need to make them question their own sanity. But that's completely beside the point. Lilia suddenly leaned in close, breaking her personal space. Erin froze completely rigid on the spot. Why are you scrutinizing me like that? Lilia stared intently into her soul. This girl. How on earth did she transcend to the tier of a swordmaster? Even with apex genetic talent, without a lifetime of rigorous swordsmanship training, it's impossible to reach that peak. She deliberately left her sentence open-ended just now. There must be a massive backstory. I am not cross-examining her loyalty. I am just genuinely fascinated. But do I even possess the moral right to excavate her deeply? Shrouded trauma? Lady Lilia, there is an apology I still must articulate to you. I am profoundly sorry for failing to safeguard Calypso's life. Erin lowered her gaze in mourning. In reality, he had been immensely grateful to her. The memory flashed of Calypso walking over balancing a tea tray, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Lady Erin, would you care for some tea? Erin had patted the plush sofa beside her. Calypso, take a seat as well. Let us enjoy this blend together. Calypso had frantically waved his hands in panic. This is a severe breach of servant protocol. Erin had insisted gently. It is perfectly fine, just for a brief moment. After all, no one visits this abandoned courtyard anyway. Calypso had smiled helplessly, having no choice but to sit down adjacent to her. Well then. Erin clenched her fists tight. Calypso was a genuinely phenomenal soul, and an irreplaceable friend. Processing these words, Lilia instantly froze into a statue. She whipped around to leave the quarters, her clenched fists turning bone white under the pressure. I will absolutely never grant them absolution. They possessed the audacity to frame Erin, and they even presumed they could casually manipulate my strings like a puppet. Lilia's gaze instantly mutated into a lethal, ice-cold glare. Those two low-life snakes. I will absolutely never allow them to materialize their disgusting endgame. A week later, the battle-worn subjugation brigade finally crossed back into the academy gates. They had systematically eradicated the werewolf infestation and liberated the captives. The deployment was an unmitigated success, yet a mountain of administrative bureaucracy remained, reallocating the refugees, drafting military reports, and so forth. Consequentially, by the time Ferdinand received formal notification that a high-profile visitor had breached the perimeter, he was already a critical step too late. Acton, the academy principal, bowed with deep reverence. You are completely swamped with state affairs, yet you still graced our institution with your presence. I wonder if there is an urgent matter of state. Do I strike you as a subordinate who needs to clear his itinerary with you? The principal was so utterly terrified that he frantically waved his hands in panic. No, of course not. That was an unpardonable slip of the tongue on my part, Your Grace. If you must know, I journeyed here to personally deliver a specific asset. Heavy, aggressive footsteps echoed loudly down the residential hallway. The female dormitory warden firmly blocked the intruder's path. Hey, you, halt right there! Without a warden's explicit authorization, how dare you aggressively barge into the female dormitories? Erin dropped her heavy luggage onto the mattress and let out an exhausted sigh. Finally back in my quarters. It was incredibly chaotic outside. A man was shouting aggressively right beyond her door. I already articulated to you I am operating on an urgent matter. You are merely a pathetic maid, yet you possess the audacity to talk back to me? The warden angrily fired back. I am the head warden, not a maid, Erin. Peer out cautiously through the narrow crack of the door. Why on earth is an aggressive male voice echoing inside the female residential block? The heavy wooden door was violently kicked open, and a volatile, red-haired man barged directly into her private sanctuary. Derek took a calculated sip of his tea, a highly enigmatic, knowing smile playing on his lips. Consider it a customized gift for Erin Laser. Reflecting on the sheer volume of chaos that has unfolded, it truly is an incredibly complex narrative. Even though His Imperial Highness Ferdinand sustained a severe injury, we still successfully extracted the refugees, and the entire squad returned alive. Furthermore, Lady Lilia shows zero indication of ever veering down that catastrophic path of self-destruction again. For some bizarre reason, my rapport with her has actually improved. She even commanded me to just address her by her name directly. Erin was taken completely aback in sheer shock. Ah, sure, absolutely. Please address me by my name directly. Lilia whipped around to exit. Well, I'm heading out then. Erin silently watched her retreating figure. Can this bizarre dynamic truly be classified as a relationship getting better? Since she explicitly stated she grants me permission to call her by her name, it feels like this chaotic chapter is finally resolved. This is still a monumental shift. It's a reality I never even dared to fantasize about in my previous incarnation. The corridor outside was incredibly chaotic. A hostile, red-haired man abruptly barged into the room. Erin's pupils instantly contracted. This bastard. He's the personal vanguard of the Crown Prince, Dietlin. His name is Roham. Roham offered a dismissive, slight wave to Erin. Long time no see. I journeyed here to deliver an absolute urgent dispatch. Erin skeptically repeated his words. An urgent dispatch? The knight solemnly countered. Precisely. By the direct decree of His Imperial Highness Dietlin, he aggressively presented a parchment sealed with dark wax. This is a critical, time-sensitive letter straight from Madame Chloe. Aaron's facial expression instantly froze into stone. Aaron carefully tore open the envelope. To my dearest Aaron. The text read, Aaron, it has been far too long. I received an inquiry checking whether Raymond has reached the safety of the Marquise's estate yet, but he appears to be completely MIA. Raymond couldn't possibly have abandoned the Vanguard unit on his own whim. I deduce that perhaps a severe tragedy has occurred. Prince Ferdinand's grand victory celebration is on the horizon, so I intend to make an appearance at the Academy, simultaneously to visit your quarters and to verify Raymond's true status. Prince Dietland stated he would mobilize ahead of schedule, so he will likely breach the Academy perimeter long before my arrival. Deepest affection, Chloe. Aaron tightly gripped the crumpled parchment. How utterly pathetic. My psychotic stepmother frames a trivial notification as a critical crisis. There is only one underlying motive. Every single time I failed to decipher the objective reality, she would orchestrate this exact stunt. She didn't mobilize to inform me, but rather to feast her eyes on how I would violently tremble in terror after reading her words, just so she could burst into sadistic laughter. Her psychological objective this time is undeniably identical. Aaron ruthlessly crumpled the letter into a tight ball and casually discarded it on the floor. But why did she commission the Crown Prince to deliver this garbage? Is it possible that she has already formed an alliance with the Crown Prince? This isn't structurally shocking. My stepmother absolute dominates the aristocratic social circles of the Ligia Empire. Merely leveraging her direct bloodline connections with His Majesty, she wields colossal political authority. Furthermore, during her youth, she frequently roamed the imperial palace grounds to tutor the royal heirs who would inherit the throne. It's completely natural that she shares an intimacy with the princes. But even factoring that in, having the Crown Prince personally act as a courier for a basic letter is way too excessive. Hold up, she just casually discarded the letter like it's worthless trash? Roham's gaze instantly sharpened into a lethal glare. How completely mind-blowing. Aaron spoke up with total authority. Knight Roham. Roham was momentarily startled. Ah, yes, Lady Aaron, Lady Aaron. He repeated the formal title, his entire demeanor turning sub-zero cold. Aaron called out once more, her tone sharper. Knight Roham! Yes, Lady Aaron. Knight Roham, I demand you communicate, Lady Aaron. Aaron took an aggressive step closer. Knight Roham! You finally snapped. Why do you keep ordering me to clear out without offering a proper explanation? This is too damn arrogant. Aaron powerfully swung her hand in a dismissive arc. The only arrogant entity present is you, Knight Roham. Before being a daughter of the aristocratic Laser bloodline, I am first and foremost a martial student. While you, standing here as a certified knight, failed to manifest even the most foundational military etiquette. This structural disrespect is absolutely unpardonable. A faint, mocking chuckle echoed from right beside them. This is getting ugly. This worthless peasant actually possesses the audacity to laugh. Roham's volatile rage exploded in an instant. An ominous, dark purple mana light violently surged around his physical frame. He clenched his fists, his joints cracking like thunder. Aaron and Syrian were visibly horrified simultaneously. What kind of toxic aura is this? This isn't merely basic martial pressure. It's a highly anomalous, corrupted manifestation of energy. This specific frequency triggers an explicit memory of that monstrous energy source. Aaron's gaze turned profoundly grave. She articulated once more, Knight Roham. Roham violently snapped his head back. What do you want now? Aaron's eyes were like ice. Do not unleash your corrupted pressure against defenseless commoners. We are moving this outside. She pointed her thumb directly toward the exit. I will personally act as your opponent. Crisp sunlight filtered through the dense treetops, spilling across the ancient stone slabs of the combat training grounds. Roham stood locked in the absolute center of the yard, the surrounding atmosphere suffocatingly heavy. Aaron's gaze remained chillingly calm. In the original timeline, Roham is stripped of his prestigious knight title entirely. During my previous incarnation, the Crown Prince once directly provoked Ferdinand and initiated a formal duel against him. Their designated champion vanguards, Knight Aemon and Knight Roham, clashed in their stead. The completely unexpected tactical outcome was that Knight Aemon secured an absolute victory. Roham had roared in unbridled fury. How could my power succumb to a peasant like you? I absolutely refuse to accept this reality. Yet because Knight Roham could not process defeat, he illegally drew a live steel blade. The live blade's edge flashed with lethal intent, and fresh crimson blood sprayed across the arena. He ultimately inflicted a permanent injury upon Knight Amon's shoulder. Due to that catastrophic breach of protocol, Roham was permanently stripped of his knight title, which naturally caused the crown prince to suffer immense public humiliation, leading to the knight being completely discarded like garbage by the prince. Roham shouted impatiently, hoisting a heavy wooden training sword. How many exchanges can you even survive with that fragile frame? Let's just test your limits. Come get some. The crown prince is merely a half-brother to Prince Ferdinand, yet their internal moral alignments are completely night and day. Aaron effortlessly tossed the wooden training weapon toward him. A proper duel must strictly adhere to academy protocols and utilize wooden swords. Due to his intertwined relationship with my stepmother, the crown prince was a frequent parasite at the marquise's estate, and whenever he cornered me, he always, his hands clad in pristine white gloves, would intimately pinch my waist. An ice-cold voice suddenly cut through the air. I wondered why your dispatch took so long. Turns out you're orchestrating a pathetic circus here. Erin critically raised her eyebrows, while Roham's aggressive expression instantly turned completely rigid. Prince Dietlin, he stammered, locking eyes with the royal newcomer in absolute shock. A paralyzing wave of pure dread surged rapidly from the absolute soles of his feet. The corner of Dietlin's mouth contorted into a deeply sinister smile, his eyes radiating a heavy layer of pure mockery. He is the undisputed apex contender to inherit the Emperor's throne, as well as the sworn arch-enemy of Prince Ferdinand. Dietlin offered a mocking slight bow. I merely commissioned him to courier a letter. As for Knight Roham's blatant insubordination, my directive was strictly to deliver a single envelope. I certainly did not anticipate him manufacturing this unnecessary drama. Dietlin smiled smoothly and spoke. It has truly been an eternity, Lady Aaron. He executed a slow, fluid spin. Or perhaps the current timeline dictates I address you as Knight Aaron now. Aaron maintained an absolute iron silence, simply quietly scanning him with an unblinking sub-zero stare. The surrounding crowd of students instantly began to whisper frantically among themselves. Oh my God, it's the Crown Prince himself. I never anticipated witnessing his presence at the Academy grounds. His military prestige easily rivals that of Prince Ferdinand. Word on the street is that during the recent werewolf subjugation crusade, he harvested massive achievements alongside Prince Ferdinand. Dietlin leaned close to Aaron's ear and venomously whispered, Though I fail to compute how a fragile girl who just recently picked up a blade could provide any tactical value, but I saw completely through his fraudulent facade. I am deeply grateful for the generic praise, Your Highness. I simply commanded an exceptional stroke of good luck. Dietlin's smooth smile instantly stiffened. She just effortlessly deflected my pressure? Your luck is borderline miraculous. A convenient, anonymous swordmaster perpetually materializes to salvage your life from the brink of extinction. Don't you decode the pattern? Every single time Ferdinand is cornered, they intervene. Dietlin suddenly flashed his hand out and forcefully clamped his vice-like grip around Aaron's wrist. His predatory, freezing gaze swept meticulously down over her open hand. It felt precisely as though he sought to dissect her secrets right through her flesh. A standard, delicate, noble lady who has supposedly never swung a live blade before my presence. And yet battle-hardened calluses have heavily populated her palm. He unleashed a profoundly bizarre, highly mocking laugh. How utterly revolting. Aaron's tears rolled down, splashing onto the pages of an open book. At the end of the day, it's just a fiction. The elegant prince in the fairy tales I desperately imagined is nothing more than a bloodthirsty monster wearing human skin, a tyrant who actively mocks a broken young girl begging for salvation. Even up to the exact microsecond before my previous demise, I could never purge the toxic words he uttered back then. Aaron snapped her head upward, her gaze completely resolute. Your Highness, I am fully qualified to stand within the elite ranks of the swordsmanship department's 5th tier, and it has absolutely nothing to do with luck. Aaron violently shook his hand off her wrist and held her head high, confidently puffing out her chest. This is unadulterated raw strength. Roham rushed forward like a rabid dog, glaring daggers at her. Insolent wench, you dare initiate physical contact against His Highness, Lady Aaron? Dietlin was forcefully taken aback, his entire physical frame freezing mid-motion. That pathetic past self where she didn't even possess the courage to look straight into my eyes. Now she actually dares to lock eyes with me using this fiercely defiant stare. The corner of Dietlin's mouth curled into a chilling smirk. This is actually turning out to be highly entertaining. Roham spoke up in utter bewilderment. Your Highness. You actually find this insolence amusing? Dietland laughed with unbridled, dark amusement. It appears the chaotic rumors regarding her personality undergoing an absolute transformation are completely accurate. This is highly stimulating. Why don't you grant me a brief demonstration of that vaunted strength? Aaron coldly retorted. Incredibly poor timing. I am already locked into a strict prior engagement. Dietland's amusement instantly evaporated. A prior engagement with whom exactly? He stepped aggressively closer into Aaron's personal space, interrogating her in a low, threatening rumble. With whom? Aaron's physical frame locked up rigid. I have a scheduled appointment with His Imperial Highness Ferdinand. Dietland's aristocratic expression instantly darkened into pure malice. What? Ferdinand? How profoundly uninspired. He took an aggressive step forward. We have shared history since our absolute childhood. I confidently assumed I held a far deeper connection with you than Ferdinand ever could. Aaron took a calculated half-step backward, asking with extreme vigilance. What exactly is your endgame here? A volatile purple mana light flashed ominously within Dietland's eyes. Abort your meeting with Ferdinand. Execute the directive I handed you. Unleash your swordsmanship for my viewing pleasure, Aaron Laser. This is explicitly not a request. This is an absolute imperial decree. Simultaneously, deep within the grand assembly room of the central hall, a localized council sat arranged. Dietland casually held a teacup, the surrounding atmosphere bordering on bizarre. It was exceptionally difficult to articulate precisely what variable was misaligned, but the overarching vibe was significantly calmer and more serious than normal, especially regarding Lilia. Following her heavy, emotional clearing with Aaron, she appeared infinitely more grounded and relaxed. She had even casually begun sipping her tea. And then there was Lady Atlee. Dietland's calculating gaze swept over her form. She was currently reading a storybook to a small child, a traumatized refugee infant extracted safely from the werewolf slaughterhouse. That child was temporarily bunking at the academy, possessing zero home to return to. On the flip side, Knight Karen. Word had circulated that the exact microsecond Aaron sustained her injuries, he completely lost his mind. He appeared highly unstable, pacing like a man who was utterly terrified of an impending doom. The moment I am severed from Aaron's proximity, I will instantly drop dead. Karen carefully carried a hot food tray into the quiet infirmary quarters. He placed the tray down upon the small nightstand adjacent to the mattress, gently scooped a spoonful of warm broth, and brought it directly to Aaron's lips. Come on, stop resisting and eat. Allow me to personally nurse you back to health. Aaron remained stubbornly unyielding, her muscles locking up as she insisted. I am fully capable of feeding myself. Just cut the stubborn act and eat. Look at your fractured physical state. What other maneuvers do you think you can pull off? Dietland mentally replayed the exact scenario from his tense visit to the recovery ward. Witnessing Karen completely unhinged and reduced to that pathetic state, I lost absolute control over my poker face. Dietland let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Though I am fundamentally in no position to pass judgment on anyone else anyway. Dietland's internal calculations drifted back to the previous timeline. During that era, Ferdinand, mirroring Karen's current obsession, had completely surrendered his sanity. He sharply severed the train of thought to snap back into the present reality. Gently tapping his chin with a single finger, he pointedly added, You claimed that an anonymous Swordmaster also intervened to shift the tide during this operation, correct? Is it the identical Vanguard? Not merely a standalone occurrence, but two distinct operations. Precisely. Dietland leaned his upper body forward aggressively. Ferdinand, stop playing games with me. His tone dropped into a low, razor-sharp hiss. You are personally acquainted with that Swordmaster, aren't you? I cannot shake this lingering anomaly. First was the sudden skirmish a few months back. And now this sudden werewolf campaign. That god-tier blade always conveniently materializes the exact microsecond you run out of tactical options. A single occurrence is a statistical anomaly. But a double manifestation completely eliminates fluke potential. Furthermore, when the Alpha Wolf Chieftain was neutralized, your consciousness was totally blacked out, while you, Amon, and Lilia conveniently established a rendezvous point with Ferdinand at that precise coordinate, while the Phantom Swordmaster vanished within that microscopic window of opportunity. Is this truly the manufactured alibi you expect me to buy? Amon verified in a low, gravelly murmur. It is. Detlin immediately locked onto the anomalous shift in the room's energy. This highly specific vibe. They are systematically cloaking a critical variable from my sight. The true identity of this rogue swordmaster. The precise mechanics of how the alpha chieftain was executed. Not a single one of those secondary details carries any weight. Karen's voice dropped to a quiet, protective murmur. The solitary metric that possesses absolute value is that my sister and His Imperial Highness Ferdinand survived the meat grinder. None of it carries weight. Dietlin's tone instantaneously mutated into sub-zero ice. I am mandated to extract the precise operational logistics to draft an official briefing for His Majesty and formulate a grand strategy. Karen deliberately broke eye contact to evade his predatory stare. I am equally blind regarding the exact sequence of events that transpired during that climax. I only recognize it was an absolute crisis where fatal casualties were mathematically guaranteed. Your Imperial Highness Dietlin, does unmasking the secret identity of a rogue swordmaster seriously take tactical precedence over the survival of our assets? Dietlin fired back with immediate, volatile heat. Do not twist my words into something malicious. I merely... Why are you all coordinating to keep me completely in the dark? Am I truly that untrustworthy of an ally? A remarkably composed Karen spoke up to de-escalate. It is not that I lack basic curiosity, but if His Highness Ferdinand exercises his sovereign right to remain silent, I refuse to interrogate him further. If His Highness Ferdinand chooses to lock his lips, he undoubtedly harbors an ironclad reason to do so. A visible flash of profound gratitude surfaced within Ferdinand's eyes. You have my deepest gratitude for your diplomatic restraint, Knight Karen. Knight Karen appears to be completely oblivious to the jaw-dropping truth surrounding Knight Aaron. I could easily blow her cover right now, but executing that disclosure opposes her explicit desires. Dietlin exhaled a heavy, controlled breath to check his temper. Fine, I shall abort this line of questioning for the time being. At least until you clowns are emotionally prepared to spill the truth. So your faction demands that I operate on blind faith for this phase, correct? However, I am legally obligated to process a formal report for His Majesty, meaning we must align our narratives perfectly. We have a pact. Ferdinand nodded in firm, resolute concurrence. We have a pact. You have my gratitude, Dietlin. Ferdinand's focused gaze smoothly transitioned toward Atli. Lady Atli. I harbor a critical administrative matter I must unpack with you. Atli raised her head, her expression clouded with confusion. Let us systematically dissolve our political engagement. Atli stared blankly at him. Volunteering a diplomatic termination under these specific high-stress parameters indicated he was dead intent on severing the tie right here. Ferdinand calmly rotated his teacup. You find this arrangement equally repulsive, do you not? There is zero utility in torturing your soul for the sake of my imperial father's whims any longer. Atli maintained a heavy silence, letting out a soft, melodic chuckle as she rose from her seat. Pardon the intrusion, but could the rest of you grant us temporary sanctuary? I must articulate a private matter to Ferdinand alone. The heavy door clicked softly shut. That arranged alliance was a hollow political theater from its very inception. The moment your engagement finalized, its tactical value completely expired, yet the second you re-enter from a bloody crusade, you immediately weaponize this topic. You must be operating on a massive hidden variable. My calculated deduction tells me that catalyst is Knight Aaron. Lady Atli smiled beautifully. You witnessed the phenomenon as well, correct? You perceived something anomalous hidden within Knight Aaron. Perceived it as well? What are you implying by that? Lady Atli, did you also decode an anomaly residing within Knight Aaron? Her delicate fingers tightly curled into her palms. Yes, I bore witness to a horrific prophetic manifestation of my own impending demise. I was running for my absolute life through a dark, suffocating forest, desperately evading incoming monsters, only to be brutally captured by a beast in the final act. Following that capture, I was ruthlessly slaughtered. That was the explicit, unalterable trajectory mapped out for my existence. Ever since the sovereign Holy Kingdom was aggressively reduced to a mere vassal territory of the Empire, the Crown manufactured its inaugural Holy Maiden proxy. From the exact microsecond she was designated by the goddess, Lady Atli was stripped of her personal identity, recognized solely by her house name or addressed as the Holy Maiden. The position demanded that she foresee future timelines, interpret omens, interface with divine planes, and translate heavenly mandates. Yet Lady Atli had never once intercepted the literal voice of the goddess. She decoded the exact systemic reason why. The structural silence stemmed entirely from the unbridled tyranny of the reigning sovereign of the Lycia Empire, Sergius Lysias. He systematically desecrated the Holy Kingdom, converted it into a subservient colony, and went as far as forcibly taking the previous Holy Maiden as his captive concubine. He drove the surviving populace of the Holy Kingdom into the desolate wastes of the western frontier, where hyper-aggressive monsters thrived, leaving them to slowly rot into extinction. He is a psychopath who terminates human lives without a single second thought, just to feel something. Horrifyingly, the general populace remains blissfully ignorant of his true demonic nature. The media channels are flooded with sensationalized propaganda. The toxic heiress of Marquis Laser perpetrates yet another heinous crime. Marquis Laser secures another legendary triumph on the war front. He engineered these loud, dramatic scandals as a smokescreen to systematically mask his own atrocities. This is the dark reality that Lady Atli only unmasked after ascending to the rank of Holy Maiden. Lady Lilia had independently deciphered a highly anomalous pattern in the timeline. Every single time the Emperor orchestrated a grotesque human rights violation, a massive high society scandal would conveniently break out. Could it possibly be? Naturally, this could simply be interpreted as the wild conspiracy theories of a commoner, but regardless of optics, his targeting of the vulnerabilities of the Holy Kingdom's survivors is executed with absolute chilling precision. As Lady Atli tightly clenched the sensitive intelligence documents in her grasp, she resolved internally, "I will systematically ensure he pays the ultimate blood tax for his atrocities." This righteous crusade must be the exact reason why this raw, holy electricity manifested within my physical core. From that precise realization, Lady Erin exerted every ounce of her strategic weight to lock down a contractual alliance with Ferdinand. Backing his imperial claim to the throne was merely a tactical stepping stone in that grand design. For a brutal duration of my life, I desperately screamed prayers into the void to reach the goddess. I begged the deity. "Just a single syllable is enough. Please allow me to perceive your voice." Yet you systematically ignored my desperate cries for years. However, that absolute, agonizing divine silence that spanned over an entire decade was violently shattered just a few months ago. Ferdinand was forcefully rattled to his core. A few months ago? Coinciding precisely with the timeline of that monster extermination campaign? Greetings, Lady Laser. Our paths have crossed inadvertently a few times, but this marks our inaugural official introduction. The honor is entirely mine, Lady Atli. Do not dare to intercept her. This unfolds precisely in alignment with the divine revelation I intercepted. Ferdinand's brow furrowed in deep concern. Do not intercept her. What is the hidden implication behind those words? The heavy chamber door was violently slammed open as Eamon bolted inside, completely breathless. Ferdinand, we have a critical crisis. I just intercepted intelligence from the perimeter guards. The Crown Prince has officially breached the academy gates. Ferdinand snapped his head up in absolute shock. Dietlin? Eamon's expression instantly turned incredibly grim. To exacerbate the situation, the Crown Prince has commanded that arrogant bastard Roham to execute a forced duel against Erin. Dietlin is currently locking his eyes right onto her. With a patently artificial plastic smile plastered across his features, he sneered. Evacuating this courtyard. The prerequisite is remarkably elementary. Simply engage Knight Roham in live combat and secure a victory, and only then will I grant you imperial permission to seek out Ferdinand. Erin maintained an absolute, icy silence. The Crown Prince's underlying psychological trap was glaringly obvious. How could a standard academy student hope to neutralize an elite vanguard? Furthermore, what if she sustained a catastrophic, career-ending injury? He explicitly intends to publicly humiliate my dignity before the entire student body. Not to mention, the Crown Prince has strategically seeded his personal Black Ops Knights across every square inch of this campus. Roham represents merely a single pawn in his extensive network. Is this defiance because you and Ferdinand are bound by a political engagement? Dietlin's predatory gaze mutated into sub-zero ice. Your insubordinate demeanor and even the rebellious glint in your eyes are morphing to mirror his exact signature. Tell me, how does it sound? Care to systematically dissolve your alliance with Ferdinand? Defect to my faction, instead. Think about it. If our chemistry aligns perfectly, I could easily elevate your status to that of the reigning empress. Despicable liar. There was not a microscopic shred of genuine sincerity backing a single syllable he uttered. But Aaron, I am intimately aware of just how desperately your broken soul starves to be validated. You lack the psychological fortitude to resist my silver tongue. Processing my grand proposition, your fragile mind is likely paralyzed with indecision, correct? You don't even possess the courage to lock your eyes straight into mine. Because deep down, you will interpret my toxic attention as a monumental honor. Now articulate your submission, confess that you crave my possession. Prince Dietlin, even if the stars align for me to dissolve my engagement with Ferdinand, I will absolutely never align my blade with your highness. Dietlin's smooth smile instantaneously froze into a mask, while Knight Roham, standing directly in his shadow, was forcefully startled. A mere student harboring the audacity to retort. Did my ears deceive me? What did Aaron just articulate? The surrounding aristocratic chatter abruptly flatlined into a vacuum, leaving only Aaron's crystal-clear voice echoing through the courtyard. What tactical cards do you even have left to play down the line? Ferdinand is locked down by a formal contract now. Will that alter reality? He will ultimately find his forced alliance to her absolutely terrifying. That catastrophic collision back then only dragged Ferdinand's political stock through the dirt. His proximity is suffocating. Retreat immediately. Dietlin aggressively yanked her frame closer into his space. If your instincts urge you to flee my presence, by all means, attempt the escape. Let us witness how severely the blowback dismantles your future. You merely need to perform precisely as I dictate. That is the exact psychological scripting Chloe beaten into your programming. You haven't suffered total amnesia regarding those lessons, have you? Aaron maintained an iron silence beneath the suffocating weight of everyone's intense stares. I must navigate this minefield with flawless precision. If I provoke the Crown Prince's unstable ego any further, Ferdinand will inevitably be dragged straight into the blast radius. Consequentially, a powerful hand clamped down with a vice-like grip onto Dietlin's arm. Dietlin's aristocratic features instantly distorted in pain as Ferdinand ruthlessly crushed his wrist. Unclasp your fingers from her flesh. Aaron stared at the sudden royal protector in absolute shock. Lord Ferdinand, what emergency variables routed you to this coordinate? He smoothly stepped forward to shield Aaron's entire frame, his defensive posture absolute. It has been an absolute eternity. He hoisted his head, a highly condescending, mocking smile playing on his lips. Did your informants just process the intelligence that my presence had breached the Academy sector? Eamon's focused gaze instantly sharpened into a lethal edge. I completely failed to register that phantom knight infiltrating our immediate perimeter. Ferdinand cast a fleeting, cold glance toward him. Do you harbor official business with Aaron? Operating in my capacity as a premier prince of the Empire, I merely desired to audit the maximum combat threshold of an elite student with my own eyes. Ferdinand countered, icily. Aaron is already bound to a sovereign engagement with me. Dietlin unleashed a soft, highly mocking chuckle. Is that the official narrative? And what exactly is your point? Ferdinand dismissively released his grip on the royal's wrist. We are departing. He executed a sharp pivot and firmly enveloped Aaron's hand. Is it wise to intercept their retreat? Dietlin physically checked his vanguard's advance. Abort! There is zero utility. Lately, the brutal annihilation of the Dark Tribe has caused Ferdinand's military prestige to skyrocket exponentially across the capital once more. The entire student body is singing praises of his tactical exploits. Dietlin watched their retreating figures with a predatory stare. Even though it severely irritates my senses, today's psychological venting concludes at this coordinate. The knight bowed in absolute deference to execute the command. Understood, sire. Let us establish a high-stakes wager, Ferdinand. The two of us. Let us witness who possesses the tactical supremacy to capture Aaron's absolute allegiance. Dietlin's heavy boots echoed rhythmically as he slowly advanced toward Ferdinand's back, Lately, high society rumors have been circulating that you deeply treasure and protect Aaron Laser. Could it be that your calculated heart has actually fallen in love with her, Ferdinand? You're intimately aware of the golden rule. The exact microsecond you begin to value a specific asset, that asset automatically mutates into your fatal vulnerability. Deitlin's parting smile was ice cold, saturated with raw mockery. You haven't forgotten the script, have you, Aaron? Analyzing their psychological standoff. Why on earth is the Crown Prince operating precisely like his tyrannical past self? Every single time I crossed paths with him at the Marquise's estate, he perpetually viewed my existence as an irrelevant insect. What variable triggered his absolute obsession to pick a fight with me today? Ferdinand took an aggressive step forward, totally eclipsing Aaron from view. Aaron is not a commodity or a toy for your amusement. Cease your insults immediately. If you possess the audacity to lay a single finger on her person, I will personally ensure you suffer the absolute consequences. Deitlin's malicious smile contorted unnaturally, betraying a terrifying hint of unadulterated madness. He erupted into loud, unhinged laughter. Phenomenal, go ahead and attempt to check me. I harbored zero genuine interest in the girl initially, but now I have officially altered my agenda. His psychological profile has completely mutated. In comparison to the last time I encountered his presence, it's as if he's two entirely separate entities. Is it statistically possible that Aaron Laser is the true catalyst chosen by the legendary Holy Sword? If that hypothesis holds true, it renders my imperial father's obsession with locking her within the confines of the Marquise's estate infinitely more logical. It also unmasks why he orchestrated such extensive blood-soaked operations to track down those chosen by the Holy Sword. Purely to systematically shatter their talents and execute them in cold blood. Deitlin's sinister grin expanded even further. From this exact milestone onward, this game is going to turn remarkably exhilarating, rest assured, Lady Aaron. But even as an apex swordmaster, I wasn't interested initially, but now my agenda has evolved. Ferdinand's thoughts raced in panic. Even if Deitlin harbored a desire to torment Aaron, he wouldn't dare provoke a certified swordmaster. But what if they orchestrated a coordinated ambush against Aaron? If the two monstrous swordmasters bound to Father's imperial decree combine forces, then Aaron will inevitably. Ferdinand's fists white-knuckled in absolute rage. Lord Ferdinand! Aaron's melodic voice sharply pulled his consciousness back to reality. Ferdinand swiveled around to face her. Aaron's expressive eyes radiated a deep layer of concern. Are you truly uninjured? Ferdinand stammered, completely caught off guard. Ferdinand and Aaron sat adjacent to one another on a weathered stone bench. He articulated in a muted, gravelly tone. Forgive me, I am so sorry. We established a firm pact to meet today, yet I ended up violently dragging you away from the scene like this. Aaron dismissively shook her head. It is completely fine, I barely processed the chaos. Amon strategically retreated from the blast zone. I must extend an apology to him later. I clamped onto your wrist far too aggressively. Did I inflict pain? Aaron downcasted her gaze with a soft smile. You are well aware of how remarkably durable my physical vessel is. Ferdinand gently tucked a stray crimson lock behind her ear. Is that so? Aaron's fair cheeks instantly flushed a vibrant scarlet. Two apprentice knights casually strolled past their location, gossiping in hushed whispers. Look over there, it's Prince Ferdinand and that crazy knight Aaron. Aaron immediately sat up rigidly, consciously creating a safe distance between herself and Ferdinand. If your tactical anxiety stems from Prince Deitlin, I am completely unfazed. Furthermore, we are surrounded by a massive crowd, so there is zero utility in intentionally acting as my shield. If these optics reach the Holy Maiden, she will be deeply compromised as well. However, Ferdinand locked his eyes onto hers, softly breathing out her title. Knight Aaron. Why did she suddenly invoke that woman's name? Could it be? He abruptly bolted to his feet. No, you have misconstrued the situation. Aaron was visibly startled by his sudden explosive movement. Yes? Ferdinand's tone resonated with ironclad authority. She and I do not share a single shred of romantic intimacy whatsoever. Aaron skeptically echoed his declaration. Do not share a single shred of intimacy whatsoever? Precisely. Lady Atlee and I are fundamentally not lovers. Driven by highly confidential state variables, we merely maintained a superficial contractual alliance. But that political arrangement has officially expired. Ah, Lord Ferdinand, You and the Holy Maiden are completely untethered? Why is my chest tightening and my heart racing so rapidly? Even if they are completely detached from one another, what does it alter? In the tragic future mapped out for Lord Ferdinand, there is absolutely no vacancy for my existence. So suppress your greed, Aaron. Force yourself to be content with this fleeting moment. As for Ferdinand, he once again captured her hand within his palms and softly murmured, "Knight Aaron, I am fully aware that you are cloaking massive secrets from me. I am equally burdened with shadows, a major one being the toxic dynamic governing my relation to Daitlin. Do you not perceive the sheer hostility that defines our bloodline?" Ferdinand leaned his upper body down, gently imprinting a reverent kiss onto the back of her hand. "You undoubtedly harbor profound reasons for masking your status as a swordmaster. I would never presume to cross-examine those motives." Ferdinand earnestly implored, his voice laced with vulnerability. "So I beg of you, retract it. Void your statement regarding wanting to shatter our engagement." Aaron stared blankly into his intense gaze, her heart violently skipping a beat. His ultimate stance on this matter was already blindingly clear. On this specific hill, he was absolutely prepared to die. Originally, Aaron calculated that merely sustaining a sterile, platonic status quo would suffice. A deeply benevolent soul like Ferdinand deserved to stride alongside an elite partner who radiates brilliance and harvests unadulterated happiness. However, the exact microsecond, he forcefully anchored her hand in his eyes visibly overflowing with a profound, intoxicating affection, Aaron realized she was utterly powerless to reject his pull. Silent tears began to cascade down her face, throwing Ferdinand into an immediate, frantic panic. He frantically unleashed a barrage of rapid apologies, assuming his own raw selfishness had cornered her into an agonizing position. In reality, how could his dense heart deduce that she felt zero resentment? It was explicitly because she was so overwhelmingly ecstatic that her emotional dam burst. This suffocating affection had been buried alive for far too long. Stretching from the trauma of her past incarnations all the way into the present timeline. Finally, Ferdinand was operating on a frequency where he could decipher her silent inner voice. All around their perimeter were nosy, tea-spilling spectators watching the drama unfold. Yet he completely minimized their presence to absolute irrelevance. He directly opened his arms and pulled Aaron into a crushing, full-body embrace, whispering softly against her hair, "Do not allow these vultures to witness your tears. Simply bury your face against my shoulder." But deep within the recesses of Aaron's scarred psyche, she simply could not transcend that traumatic barrier. She couldn't resist interrogating him. "Do you genuinely believe I am not a wicked entity? As we speak, vile fabrications regarding my character are poisoning the Empire. If you bind your fate to mine, sooner or later, my toxic reputation will inevitably drag your legacy down into the dirt." Ferdinand's subsequent counter-argument was truly a masterful execution that left her with zero escape routes. He retorted, "Not once across my existence have I categorized you as an evil soul. Your presence in my life is an absolute divine blessing, never a liability." Not only did he pledge his full imperial weight to completely purge the slander from her name, but he also bluntly proclaimed that if she intended to use this crisis as tactical leverage to abort the engagement, then you can permanently erase that notion from your mind. In this lifetime, I will never permit you to slip through my fingers. Aaron maintained a heavy silence for an extended moment before finally offering a slow, submissive nod. If his soul was already this unyieldingly determined, then she would simply surrender to his desires and march forward into the unknown. Ferdinand claimed he would spearhead the crusade to clear her of these fraudulent charges. But how could a psychological war of this scale ever turn out to be that elementary? Aaron comprehended the situation all too well. In her previous lifetime, he had executed the exact same desperate maneuver, but the final outcome was completely unsatisfactory. Back then, he had meticulously investigated the web of deceit and unmasked her psychotic stepmother, Chloe, even discovering that she harbored a powerful shadow syndicate behind her. Yet the precise identity of that elusive mastermind remained an unresolved enigma for eternity. If they retreated down the exact same tactical path this time, all their sacrifices would be rendered entirely worthless. I absolutely refuse to allow this horrific tragedy to repeat itself in this current timeline. She was strictly mandated to rewrite the catastrophic ending with her own two hands. By nightfall, every ounce of the fierce courage she had wielded earlier had completely evaporated. Staring at her disheveled, chaotic reflection in the mirror, Aaron felt her cheeks burn with absolute mortification, too utterly ashamed to face a single soul. Just moments ago, she had actually suffered an emotional meltdown and sobbed uncontrollably right against his chest. It was low-key traumatic how embarrassing it was. Meanwhile, Ferdinand was still romanticizing the entire interaction. He didn't find Aaron's tear-streaked face repulsive or intimidating whatsoever. On the contrary, he thought it was peak adorable. Simultaneously, deep within the confines of the elite penthouse quarters of the academy, the surrounding atmosphere was the absolute polar opposite. The vibes were bone-chillingly toxic. Crown Prince Daitlin was ruthlessly grinding his boot into Roham's hand, his voice dripping with unadulterated disgust. He hissed coldly. What is the tactical utility of maintaining a vanguard who lacks the competence to deliver a basic dispatch? Useless trash should be permanently liquidated so they stop offending my sight. Hearing his death sentence, Roham panicked catastrophically, reduced to desperately begging for his life. Mercy, I implore your Imperial Highness the Crown Prince to grant me a single final opportunity. Daitlin scrutinized him with a lingering, predatory stare before finally relenting. If you claw for survival that desperately, I shall grant you one final lifeline. But if you fumble the objective this time, no force on earth can salvage your pathetic life. Daitlin's subsequent directive was genuinely spine-chilling. He didn't merely command Roham to harvest a severed lock of Aaron's hair, but explicitly ordered him to carve a horrific scar deep across her face, emphasizing that the uglier the mutilation, the better. Observing Roham standing completely paralyzed in sheer horror, the prince didn't hesitate to twist the psychological knife even further. If your fragile morals reject the assignment, simply voice your insubordination. There is a massive line of ambitious sycophants standing right behind you, desperately eyeing your rank. As a high-tier Imperial Knight, this was by no means a standard negotiation. It was a blatant, ironclad threat. Roham could only ruthlessly bite his lip and stand anchored in suffocating silence. Deep within his psyche, he recognized perfectly well that his master operated on a deeply twisted and psychotic wavelength, possessing full knowledge that Aaron was already locked into a formal Imperial engagement, yet still decreeing such a savage assault. This assignment was structurally no different from driving an asset straight to the slaughterhouse. Roham deduced with absolute clarity that harvesting the hair was a mere pretext. Daitlin's authentic psychological objective was to completely dismantle Aaron's physical beauty. Initially, he had plotted to play it smart, calculating that merely slicing her hair would suffice to fabricate a successful operational report. It would successfully tick off the mission parameters while preserving a microscopic shred of his personal knightly honor. But upon deeper evaluation, Daitlin was a monster who could never be easily deceived. Those brainless fools who failed to read between the lines of his dark intentions were all systematically purged in the end. He possessed zero desire to forfeit his life on Earth, just to protect a bit of face. At this juncture, he was truly backed into a corner with zero options left. Trapped between losing his literal head or surrendering his moral honor, he was forced to choose raw survival. Roham slowly unsheathed his gleaming longsword, his tone freezing into sub-zero malice. Aaron, if your soul is going to harbor resentment toward anyone, curse your own abysmal luck. Roham fumbled blindly through the pitch-black shadows and stealthily infiltrated her private quarters. On this high-stakes gambit, he had wagered his entire earthly existence. Absolute success or total annihilation hinged entirely on this singular microsecond. He fiercely ripped the heavy blanket aside with lethal intent, but instantly froze in absolute shock. The mattress was completely vacant. Aaron had actually vanished into thin air. While his mind spun frantically as he scanned the darkness in utter bewilderment, a chilling voice abruptly materialized from right behind his shoulder. Are you desperately searching for my presence? Aaron locked her cold, dead eyes onto his form, her voice saturated with heavy mockery. An unauthorized intruder breaching my chambers in the dead of night. Knight Roham, I'm afraid your operational etiquette is severely lacking. Roham was completely losing his mind with panic at this point. When on earth did this girl manage to ghost behind his back? He desperately attempted to gaslight his way out of the crisis, claiming he arrived as an official proxy of the Crown Prince to relay a message. Aaron let out a low, mocking smirk, completely exposing his fraudulent alibi. With a lethal weapon still unsheathed in your grasp, what kind of fool would buy into those fabricated lies? Furthermore, invoking the name of the Crown Prince in this specific scenario, isn't that fundamentally just dry snitching on your own master, announcing to the entire academy that he commissioned you to assassinate me? Roham was now trapped like a cornered dog facing a predator. Since he had been caught red-handed, his solitary remaining path was unadulterated violence, even if he failed to inflict a lethal wound. He was mandated to at least sever a lock of her hair, otherwise he would face absolute termination upon returning to his psychotic master. He charged straight at her position like a madman, intending to manifest one final, desperate struggle against destiny. But on this fateful night, Roham had crashed headfirst into an immovable brick wall. Before his eyes could even process the mechanics of the counterattack, his entire physical frame was violently pinned face first against the floorboards. Even the heavy longsword he wielded dropped from his grip, clattering loudly against the stone. Aaron looked down upon his pathetic form with an icy, detached stare, interrogating him if his initial operational blueprint involved silencing the sole witness by executing her. Roham's cognitive processing was completely short-circuiting with unanswerable question marks. How could he, a battle-tested veteran vanguard, be so effortlessly countered and neutralized by a mere novice student from the beginner tier? Aaron possessed zero desire to waste her breath conversing with trash. Directly turning the tables of the interrogation, she demanded, "Who exactly granted you the unmitigated audacity to breach my private sanctuary, huh?" She ruthlessly applied a fraction of her crushing physical weight down onto his joints. Roham unleashed a tragic, agonizing shriek of pure pain right on the spot. This time around, his professional dignity was completely demolished. A highly decorated veteran knight, yet he had completely capsized his career in a pathetic ditch. At this precise moment, a wave of profound, sickening regret turned Roham's stomach inside out. From the very inception of this nightmare, he should have never accepted that cursed artifact. Ever since that fateful day, his entire existence had systematically spiraled into total chaos. Back then, he was hopelessly chasing a meteoric rise through the ranks, operating under the delusion that relying on the taboo dark magic stone would elevate him into a legendary knight, guaranteeing a life of supreme wealth and absolute glory. And what was the actual reality? Now he was locked down like a common criminal, reduced to an irrelevant chess piece that could be casually liquidated at any moment. Ditlin had held up the chemical inhibitor, slowly waving the vial before his eyes like a carrot, his tone overflowing with psychological mockery. The exact second your tactical utility expires, your life will be systematically disposed of. If your soul harbors a desire to remain alive, you will remain perfectly submissive. Execute my directives flawlessly and successfully complete this final assignment. He had locked his intense stare onto Roham's trembling frame and questioned, "Am I stuttering, Knight Roham?" Currently, Roham possessed absolutely no escape route. This was the ultimate, brutal price extracted for being dangerously greedy for raw power. Although the forbidden dark magic stone possessed the capacity to cause an individual's combat strength to skyrocket instantly, it simultaneously caused the inner mana pathways of the physical vessel to go completely haywire and out of control. To prevent total internal collapse, he was mandated to regularly inject the rare inhibitor medicine, and this life-saving chemical happened to be tightly gate-kept exclusively by the hands of the Crown Prince, Diatlin. If he craved the medicine, he was forced to execute the disgusting, back-alley atrocities for the Crown Prince that could never witness the light of day. This was fundamentally a one-way highway terminating in absolute damnation. But right now, Roham's critical assignment had transformed into a miserable, unmitigated failure. Having failed to extract his mandated chemical dosage today, the volatile, corrupted mana locked inside his physical frame had already commenced its violent backfire sequence. Having personally witnessed his elite seniors degenerate into brain-dead, howling beasts because their internal mana corrupted, Roham was truly petrified to his absolute core. He harbored zero desire to mutate into that species of demonic monster. Even if meeting his demise was statistically unavoidable at this stage, he desperately craved to die, holding on to his human dignity. Right at this catastrophic milestone, the volatile, taboo energy sealed within his physical core completely erupted outward. Roham unleashed a horrific, tragic scream as his entire physical vessel was instantaneously enveloped by a dense aura of pure, pitch-black dark mana. This time around, he was truly, completely out of control. Erin observed the horrific spectacle unfolding before her eyes, and the ultimate conclusion was already crystal clear in her heart. As expected, he had also weaponized that forbidden, shady dark magic stone. Roham was currently writhed in excruciating pain, screaming at Erin to get lost, warning that he was about to degenerate into a literal monster. But Erin had absolutely zero intention of running away from the threat. Right at the exact millisecond Roham roared, she directly closed the distance, blitzing right in front of his face. Roham was left completely dazed and bewildered. This movement speed was so insanely fast that his senses couldn't even react to it. He desperately wanted to push Erin away, but it was already far too late. Erin's outstretched hand had already reached toward the absolute epicenter of the volatile, evil energy source. Roham was thoroughly stunned to his very core. He never could have imagined in his wildest dreams that such a staggering cosmic power was hidden deep inside Erin. This cataclysmic wave of aura completely suppressed and neutralized the chaotic frenzy raging inside his physical vessel. At the exact same time, the Imperial Palace garden was completely peaceful and serene. Ferdinand wore a face full of intense suspicion as he stared intently at Dietlin. In his heart, he was extremely puzzled by the situation. Usually Dietlin never showed him a shred of respect, so why the sudden personality shift today, summoning him here at the crack of dawn just to drink tea? Analyzing Dietlin's relaxed and leisurely demeanor, Ferdinand constantly felt that something was profoundly wrong about this entire setup. This conniving guy absolutely harbored zero good intentions toward him. Dietlin, however, remained remarkably calm, slowly setting down his teacup and smoothly telling him not to overthink it, claiming today was truly just a simple, brotherly invitation. But the more nonchalant he acted, the more anxious and paranoid Ferdinand felt. This specific cup of tea was probably not going to be easy to swallow at all. Dietlin was truly an apex expert at weaponizing people's sore spots. Mid-conversation, he suddenly brought up Ferdinand's fiancée, Erin, even casually mentioning he desired to meet her while he was in town. Ferdinand completely lost his trademark composure this time, abruptly slamming his hands down and standing up to interrogate him. What exactly did you do to her? If a single hair on Erin's head is harmed, I absolutely won't let it slide, and you will pay the price. Dietlin still maintained a completely nonchalant, arrogant face, scoffing about who would dare lay a hand on the precious daughter of the Marquise's house. He wasn't that reckless yet, even though... Ferdinand reluctantly sat back down. The deep-seated suspicion gripping his heart didn't fade in the slightest. He constantly felt that every single one of Dietlin's words today carried a dark, hidden double meaning. Dietlin sneered in his heart, feeling that Ferdinand's sharp, analytical instincts were truly annoying to deal with. But he wasn't stressed at all. On the contrary, he found this panic to be right on schedule, because very soon, a breathless courier would arrive to report the catastrophic news. When that precise milestone arrived, the shattered expression on Ferdinand's face would surely be extremely priceless to witness. As long as Roham still desired to keep his head attached to his neck, he would absolutely not dare disobey the assassination order. True, unadulterated despair was about to be delivered right to their doorstep. Speak of the devil, while Ferdinand was drowning in anxious worry, he raised his head, and Erin actually materialized right in front of his eyes. Analyzing her remarkably calm and relaxed demeanor, she didn't look like an asset who had just survived a brutal, life-or-death confrontation at all. She even offered a radiant smile and softly stated that she just suddenly missed Lord Ferdinand and wanted to see him. These sweet words sounded like standard, cute flirting to the average bystander, but falling into Dietlin's ears, it vibrated like a literal death curse. The delicate porcelain teacup in his grip was almost crushed to absolute pieces, his mind instantly flooded with chaotic question marks. Why didn't she harbor a single visible injury? Could that unhinged psycho Roham have actually fumbled the mission? Realizing the tactical situation had gone completely south, Dietlin immediately hissed a low-voiced order to his shadows to rapidly investigate Roham's exact coordinates. Even if his mana corrupted and he mutated, you must find a trace of his carcass. This high-stakes chess game had completely spiraled out of his imperial control. This time around, Erin directly laid her cards on the table. She bluntly informed Dietlin that she had clearly overheard every single detail of those dark, back-alley plots. She also casually advised Dietlin not to waste his breath attempting to deny it anymore. Your pawn, Roham, has been completely and utterly neutralized. Right now, not even a single solitary strand of his hair can be salvaged anywhere within the Imperial Palace. Flashing back to the dramatic climax moments before, Roham finally surrendered to his absolute defeat. He smiled bitterly and lamented that the god-tier entity who could effortlessly suppress a cataclysmic eruption of mana was indeed only a true, supreme swordmaster. He admitted he had fundamentally misjudged her capabilities. Turns out, Erin was the genuine, undisputed chosen one after all. This hidden reservoir of power that had always been kept locked away truly forced him to take the absolute L with maximum respect. Erin seized the golden opportunity to ruthlessly press him for answers. Who exactly was the mastermind who supplied him with the dark magic stone? Was it the Crown Prince, Dietlin? Roham, however, weakly shook his head, revealing that even Erin possessed moments of short-sighted impatience. Although the general public assumed Dietlin was the grand puppet master, the authentic final boss was actually someone far higher up the food chain. Who could have ever hypothesized that the high and mighty emperor himself would casually whisper the noble's deep secrets to the expendable puppets stationed by his side? Roham spoke with a chilling, sub-zero tone. That absolute betrayal is exactly the reason I targeted your life. In the calculating eyes of the true mastermind pulling the strings behind the scenes, these oblivious nobles who only knew how to blindly work themselves to the bone were just a collection of useful idiots who could be conveniently discarded when obsolete. At this precise milestone, the horrific truth was laid completely bare. Turns out, the most fatal, venomous betrayal had been planted in their lives long ago. The emperor, wearing a deeply playful, sadistic look, once uttered, "Care to hear an exceptionally exhilarating story?" The entire world operated under the delusion that Karen was the prodigy chosen by the divine sword, but the underlying truth was fundamentally the exact opposite. The individual who was genuinely chosen by destiny was actually Erin, that neglected daughter who appeared completely weak and fragile. The emperor had sneered in amusement, admitting that he had personally sealed that little girl's monstrous talent away. Because in the presence of absolute imperial authority, a so-called prodigy, fundamentally, possessed zero right to hold their head high and speak their mind. How could reality be this twisted? The emperor actually orchestrated everything from the shadows. He didn't just recognize that Karen was a total fraud, but he had even seen completely through Erin's suppressed god-tier talent with perfect clarity. Erin completely panicked, her mind racing. This explosive secret was supposed to be strictly known to only 2 living souls across the land. One was obviously herself, and the other was that wicked, demonic stepmother, Chloe, the tyrant who had ruthlessly pushed her into the abyss of her past life. What other catastrophic conspiracies had that woman been hiding and executing behind her back this entire time? This time around, every single puzzle piece connected flawlessly. Turns out the massive political backer backing her stepmother, Chloe, was actually the reigning emperor himself. Erin could never have imagined that 2 absolute monsters, who originally shared zero public connection, would actually join hands to weave such a colossal web of doom. Roham flashed a faint, fading smile and rasped, "Before unadulterated, absolute strength, that fragile emperor who only knows how to play cheap, dirty tricks is fundamentally nothing but a coward." Even if the emperor weaponized 100 dark plots and 1,000 toxic schemes to obstruct her ascension, the blinding aura of a true genius ultimately could never be hidden from the world. The emperor probably couldn't have guessed in his wildest, most arrogant dreams that the exact girl he spent so much mental energy trying to suppress actually possessed such a pure, infinite reservoir of raw power. At this very defining milestone, Erin had achieved complete and total awakening, emerging as a true, undisputed swordmaster of the empire. Staring directly into that dazzling, majestic light of pure mana, even the defeated Roham couldn't help but marvel in absolute, breathless admiration. This absolute tier of godlike talent truly inflicts such toxic jealousy that it drives people insane. Roham had officially reached his absolute limit. Erin exerted every ounce of her power attempting to stabilize his vessel. but he recognized all too well that his internal mana core was completely pulverized and his life force was evaporating. He tightly locked his grip around Aaron. For the first time across their history, he altered his nomenclature, addressing her as Swordmaster. This was his ultimate parting token of reverence at the literal boundary of life and death. He still harbored a long-buried radioactive secret that he was mathematically mandated to disclose right now. Roham finally succumbed to his injuries and passed away. Precisely as he predicted, his physical remains completely dissolved into the wind. Today, Aaron had specifically routed her trajectory to intercept Ferdinand, explicitly because she was terrified that his legacy would also be ruthlessly dragged into this horrific imperial conspiracy. After all, the Emperor's administrative mechanics were truly too insidious. Fortunately, Ferdinand materialized before her, looking completely unscathed and structurally sound. Regarding those dark, overarching blueprints, mapped out by the Emperor, he still operated under absolute total ignorance right now. It was zero shock that his intelligence network failed to uncover the truth in the previous timeline. Who could have ever hypothesized that the phantom puppet master pulling all the operational strings from the shadows wielded a sovereign status even higher than his own? Who could have guessed that a man who reigned as the absolute king of a nation could exhibit such brutal, psychopathic malice toward his own flesh and blood? Precisely because he was the biological progenitor, these heinous atrocities became infinitely more ironic, rendering the optics so thoroughly repulsive, people couldn't even look straight at them. Aaron inhaled a sharp breath, forcing her cognitive faculties to cease auditing those horrific memories. She pivoted her head and inquired if Ferdinand had successfully neutralized all his administrative tasks. While executing the dialogue, she actively initiated physical contact, holding Ferdinand's hand for the very first time. This time around, it was Ferdinand's turn to be left completely paralyzed with shock. Having operated in each other's orbits for so long, this marked the monumental milestone where she actively bridged the physical distance between them. Aaron articulated nothing further, directly anchoring Ferdinand's hand as they prepared to evacuate the premises. Since the strategic parameters had been spelled out so directly, there was zero tactical utility in remaining at this coordinate any longer. Dietland merely sat anchored in the background, his predatory gaze tracking the two of them as they retreated. Without uttering a single syllable, Aaron and Ferdinand descended the grand steps, but her mind was completely tangled up like a chaotic ball of yarn. She held a radioactive truth in her possession that was fully capable of fracturing the entire heavens. She desperately desired to unpack everything to Ferdinand, but she feared on a much deeper psychological level that once the truth was unmasked, his psychological reality would completely implode. After all, there are specific cosmic variables that, once processed by the mind, can never be undone to restore the original timeline. Aaron comprehended that psychological trap all too well. If the unadulterated reality was unmasked right now, the individual who would sustain the deepest trauma would definitely be Ferdinand. Conversely, Detlin was left stranded in their wake, becoming so unhinged with rage that he burst into a dark laugh. These two peasants actually possessed the audacity to treat his imperial presence like thin air, casually walking away from his domain like that. Analyzing their exit, it was as if they operated under the delusion that they were the solitary two humans left alive on Earth. Dietlin coldly tapped his finger against the table. Deep within his calculating mind, he was already engineering an entirely separate tactical plot. If a high-tier vanguard like Roham still suffered that specific breed of catastrophic ending, then on what mathematical grounds was Aaron currently strolling across the academy grounds like nothing happened? There was an enormous anomaly in the matrix. Dietlin recognized perfectly well that Roham was no pushover. An ordinary mortal couldn't possibly hope to inflict that tier of critical damage upon him, unless the adversary was the legendary hidden Swordmaster. If the whispered rumors anchored themselves in reality, could this anonymous powerhouse be cloaking their presence right inside the academy walls? While he was racking his brain to solve the equation, an attendant stealthily stepped forward to whisper an urgent briefing, stating that a proxy from the Laser Syndicate had arrived bearing fresh intelligence. That proxy wore a visibly panicked expression across their features, clearly arriving with some highly critical data parameters right at this exact high-stress juncture. The leaked intelligence indeed traveled with terrifying velocity. Madame Chloe had officially breached the academy perimeter in her own physical person. Meanwhile, Aaron was aggressively navigating Ferdinand toward the exit, She felt a lingering pang of guilt, operating under the assumption that she had forcefully hijacked him from his meeting. Unexpectedly, Ferdinand let out a long, relieved sigh. He stated that he was actually profoundly grateful that Aaron had physically extracted him from the room, because the political atmosphere inside was so suffocating it made it mathematically difficult to breathe. He had harbored a desire to slip away from that administrative nightmare for an extended duration. Aaron scrutinized Ferdinand walking adjacent to her. Even though his lips refused to vocalize the trauma, she could distinctly register that his internal emotional frequency right now was thoroughly shattered, his entire aura exuding a heavy cloud of profound anxiety. Right at this precise milestone, Ferdinand suddenly broke the silence, proposing a destination and inquiring if she desired to audit the Grand Temple grounds together. Aaron failed to process the request in time. After all, at this incredibly volatile timeline intersection, Ferdinand was actively choosing to navigate toward that specific sanctuary. What dark secret did that magnificent and solemn temple gatekeep that caused him to care so intensely? Accompanied by the deep, echoing groan of the massive doors grinding open, Aaron and Ferdinand crossed the threshold into the temple. Surveying the overly familiar architecture before her eyes, Aaron lamented softly, stating she hadn't stepped foot here in ages. In reality, the historical background of this sanctuary was not elementary at all. It was custom engineered by the emperor specifically for the inaugural Holy Maiden, solely to project a propaganda narrative to the masses that the empire was perpetually favored by the deities and had never been abandoned by heaven. Staring at the sacred relics left behind by the legendary Holy Maiden, Ferdinand routing her to this coordinate at this specific hour was clearly not a mere leisure trip to reminisce about history. The authentic operational objective, I heavily suspect, was buried deep within the hidden catacombs of this temple. The young refugee boy, who was salvaged from the previous campaign, jumped up in pure ecstasy, the exact millisecond his eyes locked onto Ferdinand and Aaron. Ferdinand, adopting an incredibly gentle face, caringly inquired if the child had successfully slept through the night. Aaron stood quietly observing the interaction, completely powerless to prevent a wave of marvel from sweeping through her heart. It appeared that during the microscopic window, she was absent. The interpersonal dynamic between the two of them had mutated into something infinitely closer. What injected even greater happiness into her soul was that this child appeared remarkably more vibrant and alive now. The absolute polar opposite of his near-fatal, traumatized condition when they first extracted him from the slaughterhouse. Right at this precise moment, Holy Maiden Atli greeted them with a calculated smile, warmly inquiring about Aaron's physical recovery. After all, her severe injuries weren't even remotely close to being fully healed yet. Yet she had already aggressively discharged herself from the recovery ward. But beneath that meticulously manufactured facade of harmony, Aaron's sharp instincts immediately locked onto the specific tone of the high-ranking priestess, which seemed to carry razor-sharp thorns, vibrating with an incredibly unpleasant undertone. Before Aaron could even formulate a tactical counter-response, Atli suddenly closed the distance to lean directly against her ear, coldly dropping a threatening line. You intentionally mobilized your assets to breach this sanctuary today. What exact hidden agenda are you attempting to execute? This sudden, unprovoked manifestation of hostility caused Aaron's entire physical frame to lock up. This time around, she had truly marched straight into the enemy's line of fire. The absolute second Atli opened her mouth, she weaponized a fatal interrogation. Atli fiercely questioned. Did you not explicitly swear that the absolute first directive you would execute upon evacuating your sickbed was to seek me out, Aaron? Was completely tongue-tied. Turns out her strategic counterpart had been holding down the fort this entire time, purely terrified that she would agitate her severe wounds by moving around. Atli pouted poutingly. I logged so many hours waiting to personally cast my healing arts on you, but instead... Aaron muttered under her breath, countering that her lacerations were basically fully closed anyway. The immediate tension in the air was incredibly awkward to navigate. Atli was operating out of pure benevolence. But Aaron was overthinking and felt she shouldn't drain the Holy Maiden's sacred reservoir. While the two ladies were deadlocked, Ferdinand suddenly materialized in their blind spot and inquired if Aaron was still experiencing phantom pain. Witnessing her stubbornly pacing around the courtyard, Ferdinand completely lost his ability to play it cool, his voice vibrating with pure, unadulterated heartache. Without wasting a single millisecond, He directly scooped Aaron up in a princess carry, his raw masculine energy absolutely redlining. But Ferdinand firmly decreed, "You will submit to the Holy Maiden's divine restoration immediately." Aaron attempted to stay polite, arguing that this minor scratch wasn't significant enough to warrant bothering the Holy Maiden, but Ferdinand completely overridden her protests, advising her to drop the psychological baggage and just submissively absorb the high-tier healing. Atli, standing on the perimeter, seamlessly executed a flawless assist. She stated that micromanaging this tier of trauma was a total walk in the park for her. However, she abruptly shifted gears, locking eyes with Ferdinand and dropping, "Shouldn't you terminate your hold on her now? After all, the variable-causing lady. Aaron, the absolute maximum psychological blood pressure right now is actually you." This time around, it was Ferdinand's turn to get completely flustered. Ferdinand's explosive physical maneuver had indeed sent a massive shockwave through Aaron's system, and she still hadn't fully restored her mental equilibrium yet. Watching Ferdinand retreat, Aaron's brain was a chaotic web of thoughts, completely caught off guard by the fact that he could be that unyieldingly assertive. To make matters worse, at this exact milestone, she actually triggered a vivid memory of her scandalous dream from last night. The cosmic timing was truly abysmal. In that dream sequence, Ferdinand's actions were exponentially gentle and intimate, even softly stroking her hair. Just auditing that simulation, and then comparing it to the current reality, Aaron felt her internal temperature skyrocket. That dream felt realistic to a terrifying degree, featuring Ferdinand standing in the epicenter of a lush flower garden, softly planting a kiss on her forehead. Even though she had long since exited the dream state, Aaron still couldn't stabilize her heart rate, her entire subconscious fully trapped in that romantic loop. Originally, because her operational schedule had been so slammed lately, she had almost completely purged it from her memory. But the exact microsecond her eyes locked onto him now, those intensely embarrassing mental images came flooding back at 4K resolution. At this rate, there was simply no logical way to make eye contact with him. Aaron completely lost her poker face at this moment. Merely glancing in Ferdinand's direction caused the frames from her dream to replay on a loop in her head. She didn't even dare elevate her chin to establish eye contact, terrified that his analytical gaze would decipher her unhinged thoughts. Watching Ferdinand and Atli's retreating figures, Aaron stood paralyzed on the cobblestones, her internal monologue extremely conflicted. If she lacked the emotional stability to face him right now, her best tactical option was to execute a strategic evasion. She pivoted 180 degrees and took decisive, rapid strides in the absolute opposite direction. Aaron originally intended to execute a swift evacuation, but unexpectedly, before she could even clear a few meters, a tiny voice pulled her back. Swiveling her head around, she realized it was that young war orphan. He was tightly gripping the frayed hem of her uniform. The child tilted his small face upward, whispering, "Please bestow a name upon my existence." This specific request was genuinely quite a shock. Aaron halted her stride to verify his intent. "Are you absolutely certain you desire for me to name you?" The boy nodded with absolute, unyielding determination. "Yes, my lady," his eyes overflowing with dead seriousness. The child softly whispered that he had never possessed an identity across his entire life. Aaron maintained a heavy silence for a brief moment before softly murmuring, "So that is the reality of your past." Atli strolled over to clarify that this kid had been stubbornly refusing anyone else's naming attempts, which explained why he gate-kept his identity until this exact moment. After all, she was the ultimate savior who had granted him a clean slate at life. A clean slate? The sheer ethical weight of those words left Aaron temporarily paralyzed, unable to find the correct vocabulary. Her chest drummed violently, operating under the assumption that she was completely unqualified to name another human being. After all, she calculated that she hadn't performed anything legendary. Anyone else thrust into that crisis would have logically executed the exact same rescue operation. She even hypothesized that compared to her stained hands, the Holy Maiden or Lord Ferdinand would be infinitely more pristine candidates. But the orphan boy unexpectedly stepped forward and tightly locked onto Aaron's hand, pleading, "Lady Aaron, I only crave an identity that is birthed from you." With a wave of severe abandonment anxiety flashing across his features, the boy timidly whispered, "Is my request forbidden?" This manifestation of absolute loyalty completely forced Aaron to surrender her defenses. Staring into the child's intensely hopeful eyes, Erin analyzed the syllables for a brief moment before finally opening her lips to pronounce the name, Ba Han. From this milestone forward, your official identity shall be Ba Han, understood? Processing his new moniker, the boy erupted into a loud cheer. I absolutely love it! He directly launched his tiny frame forward, tightly locking Erin in a fierce embrace. At this defining moment, he was no longer a nameless, disposable street beggar, but possessed a certified identity belonging strictly to his soul. The child flashed a smile brighter than anyone else in the courtyard. To him, this name represented the genesis of a brand new existence. Erin gently reciprocated the embrace, her chaotic mind finally experiencing a brief window of absolute peace. A solitary, instinctive decision of hers had legitimately altered the trajectory of a human destiny. Atlee stood observing the wholesome interaction from the perimeter, wearing a radiant, comforting smile. Only Ferdinand harbored deep, unreadable emotions, cloaked within his gaze that made it mathematically impossible for onlookers to decode. Atlee concluded her diagnostic scan of Erin's physique, announcing that her deep tissue injuries had almost completely repaired themselves, and the remaining surface scar would simply require time to systematically fade into obscurity. Erin voiced her formal gratitude, finally shedding a massive emotional burden from her chest. Atlee turned around to summon Ba Han over to the dining hall for dinner, and while she was navigating the schedule, she casually assigned Ferdinand an escort mission. Lord Ferdinand, your directive is to safely navigate Lady. Erin back to her quarters, understood? Ferdinand was instantly left dazed at this moment, completely caught off guard by the fact that he had just been neatly set up like this. This ultimate wingwoman maneuver executed by Atlee was truly god tier. She directly pushed Erin into Ferdinand's immediate radius, urging the two of them to get a move on. Before Erin could even formulate a logical counter-argument, the entire itinerary was locked in. Atlee didn't forget to shout a parting recommendation after them. The flora in the botanical garden is blooming beautifully. Make sure to take the scenic route. Watching the two of them retreat, Atlee had truly exhausted every single shred of her energy. The perfect romantic setup had been engineered for them, but could a total dating amateur like Ferdinand actually execute the play? Previously, when he stubbornly insisted on dissolving the contract, Atlee calculated he harbored some master political strategy, but turns out all that chaotic fuss was simply because he was hopelessly down bad for Erin. Analyzing his awkward, bumbling demeanor just now, Atlee was driven absolutely insane, screaming and cursing internally. Where on earth did Prince Ferdinand's usual unshakable confidence vanish to? Why does he lack the basic nerve to even hold her hand now? What an absolute hopeless idiot. With a mere 10 days remaining on the countdown until the grand imperial banquet, Dietlin had officially returned to the capital palace. He casually swirled his teacup, locking his predatory gaze onto Chloe, who had just executed an early, unannounced return. He originally calculated that Chloe would embed herself at the estate for a prolonged duration, never expecting her to materialize so rapidly. Chloe clarified that His Imperial Majesty was burning with anxiety to process the intelligence on this front, which was precisely why she blitzed back at maximum velocity without granting herself a single moment of rest. It appears the clock is rapidly running out for those two fools. Chloe opened her lips and bypassed all pleasantries, demanding answers straight from Dietlin, regarding whether his network had clearly unmasked the exact variable that allowed the two princes to return safe and sound from the slaughter. Dietlin maintained a rigid silence and refused to offer a reply. The surrounding tension instantly mutated into something suffocating, and Chloe relentlessly pushed the issue, bringing up the fact that during the chaotic magic beast subjugation campaign, an anonymous god-tier swordmaster had materialized out of nowhere. Dietlin aggressively cutting in. And I possess even more explosive intelligence. Erin has fundamentally transformed. Chloe was visibly caught off guard, firing back. Transformed? Dietlin unleashed a condescending sneer and taunted. It appears Madam's legendary intuition has officially short-circuited. He locked his intense stare straight into Chloe's eyes, his tone dropping to sub-zero ice as he interrogated. Back then, did your methods genuinely and completely ruin Erin's potential? The exact millisecond that toxic question was articulated, the entire chamber thoroughly fell into a dead, suffocating silence. Returning to Erin and Ferdinand, The interpersonal vibes right now were indeed awkward to the absolute extreme. Who could have ever hypothesized that the parting words Atlee casually dropped would spawn a situation so mathematically difficult to diffuse? Ferdinand's brain was currently a chaotic web of short-circuiting thoughts, completely clueless on how to transition the dialogue, forced to just shamelessly keep putting one foot in front of the other. This botanical path was definitely not going to be an easy walk. Ferdinand currently wished the earth would open up a hole for him to crawl into so he could fade away. A normally charismatic, silver-tongued gentleman. Why does his cognitive processing always choke at the absolute critical milestone? Analyzing the situation, the garden path was rapidly terminating, and if they sustained this pointless small talk, this entire interaction would hit an absolute, irreversible dead end. Unfortunately, right at this high-stress juncture, a heart-stinging interrogation flashed vividly across his psyche. Could it be that your calculated heart has actually fallen in love with her? The exact microsecond that sentence manifested, his heart skipped a violent beat. Why did his subconscious choose to trigger this specific trauma at a moment like this? In reality, Ferdinand already possessed the definitive answer deep within his soul. Even if he still lacked the emotional vocabulary to verify whether this intense feeling qualified as genuine love, the raw truth was staring him directly in the face. Across this entire timeline, his mental RAM had been completely monopolized by her image. For the first time, scanning Aaron walking adjacent to him, he recognized that certain variables had slipped completely and utterly out of his tactical control. Ferdinand suddenly broke the silence. That is indeed a remarkably beautiful name. This random, completely unprompted declaration left Aaron totally blanking out. Turns out, his consciousness was still auditing the previous event of naming Bahan. Ferdinand illuminated the context. Initially, when attempting to engineer a temporary moniker for that boy, the entire squad argued endlessly, and every single option brought to the table failed the vibe check. Particularly, the catastrophic name that Knight Eamon aggressively suggested. Merely hearing it made you want to physically punch him. Then Derek even engineered a plot to label the boy Little Imp. At that milestone, Bahan completely threw a massive tantrum and resisted the title with his life, throwing hands and proclaiming he wasn't a mere child. Auditing the memory now, it actually makes a profound amount of sense why Bahan hated that toxic label so intensely. In Ferdinand's trauma-ridden memory, anyone or anything he ever held close to his heart, Dietland, would weaponize every disgusting back-alley scheme to forcefully hijack or ruthlessly trample and mutilate out of spite. There was once an innocent maidservant who helplessly confessed to him through tears that commencing tomorrow, she had been reassigned to serve the tyrannical first prince. Even the veteran mentor who had always coached him in high-tier swordsmanship was forcefully transferred away by imperial decree. That psycho fundamentally refused to permit Ferdinand to possess a single shred of happiness. Even the loyalists who volunteered to remain by his side could never evade the endless, blood-soaked disasters that perpetually rained down upon them. Just like Ferdinand when he was a helpless child, who ultimately still failed to shield his world from misfortune. Witnessing his own mother vanish into absolute nothingness right before his eyes, the childhood version of Ferdinand had completely broken down into pieces. Since that fateful day, he sealed the heavy gates of his heart with his own hands, swearing a blood oath never to allow himself to love another human being for the rest of his existence. Shifting back to reality, Ferdinand locked his gaze onto Aaron standing before him and softly breathed out a line. That kid Bahan was actually entirely correct in his rebellion. He promised his own soul that even if destiny played a sick trick on him and forced him to truly fall for someone, he absolutely would never allow his lips to articulate the word love. Ferdinand suddenly closed the physical distance, a soft, mesmerizing smile gracing his features as he murmured to Aaron, "Your smile is genuinely, breathtakingly beautiful." The exact millisecond those words were dropped, Aaron completely froze. She replayed that specific compliment on a continuous loop inside her head, her mind simultaneously flooded with the phantom image of that child from her past. The child who had once tightly gripped her hand, praying she would smile more, was simultaneously the solitary entity she desperately yearned to protect from the world. Only now did Aaron process with a violent start that Ferdinand's spontaneous words actually cloaked such a profound, deep meaning. Aaron could barely process that these incredibly smooth, romantic words could be uttered by Ferdinand so effortlessly, as if it were standard conversation. She was completely flustered, her cognitive functions entirely paralyzed by the compliment regarding her smile, fundamentally possessing zero clue how to construct a coherent response. Ferdinand stared down at Aaron, who was maintaining an iron silence, and his own heart began to pump with anxious adrenaline. Did delivering the compliment too bluntly just now trigger her defenses and make her uncomfortable? The two of them just stood completely frozen on the path like that, neither articulating a single syllable to the other. The surrounding atmosphere became increasingly peculiar and heavy. Finally, it was Ferdinand who broke the absolute deadlock, tentatively whispering her title, Lady Aaron. Ferdinand immediately detected a highly anomalous shift in her behavior. The Aaron standing before his eyes looked as if she had just witnessed a horrific demonic entity materialize, her entire physical vessel falling into a state of absolute, unadulterated panic. What on earth was anchoring her gaze in such terror? Ferdinand abruptly whipped his head around to scan the exact trajectory of her stare. Positioned directly adjacent to the grand stone fountain not far away, Madame Chloe was quietly standing like a phantom, staring intently and maliciously in their direction. This completely unprompted encounter caused the already tense atmosphere to instantaneously plummet to absolute sub-zero freezing point. The horrific night, Morez that she had intentionally tried to bury alive, exploded once again in a violent chain reaction inside Aaron's mind. The chilling, metallic voice of Chloe echoed endlessly across her psyche like an inescapable demonic curse. She had once whispered, Aaron's smile was utterly repulsive, and fundamentally, no one could ever genuinely love it. In Chloe's sadistic eyes, Aaron was nothing more than a piece of useless trash who could never dream of meeting her arrogant, toxic standards. The psychological humiliation accumulated over the years had caused Aaron to completely close herself off from the world, subconsciously believing that smiling was a type of sin. Staring at Lord Ferdinand standing in front of her, her mind became a chaotic, tangled mess. That venomous sentence from years ago echoed like a fatal stab to the heart. It's all because of you that she died. Aaron stood completely paralyzed on the cobblestones, this overwhelming wave of guilt about to suffocate her. Ferdinand instantly noticed her psychological distress, and without a second word, immediately gripped her hand tightly, desperate to pull her back from the brink of a total mental collapse. But right at this high-stress moment, the voice of Karen suddenly shattered the silence. He excitedly waved his hand toward Aaron and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Big sis!" This unexpected shout caused Aaron's mind, which had just painstakingly regained its equilibrium, to thoroughly descend into absolute chaos once again. Karen strolled over with a bright smile, seemingly greeting her on the surface, but in reality, every single sentence hid a lethal dagger within his facade. He informed Aaron that Madame Chloe was currently waiting to intercept her. This was structurally trying to push her straight into a raging pit of fire. Karen even leaned dangerously close to her ear and warned her in a freezing cold whisper that this time she absolutely must not trigger their stepmother's wrath. This blatant threat made the already suffocating atmosphere even more agonizing to breathe in. Aaron remained locked in iron silence and did not resist. She had clearly recognized the brutal reality. Within the confines of this tyrannical family, she had never possessed the basic right to choose her own path. Karen, after all, was engineered and raised single-handedly by Chloe. Because he had treated her with bizarre kindness recently, Aaron had almost completely suppressed the traumatic memories of those days of brutal, savage abuse from the beginning. The core reason she didn't dare disclose the absolute truth to her younger brother at first was because she was completely unsure whose side Karen would ultimately back. This toxic lack of trust acted like an invisible, unyielding wall, brutally separating the two siblings. Aaron felt her current self was so utterly pitiful. She was clearly no longer the weak, defenseless girl from her past. But why, when forced to face this critical turning point, did she still hesitate and fear stepping forward? Karen's tone became increasingly aggressive and sharp. He glared ruthlessly at Aaron, commanding her to stop making that disgusted face in public. In his oblivious mind, this was merely a standard family chat, and this rebellious attitude of Aaron's was truly unreasonable. While Karen was pushing her far too aggressively, Ferdinand ultimately lost his capacity to play the passive bystander. He directly stepped forward to shield Aaron from the front, coldly cutting off Karen's lecture and commanding him to shut his mouth. This defensive maneuver caused the originally tense situation to instantly mutate into a high-stakes standoff between two powerful men. Glaring back at Ferdinand's blatant obstruction, Karen obviously showed zero respect or submission. He coldly reminded the prince that this was a strictly private affair of the Marquis's household, suggesting that irrelevant outsiders had better not poke their noses into family business. But the subsequent declaration Ferdinand uttered left everyone completely stunned. He publicly proclaimed, speaking with supreme authority in his capacity as her fiancé, "Could it be that I lack even the basic right to intervene on her behalf?" Hearing the word fiancé, Karen smirked as if he had just been told a hilarious joke. He ruthlessly exposed him right on the spot, stating that Ferdinand fundamentally did not love Aaron at all. Right after that, he threw out a fatal, radioactive question. "Could it be that your heart has actually fallen for her now?" The exact millisecond these words were articulated, Aaron's entire body stiffened in shock. Ferdinand stated aloud that this line of questioning was putting someone on the spot too much, but deep within his psyche, he couldn't mask the raging storm. They had explicitly agreed that maintaining a sterile distance was optimal, but as a direct result of his words, she was now secretly yearning for his answer. Ferdinand refused to grant a direct answer. He locked a freezing gaze onto Karen and fired back an interrogation. "Before analyzing another man's emotions, have you truly self-reflected on your own failure?" With that counter-strike, the political standoff reached a complete deadlock. No one anticipated him to effortlessly kick the ball of responsibility right back into Karen's court. This defensive play by Ferdinand was executed with absolute flawless precision. Facing that existential relationship question, he didn't surrender a single definitive syllable. Karen immediately snapped back in irritation, claiming that the prince fundamentally didn't understand a damn thing about their bond. In her heart, Aaron comprehended the subtext better than anyone else present. Ferdinand's bold statement sounded like a heroic bailout to the crowd, but in reality, he had perfectly sidestepped the most critical romantic answer. Karen, at this moment, also found the situation incredibly hard to decipher. Ferdinand normally never minded other people's business, so why on earth was he weaponizing his authority to protect Aaron like this today? It completely sucked because his intent was explicitly to step up and protect his sister, but now he had been painted as the absolute villain instead. Particularly when his eyes locked onto Aaron's traumatized expression, Karen's heart skipped a panicked beat. This time he had fumbled the bag entirely. He originally intended to back his sister up, but as a disastrous result, it appeared he had made her situation infinitely worse. Ferdinand fundamentally granted zero opportunity for pathetic explanations. Without uttering another word, he locked onto Aaron's wrist and pulled her straight away from the scene. He even threw back a cold parting command, telling Karen to pass the explicit message to Chloe that they would grant her a formal visit later. Karen shouted anxiously after them from behind, but Aaron merely swiveled her head to look back one final time without offering a word, submissively following Ferdinand's lead as they evacuated, leaving a completely isolated Karen standing there by himself, watching their retreating figures slowly fade into the distance. Karen was truly drowning in regret this time. It appeared that this time he had legitimately made Aaron furious. While he was standing there feeling thoroughly depressed, Madame Chloe unexpectedly materialized like a phantom behind his back. Chloe locked her gaze onto Aaron's departing figure, putting on a meticulously manufactured, innocent act. "Perhaps my unannounced manifestation just now terrified the poor girl." Karen hurriedly spoke up to defend her character, reassuring the matriarch that Aaron wasn't angry in the slightest. But Chloe played dumb and pretended not to buy it, musing how could a properly bred lady just flee like this without even offering a basic greeting? Could it be because her heart harbored deep hatred for her? Karen continued to frantically construct excuses, stating that Aaron only had to evacuate a step early because she was locked into a strict appointment with Ferdinand, and specifically emphasized that they would definitely pay a formal visit next time. Absorbing the information up to this milestone, Chloe secretly calculated the variables in her malicious mind. This brat was normally entirely carefree, so why on earth did he care about and defend Aaron so aggressively now? This entire dynamic seemed highly anomalous. This highly unusual protective attitude from Karen made Chloe realize that there was definitely a massive hidden plot unfolding inside the academy walls. Karen was genuinely panicking at this point. Ever since Aaron had successfully transferred into the high-stakes swordsmanship department, the operational windows for the two of them to interact grew fewer and fewer. He desperately desired to exploit this reunion to close the emotional distance between them, even going so far as to beg others for external assistance. Chloe also chimed in with a sinister smile, noting that there was a critical assignment that Karen must absolutely execute. On the other side, Ferdinand escorted Aaron away. Watching Aaron pace ahead without uttering a single solitary word, his heart was simultaneously flooded with deep uncertainty. Could it be that extracting her from that courtyard by pure force just now had triggered her wrath? In reality, executing that maneuver was completely his tactical way of helping Aaron evade the incoming storm. He absolutely could not permit Aaron to cross paths with Chloe. After all, he had personally witnessed exactly how terrifying that matriarch could be in the dark shadows. But behind this immediate crisis, I'm afraid there were even deeper, radioactive secrets. Ferdinand redirected his thoughts to the mysterious oracle Atli had mentioned. To be completely honest, even up until this exact milestone, he still lacked the cognitive capacity to decipher what that cryptic oracle was actually implying. Atli had suddenly dropped her volume to a whisper to warn him that this girl, Aaron, is highly likely cloaking much deeper variables than what the world witnesses on the surface. She definitely still harbors massive secrets. Ferdinand locked his gaze onto Aaron's retreating back, his heart drowning in profound heartache. He truly couldn't formulate an accurate calculation of how many invisible, crushing burdens she was forced to shoulder entirely alone on those seemingly fragile shoulders. Right at this precise milestone, Aaron abruptly halted her stride. She pivoted around and politely enunciated, "Lord Ferdinand." She stated that navigating the upcoming corner would bring her to her destination, so she desired to trek the remaining distance entirely alone. This specific tone, while flawless in its etiquette, radiated a chilling sense of being miles away. Aaron politely expressed her formal gratitude, thanking Ferdinand for taking the unnecessary trouble to escort her all the way back to the residential dormitory. Ferdinand didn't offer a lengthy response either, merely countering with a flat, detached, "Don't mention it." The two shared a basic superficial greeting and then bid a sterile farewell to one another. Aaron turned on her heel to walk toward the dormitory entrance. Ferdinand didn't forget to call after her to retire early. Tracking Aaron's silhouette as it gradually faded into the gloom, Ferdinand didn't execute an immediate evacuation. He just quietly stood, paralyzed on the exact spot, without uttering a single word. The immense chasm, hidden beneath this superficial politeness, rendered the immediate atmosphere a bit awkward. Ferdinand just relentlessly tracked her with his eyes like that, until that familiar silhouette completely dissolved into the darkness. Meanwhile, Karen stood completely isolated in the grand hallway. The more his brain audited the interaction, the more he registered that something was profoundly wrong. Aaron's traumatic reaction just now was truly too abnormal. She appeared intensely averse to entering the presence of their mother, her entire physical frame radiating absolute, unadulterated resistance. This was fundamentally not a case of ordinary moodiness, but materialized like a raw, primitive fear originating from the very bottom of her soul. Karen was currently a chaotic web of short-circuiting thoughts. It was clearly supposed to be just a brief family meeting. So why on earth was his sister terrified to that ridiculous extent? He began to deeply cross-examine whether he had executed a catastrophic mistake. This gripping sense of unease clutched his mind and refused to release its hold. He perpetually harbored a dark hunch that this impending meeting would trigger a massive cataclysm. Flipping the chronological timeline back to a mere hour ago, Karen had explicitly instructed the household staff to command his sister to navigate to the Midnight Garden for a formal meeting. Even though the logistical trap was already set, his heart still drummed like a war march. He feared his sister would operate under the delusion that he was the lone entity waiting there for her. This inexplicable, heavy wave of unease made him intensely restless. As Karen passed adjacent to the private strategy chamber, he detected that the heavy door was left slightly ajar. Assuming Ferdinand had arrived for negotiations, he was about to apply pressure to the door and step inside when the volatile dialogue echoing from within caused his entire frame to freeze right on the threshold. Chloe's vocal tone was extremely severe. as she aggressively mapped out a shocking hidden reality concerning Aaron. Her physical vessel is literally covered in lacerations. Even if her back remains cloaked, the trauma carved into her forearms is already clear enough to read. How could Karen, operating as biological family under the exact same roof, remain entirely oblivious to the abuse? The more his brain computed the data, the more corrupt the reality felt. Turns out those toxic societal rumors were all engineered lies. Aaron had fundamentally never framed a single soul. Then how across the space of all these agonizing years had she survived the torment? At this exact milestone, Eamon also regretted his life choices to his absolute core. A legitimate, high-born daughter of a marquis. Yet she had been systematically abused by her sadistic stepmother since early childhood, while he previously always weaponized his words to attack her as a villainess. Who could even dare believe this cosmic injustice if it were narrated? The more Eamon audited his past actions, the more raw terror gripped his soul. Out of sheer, unadulterated ignorance, he had actually hurled such vicious, venomous words at a literal abuse victim, across such an extended duration of time. Right while the two allies were drowning in absolute sickening remorse, the heavy door was suddenly slammed wide open. Karen just stood there, paralyzed on the threshold. Evidently, his ears had clearly intercepted the entire radioactive conversation. Karen was now thoroughly petrified to his absolute core. He never could have imagined that the maternal figure he always revered was a violent, psychopathic abuser behind closed doors. Karen's brain buzzed violently. The horrific statements he just intercepted were no different from completely shattering his entire baseline worldview. Meanwhile, Aaron still operated under absolute ignorance that her private trauma had been exposed to the light. She stood isolated beneath the pale moonlight, whispering softly to her own soul that she had successfully, mentally prepared herself. She was planning to execute the previous arrangement to navigate into the Midnight Garden, to confront once again the demonic stepmother who had intensely terrified her across an entire lifetime. Right at that critical hair-trigger millisecond, a frantic Karen desperately rushed across the courtyard. He loudly screamed his sister's name, his voice saturated with pure anxiety and absolute fear. He hurriedly threw his physical frame in front of Aaron, with only a solitary, desperate thought remaining in his consciousness at this moment. He absolutely could not permit his sister to take another step into that blood-red sea of fire. Karen ignored all standard boundaries, tightly locking his grip onto Aaron's forearm and roughly yanking up the thick fabric of her sleeve. At this definitive milestone, no fabricated lie could mask the reality anymore. The overlapping, dense network of scars and fresh wounds carved into Aaron's arm was thus exposed nakedly before his eyes. This was structurally no different from irrefutable, ironclad evidence. Karen stared down at those agonizing old lacerations, and the final fragile shred of hope residing in his heart also completely shattered into dust. He finally recognized that he had perpetually been existing inside a fake, manufactured shell of domestic peace, while his sister was forced to grit her teeth and absorb their stepmother's savage torment for all those horrific years. Initially, Karen fundamentally lacked the capacity to process this horror, because across his curated memory, his mother was always cast as the innocent victim. When he was merely a child, he had intercepted his mother hiding in a dark corner, secretly wiping away silent tears. Who wouldn't experience profound heartache witnessing that deeply aggrieved expression? A young Karen had hurriedly sprinted over to inquire, "Mom, what is hurting you?" While meticulously wiping away her tears, she had softly told him, "It's absolutely nothing, just a stray speck of dust in my eyes." But immediately following that, she triggered another miserable, victimized act, whimpering that Aaron seemed to utterly despise her existence. No matter how tirelessly she exerted herself to win her over, it was completely futile. She even degraded herself at the dining table just to appease Aaron's whims, specifically commanding the kitchen staff to curate the exact delicacies she preferred. With this tier of Oscar-worthy acting proficiency, anyone would logically be bamboozled for a literal lifetime. Across Karen's entire childhood memory, his mother was perpetually the saint, lowering her dignity to please. No matter how aggressively Aaron manifested her cold resistance, his mother would maintain a sweet smile and hand her confections. But what about Aaron's toxic behavior? Not only did she refuse to acknowledge the pure maternal kindness, but on the contrary, she appeared violently terrified, even pivoting around to flee the room entirely. This wasn't a solitary anomaly. It materialized like this every single time. The microsecond their mother bridged the physical distance, Aaron would instantly evade her touch. Witnessing his mother endure the freezing cold shoulder, Karen's blood violently boiled. He calculated that Aaron was truly far too cold-hearted and malicious to treat his saintly mother with such blatant disrespect. But he had never once analyzed the underlying psychological trauma behind why Aaron was so utterly petrified. At this exact milestone, Karen was still stubbornly running his mouth, proclaiming that irrelevant outsiders fundamentally lacked the security clearance to understand his private family dynamics. This precise statement thoroughly enraged Eamon to his very core. He aggressively weaponized his grip around Karen's collar, his heart overflowing with absolute disappointment. He had wasted valuable time treating Karen like a brother. Auditing the friendship now, it was truly a pathetic joke. Lilia desperately sought to defuse the violent escalation, but lacked the power to restrain Amon at all. Without wasting a second syllable, Amon directly landed a brutal punch square on Karen's jaw. The strike connected with serious, bone-shattering force, sending Karen tumbling violently onto the dirt. Eamon locked a predatory glare down at him from above, commanding him to get his pathetic self lost and go interrogate his sister to clarify the reality. Lilia, at this high-stress juncture, frantically tried to pull him back, but Eamon roared. Lady Erin literally risked her life to cloak the truth. You casually blurting out the data parameters like this ruins the entire operational strategy. Karen sat entirely paralyzed on the ground, completely powerless to utter a single coherent word. He scrambled to his feet, pivoted around, and executed a rapid retreat, leaving a helpless Lilia, marooned on the path with a countenance overflowing with extreme anxiety. The midnight hour was late, and a panicked Karen was running for his absolute life entirely alone down the echoing stone hallway. His internal thoughts were a chaotic, short-circuiting web. In the grand equation, who was dictating the truth, and who was spreading engineered lies? He casually hijacked a passing maidservant, ordering her to immediately dispatch an urgent directive to Aaron to assemble in the Midnight Garden in exactly 1 hour. At this precise milestone, he suddenly triggered a memory of the fake promise he had once casually uttered. The situational matrix, I highly fear, was about to spiral completely out of control. Previously, no matter who attempted to inject logic into his brain, it was entirely useless. They explicitly commanded him to remain locked in the residential dormitory and cease roaming, but he rejected their warnings, stubbornly insisting on personally ripping away the final deceptive mask covering this house of horrors. The exact millisecond his hand made physical contact with that arm, all curated illusions shattered into dust. Beneath that dense, heavily wrapped layer of medical gauze hid a horrific truth that he fundamentally lacked the psychological courage to look straight at. Karen was left completely stunned and frozen. Previously, he operated under the delusion that he was championing holy justice, but analyzing his timeline now, he was actually the most detestable accomplice to her torture. Karen could no longer sustain his own physical weight, directly crashing to his knees in front of Aaron, his lips constantly repeating the desperate mantra, "I'm sorry," wishing he could violently slap himself into oblivion. He finally comprehended exactly how catastrophically stupid he had been across his entire existence. This delayed, pathetic remorse not only failed to salvage anyone's sanity, but it ensured he felt completely faceless, utterly unworthy of looking another human being in the eye. Turns out the pristine legacy he was perpetually proud of had long been thoroughly rotten and decayed from the inside out. This time around, Karen completely imploded. He locked Aaron in a tight hold and wept bitterly, his voice constantly screaming that he lacked the will to live anymore, cursing his own soul as an absolute bastard from head to toe. It required a massive expenditure of energy to finally navigate him back to the private quarters. Aaron presented him with a steaming cup of hot herbal tea and inquired if his emotional frequency had stabilized a bit yet. Karen dropped his chin toward his chest and mumbled a low reply. Evaluating this pathetic, broken state of his, Aaron's heart experienced an indescribable surge of awkwardness and discomfort. Earlier out in the courtyard, Karen was acting like a spoiled toddler, while weeping and refusing to release his desperate grip on her for dear life. Right now, Aaron's internal thoughts were flooded with pure regret. Had she calculated he was this emotionally high maintenance, she never should have. permitted him access back inside her private sanctuary. Aaron anchored her intense gaze straight onto Karen's bruised face, demanding he disclose exactly where on earth that physical trauma originated from. Karen cracked a hollow, self-deprecating smile, whispering that this bruising was the steep tax mandated in exchange for unmasking the truth. Compared to the immediate, throbbing pain radiating across his face, there was a significantly more critical confession that required immediate unpacking. Arranging the rendezvous to meet Aaron out in the midnight garden was actually a fabricated trap from the absolute beginning to the end. He calculated that Aaron would fly into a homicidal rage, but unexpectedly, she merely offered a completely level, calm reply. I am already aware. This time around, it was Karen's turn to be left entirely dumbfounded. If her analytical mind had already deduced that this was an engineered ambush, and also comprehended perfectly well that Mother would definitely materialize, why march straight into the lion's den? Facing Karen's rapid-fire interrogations, Aaron suddenly locked into silence. What on earth was she strategically planning? Absolutely no one could accurately calculate her next move. Aaron articulated in a sub-zero tone, that is the exact trademark operational method of Chloe. In the presence of high society, she portrays a flawless, benevolent mother. But behind closed doors, she weaponizes the convenient excuse of discipline to rain down all manners of barbaric, sadistic tricks upon my physical flesh. She redirected her gaze out the dark window glass and questioned Karen directly. If I had unmasked all of these horrors to your face prior to this day, would your mind have even believed a single syllable? Karen's entire physical frame instantly stiffened, sitting paralyzed to one side of the mattress, his hand tightly white-knuckled the teacup. After a prolonged, suffocating silence, he finally summoned the courage to whisper. Big sis, did Mom truly and systematically abuse your existence? Aaron refused to hesitate for a single millisecond, directly delivering an unyielding affirmative verdict. That is the absolute truth. She genuinely executed those atrocities, not merely restricted to physical, visceral torment, those toxic, reputation-destroying societal rumors, or the deliberate, meticulously planned public humiliation of my character at the grand ball, were all engineered single-handedly by her malice. She brutalized my body, regardless of day or night, in order to inflict the maximum damage. I lost count of how many thick wooden rods she shattered over my bones. Karen listened, absolutely petrified out of his absolute wits. He couldn't comprehend how he had been so spectacularly and ruthlessly bamboozled for all those dark years. Was this truly that twisted woman's operational method? In the spring, she strategically targeted zones that long garments could easily conceal. When winter arrived, she pivoted to weaponizing her fury against her arms and legs, knowing those hidden areas required rolling up sleeves or lifting skirts to ever expose them. She executed her psychological warfare flawlessly without a solitary loophole. As long as Aaron maintained her silence, no soul would ever unearth the truth in their entire lifetime. Watching Aaron calmly dissect her own trauma, Karen completely lost his capacity to sit still. He couldn't wrap his mind around it. This was an absolute horror story inflicted upon her own flesh. So why did Aaron narrate it as if she were auditing someone else's distant history? Aaron offered no complex explanation, merely offering a flat, detached, "Believe it or not, the choice is yours. Since the dialogue has progressed this far, I harbor one final artifact to show you. Once this defining step is taken, every single protective veil will be completely shredded to pieces." Aaron retrieved a formal ball gown and stated, "This is the exact garment stepmother specifically dispatched an attendant to deliver this afternoon, claiming it's the mandated attire for me to wear to the dual prince's banquet." Karen leaned forward to inspect the fabric, and his entire physical frame instantly locked up. He stammered frantically, interrogating, Is this absolute garbage supposed to be a formal gown?" Even though it was technically classified as a dress, Karen couldn't fathom how his mother, who perpetually obsessed over high society reputation, could hand down such a subpar, defective item. The garish color palette and architecture were fundamentally tacky and ridiculous, let alone parading it around a high-stakes royal banquet. Merely stepping out onto the public street in this monstrosity would be social suicide. Karen finally deciphered that this wasn't an act of maternal generosity. She explicitly desired for Aaron to completely humiliate herself in front of the entire High Empire. Staring at the cringe-inducing dress draped over the mattress, Karen refused to believe his own eyes. He interrogated Aaron. Is this truly the garment Mom mandated for you to showcase? Beyond absurd, the puzzle pieces finally clicked for Karen. Turns out, across all these agonizing years, those catastrophic, clownish outfits that perpetually left Aaron open to public ridicule were completely hijacked and never chosen by her. High society was constantly whispering behind her back, mocking her apparent lack of elite fashion literacy. Who could have ever hypothesized that such a calculated, toxic plot was engineered behind closed doors? The nobles clustered together. On one hand, tearing Aaron to shreds for being uncultured, while simultaneously praising Chloe to the absolute heavens, inflating her as the ultimate fashion icon of the generation. This manufactured good cop, bad cop psychological drama was executed every single day. The vulnerable, Aaron thus mutated into a permanent laughingstock in everyone's eyes. Karen had now completely seen through the matrix. This was fundamentally not an innocent deficit in aesthetic taste, but a meticulously weaponized plot. Turns out even this variable was locked inside Mom's calculations. This strategic scheme was truly too deep. Simply to ensure her own star shone brilliantly, she ruthlessly kicked Aaron straight into a psychological abyss. Now that his sister had unmasked the unadulterated reality, the events that defied logic in the past completely mutated in nature. Karen finally couldn't suppress the burning question. Previously, when Mom projected such a gentle, maternal facade, why did you have to dodge her touch for dear life? Aaron's response caused his core temperature to plummet to sub-zero. If a monster who actively attempted to beat you to death yesterday materializes with the sweetest smile today, anyone in my position would feel their skin crawl. Her narrative of being fragile and chronically ill, and those endless days when she was forced to hide inside a closed carriage, were fundamentally not because she was a delicate young lady, but because she had been brutalized so savagely that her limbs physically could not walk. Karen was completely shell-shocked. Having endured such monumental injustice, why on earth did you wait until this exact milestone to speak the truth? Aaron desired to turn the page, calculating that the underlying justification was no longer relevant, but Karen possessed absolutely zero intention of retreating. If we are initiating confessions, then we are mathematically obligated to overturn the entire narrative. He earnestly implored his sister to illuminate every single hidden corner rotting in the dark. Aaron maintained an iron silence for a brief moment, then abruptly revived the ancient rumor, noting the lie that she terrified the estate staff away because she systematically abused the servants. Karen naturally recalled that specific slander, but he failed to grasp why it was being dragged into the equation at this precise moment. Aaron flashed a flat, cynical smile. That rumor is 50% reality and 50% fiction. The maids indeed executed a mass exodus. But the individual raising an iron fist to brutalize those people was fundamentally never me, but our pristine mother, Chloe. She engineered every convenient excuse to systematically terminate each asset. One by one, isolating my perimeter. The underlying strategic motive was truly terrifying. Chloe had systematically replaced every single servant in the household with her own brainwashed lackeys. The current Marquise domain was structurally no different from an absolute dictatorship of her own creation. Aaron helplessly murmured, "At that baseline timeline, I fundamentally lacked the security clearance to trust you. Explicitly because you were the golden child she pampered since infancy." Karen softly whimpered, "Big sis." He couldn't process that such a devastating, toxic misunderstanding existed between biological blood relatives. Back then, Aaron calculated she could only grit her teeth and absorb the total agony, because the moment a young Karen deciphered the truth and sprinted to confront their mother, the focus of the physical abuse would immediately pivot to target him. To shield her fragile younger brother from the crossfire, she had zero alternative but to shoulder the absolute torment entirely alone. What Aaron feared above all else was her mother extending those demonic claws toward the innocent little Karen. That was the solitary line she refused to let her cross. Karen froze completely like a stone statue. He always assumed his pristine, happy life across this timeline was a given, but it turned out to be systematically purchased by his sister, bartering away her own life force. He attempted to articulate a response, but was instantly cut off by Aaron elevating her hand. Aaron heavily warned him, You must absolutely maintain your perfect persona as the obedient son in front of Chloe. You cannot afford to leak a single microscopic slip-up. Otherwise, the entirety of my life's sacrifices will be completely invalidated. Following the high-stakes conversation, the two siblings temporarily established a tactical truce. But this family drama had merely unveiled its inaugural act. On the adjacent side of the estate, Chloe originally intended to locate Aaron, but failed to intercept her path. The individual anchored directly opposite her at the negotiation table at this moment was instead Karen. Chloe flashed a serene smile and murmured, "What an absolute tragedy. I initially intended to exploit this window to close the distance with Aaron." Karen hoisted his teacup, maintaining a perfectly relaxed facade, reassuring her that logistical opportunities would manifest abundantly in the future, while casually dropping probing questions to decipher exactly how long she intended to occupy the premises. The two players maintained flawless etiquette on the surface, but deep within their psyches, both parties recognized perfectly well that cloaked behind that peaceful porcelain teacup were infinite, lethal calculations, smiles masking daggers. Karen was currently a restless wreck internally, craving nothing more than to instantly fly a million miles away from her presence. He possessed absolute clarity regarding the truth, yet he was forced to play a clueless fool to his mother's face. Staring at Chloe, elegantly sipping her hot tea, appearing entirely indistinguishable from her usual noble persona, a Category 5 storm surged violently within Karen's heart. This tier of sociopathic disguise was structurally no different from an advanced form of psychological torture. It wasn't that his mind doubted his sister's testimony. It was simply that analyzing the gentle, refined matriarch sitting before him, it was truly mathematically difficult to visualize her gripping a wooden rod and viciously breaking it over her own daughter's body. So incredibly barbaric. This jarring disparity sent a violent shiver cascading down his spine. Karen stared blankly at the porcelain cup vibrating in his hand, and a toxic seed of doubt began to invade his psyche once more. He suddenly cross-examined his own mind, wondering if he was merely swallowing a one-sided narrative from his sister. The moment that defensive thought manifested, it could no longer be suppressed. He calculated that before rendering a final verdict, he was logically obligated to audit what his mother had to say. Just as his consciousness was drifting, a silent maid glided over to replenish the hot tea, shattering the heavy, dead silence. Karen rapidly cross-referenced the data parameters Aaron had disclosed. She had explicitly recounted that a few days prior, Knight Roham had clandestinely infiltrated her private quarters. Those specific syllables sounded entirely standard on the surface, but dragging them into the light at this high-stakes juncture clearly carried a catastrophic subtext. Knight Roham was ultimately forced to spill the absolute beans. He completely unmasked Chloe's true, monstrous identity, as well as the high-tier mastermind pulling the strings from the pitch-black shadows. Roham sneered and ruthlessly exposed the layout. Turns out the Emperor fundamentally lacked any actual need for a legendary Swordmaster. To monopolize absolute authority, he personally mutilated him into his current state. The tyrant was secretly practicing forbidden black magic, engineering an entire battalion of hollow puppet knights who exclusively obeyed his mental frequency. Karen was left completely dumbfounded. A majestic, awe-inspiring emperor was actually weaponizing this tier of forbidden demonic power. Scanning Aaron's completely shell-shocked expression, Roham unleashed an even more arrogant smirk. He taunted that it was far too early to be emotionally devastated right now, as the true narrative blockbuster was still locked in the chamber. Chloe's carefully curated facade was completely ripped away. Who could have ever hypothesized that this elegant, high-born paragon of society was actually a hollow puppet knight utilizing dark magic to camouflage her horrific identity? Karen unconsciously elevated his fingers to trace the throbbing bruise on his face, and an icy chill suddenly blitzed straight through his chest. Only now did his brain compute the fact that when witnessing his facial trauma, that biological mother of his didn't even articulate a single inquiry, whereas his sister Erin detected the physical anomaly with just a solitary glance, and anxiously interrogated him to unearth exactly what on earth had transpired. This stark contrast was truly too sickeningly ironic. Turns out across all these deceptive years, he had perpetually been lying to his own soul, intentionally turning a blind eye to the gore. But now, the fragile paper could no longer contain the raging fire. He lacked the capability to maintain the delusion any longer. The unadulterated truth was brutally laid out right before his eyes. Yet Karen still desperately desired to keep playing the oblivious fool. However, those intentionally buried memories roared back like a thunderous, high-velocity slap directly to his face. Chloe was visibly startled by this sudden, erratic reaction, frantically demanding to know what on earth was wrong with him. Karen merely dropped his chin and mumbled that he had suddenly retrieved a few core memories he should have registered a lifetime ago. Those traumatic frames were clear as day, right before his eyes. All horrific instances he had witnessed with his own sight, yet he had previously chosen to ignore them. He couldn't endure remaining in her presence for another microsecond, so he engineered a random excuse, stood up, and executed a swift exit. Chloe lacked the time to even process the departure, completely frozen as she stared blankly at his retreating figure gradually dissolving into the grand corridor. Karen secretly swore a blood oath within his soul that these pathetic days of gaslighting himself and protecting monsters terminated this exact day. He absolutely would refuse to let corrupt entities dictate his destiny like a helpless slave. Without pivoting his head back a single time, Karen abandoned the tea party. His mind was currently a total chaotic wreck, craving only to immediately verify one definitive variable. In the dead silence of the midnight hallway, a sudden violent banging on a wooden door echoed out. Erin, who was actively preparing to retire for the night, was visibly startled by this aggressive, uninvited guest. She called out a cautious response while unlocking the door. She was still analyzing who could possibly infiltrate her perimeter at this ungodly hour, and the individual anchored outside the threshold turned out to be Karen. Observing Karen's disheveled, mentally unhinged appearance, Erin was left completely bewildered. Before her lips could even formulate an inquiry, Karen weaponized a demand that left her entirely confused. He aggressively demanded to audit Erin's wardrobe. In the dead of the night, what hidden asset was he frantically searching for? Without wasting a second syllable, Karen directly hauled out that gaudy, atrocious pink evening dress and violently hurled it onto the floorboards like absolute garbage. Erin stood monitoring the madness in a daze. Before her brain could react, Karen dropped a chilling, unyielding command. From this moment forward, you are absolutely forbidden from draping this piece of radioactive garbage over your flesh. He had already engineered a foolproof alibi to insulate Erin. If stepmother Chloe demands an explanation for its absence, simply state the garment was completely destroyed by my hands. I will personally absorb 100% of the collateral damage. Karen promised with absolute volume that he would personally purchase Erin an infinitely superior custom gown, resolutely refusing to permit her to endure such a disgusting injustice ever again. In the literal blink of an eye, a full week evaporated. The premiere event of the entire story arc finally unveiled its curtains. Inside the Grand Imperial Banquet Hall, the atmosphere was saturated with superficial praise. Chloe stood anchored in the epicenter, like a radiant moon surrounded by lesser stars, contentedly soaking in the high society compliments directed at her curated dress design. But this vain manufactured scene was about to be violently shattered. An abrupt, shocking commotion erupted across the elite crowd, and every guest unconsciously swiveled their heads toward the entrance. Synchronized with the crisp echo of footsteps, a high-profile man and woman materialized into the light. The exact millisecond that fiery, blood-red ball gown entered the perimeter, the entire hall instantaneously fell dead silent. The environment mutated so violently quiet that you could literally hear a single pin collide with the marble. This wasn't standard attendance. They were clearly deploying their presence to completely crash the event. Everyone stared aggressively. Is this breathtaking goddess genuinely Erin? The entire ballroom instantly exploded into a frenzy, and intense whispers kept echoing across the architecture. Every noble present actively praised Erin, remarking that tonight she appeared as if she had systematically evolved into a completely different entity, finally shedding her trademark tackiness. Absorbing these reviews, Chloe was utterly consumed by a homicidal fury. No matter what calculations she ran, she never calculated that Erin would refuse to wear that sabotaged dress. What drove her brain even crazier was the fact that not only was Erin styled with breathtaking, drop-dead gorgeous precision, but she had also infiltrated the venue arm-in-arm with Karen. The logistical trap Chloe had painstakingly engineered this time was not merely rendered entirely useless, but it mutated into a supreme stepping stone to elevate her target instead. From the exact microsecond their boots breached the threshold, the eyes of the entire aristocracy were locked onto them. Absolutely no one anticipated her to materialize weaponizing this tier of main character energy. The high-born crowd began to stir frantically, and everyone whispered gossip back and forth. Why on earth is this neglected eldest young lady emitting an aura so completely alien from her past? What was most strategically shocking was that tonight she didn't manifest alongside Prince Ferdinand, but instead led her high-born younger brother Karen as her personal escort. This high society drama was indeed getting exponentially more explosive, facing the intense scrutiny and pointing fingers tracking their path. Karen inquired with a heavy wave of internal worry. "Big sis, are your mental defenses holding up?" The agonizing disciplinary whip permanently clenched in Chloe's hand, used to manifest as the most horrifying, inescapable shadow haunting the deepest corners of Aaron's childhood. She had once maliciously sneered and broken Aaron's spirit, roaring, "No one will ever love you for the rest of your miserable life." Those venomous words inflicted far more trauma than the physical lash marks on her flesh, etching deep into the dark corners of Aaron's mind and mutating into an inescapable psychological nightmare. But those agonizing days of surviving an absolute humiliation had finally evaporated into the past. Right at this high-stakes juncture, a familiar voice shattered the awkward deadlock. Lilia led an elite squad and blitzed straight through the crowd, declaring in a fully dramatic, scolding tone that she had been left waiting for way too long. This grand entrance left the haters who originally intended to spectate a messy drama completely speechless and short-circuited. Who could have ever hypothesized that Aaron possessed such an army of loyal supporters backing her up? Locking her gaze onto the allies, standing tall to defend her honor, Aaron softly whispered to Karen that right now she felt phenomenal, truly unstoppable, explicitly because this time around she would never have to wage her wars all alone ever again. Surveying the powerful faction guarding her perimeter, Aaron unleashed a cold, secret sneer within her soul. That sadistic, toxic woman Chloe was catastrophically mistaken this time. She once decreed that Aaron would remain unloved by every soul alive. But tonight, Aaron was going to deliver a massive public reality check right to her face. At this hyper-luxurious and magnificent imperial ball, she was no longer a discarded shadow, but had officially mutated into an absolute goddess everyone was forced to look up to. Chloe's abusive shadow still haunted the core memories of many guests. But with a mere high-velocity week passing on the clock, the matriarch's entire grand strategy had already begun to completely derail. She recalled with absolute clarity that back then, whenever Aaron crossed her path, it was like encountering a demonic phantom. Her entire physical vessel radiating an unadulterated, paralyzing sense of despair. But who could have ever predicted that her current self could flash such a blinding, radiant smile? Navigating the high society battlefield with supreme social execution, she appeared to have fundamentally evolved into a completely different entity. Shocked whispers kept buzzing aggressively across the architecture. Everyone was gossiping back and forth that this neglected eldest young lady had legitimately executed a flawless god-tier glow-up. It appears the viral rumors weren't capping at all. In the judgmental eyes of high society before, Aaron was a certified fashion disaster, draped in garments both tacky and gaudy, permanently operating as the laughingstock of the elite tier. But tonight, the entire aristocracy was left utterly stunned. This elite manner of articulation and sophisticated aesthetic taste proved she was mathematically a different person compared to the previous train wreck. The high-born crowd whispered frantically, back and forth, noting that the historic rumors concerning her apparently unhinged lifestyle now materialized as an untouchable, main character, noble aura. Even the elite maid Charlotte, standing directly behind Chloe's shoulder, couldn't suppress a low gasp, exclaiming that the young lady had now become infinitely more breathtaking and confident. But what Chloe was calculating right now was how a mere puppet, who was perpetually gaslit and manipulated by her strings, had actually possessed the raw nerve to rebel and resist. This operational matrix was indeed getting fascinating. Charlotte, can your senses process it? Aaron's current vessel is radiating a terrifying absolute type of pressure. This suffocating aura was fundamentally imperceptible to low-tier civilians. Only a true, battle-tested knight could detect its lethal frequency. Direct your gaze toward Duke Atli. The immediate shift in the room has already rendered him intensely restless. It seems the wild rumors weren't wrong in the slightest. This eldest young lady not only possesses the literacy to hold a needle and thread, but knows infinitely better how to unsheathe the sword. Furthermore, she is clearly flexing her spiritual power on Duke Atli with absolute intent right now. No matter what calculations she ran, Chloe never hypothesized that having explicitly dismantled Aaron's physical foundation in her childhood, This brat could actually rise from the ashes and conquer the echelon of a high-ranked knight. Watching Aaron shine like a superstar at the ball, Chloe only felt she was an absolute eyesore. If this specific chess piece refuses to obey the script, then she'll simply have to engineer an opportunity to forcefully teach her some domestic discipline again. While lethal danger was lurking step by step in the shadows, Atlee rushed across the marble like an absolute fangirl. She aggressively grabbed Aaron's hand and squealed loudly, "Lady Aaron, you are insanely gorgeous tonight!" Having been conditioned to seeing Aaron locked in a rigid knight's uniform, this breathtaking formal gown genuinely left Atlee completely spellbound and simping. She legitimately calculated that her self-appointed position as the #1 president of the fan club finally enjoyed a day to stand tall and flex. Aaron was a bit flustered by this sudden wave of intense enthusiasm. She possessed zero awareness that in the dark, a pair of cold viper eyes had already locked a predatory target right onto her throat. Aaron stared at Atlee standing in front of her, completely stunned. Was this genuinely the usual outspoken, tomboyish girl? The elite way she styled herself today made her look like a completely different high-tier noble. Atlee looked highly proud, proclaiming this aesthetic drip was deployed purely to back up her absolute bestie. Though Aaron acknowledged it was remarkably beautiful, she still couldn't suppress a gentle reminder for her to mind her public image a little bit. The surrounding gentlemen also swarmed over, curiously interrogating how across such a brief timeline Lilia managed to secure such an exquisite, top-tier custom formal dress. As a direct consequence, a casual disclosure from Lilia's lips caused the 3 high-ranking men to completely freeze on the spot. She revealed this entire play was engineered with Karen's direct assistance. This time the alignment was perfect. Every eye in the perimeter locked instantly onto Karen. Turns out to manifest this elite formal gown, Karen had secretly expended a monumental amount of tactical effort. He specially tracked down the loyal maid Sarah by Aaron's side, utilizing an anonymous alias to secretly place the luxury custom order. This strategic move was truly too big brain for words. Even Eamon couldn't suppress a gasp of respect after processing the data. He smirked and reached out to aggressively ruffle Karen's hair, praising him for executing a spectacular job. This sudden physical intimacy made Karen's whole body intensely uncomfortable. Clearly unconditioned to receiving this type of wholesome bro praise, he was momentarily flustered, wishing the marble floor would open up a hole for him to vanish into. Karen legitimately threw a minor tantrum this time, snapping aggressively at Eamon and warning him to stop messing up his curated hair. While the 2 bros were bickering like children, the young socialites hovering nearby clustered around Aaron and initiated some high society gossip. They questioned why Ferdinand failed to personally escort Aaron to the venue. Could it be that the prince fundamentally lacked the intention to invite her as his official date? Aaron hurriedly waved her hands to deny the slander, reassuring them she had accepted the formal invitation long ago. In fact, prior to this milestone, Ferdinand had specially penned a custom letter explicitly requesting if she would honor him by being his primary dance partner. Staring at the parchment decorated with immaculate handwriting, Aaron had already locked in her calculations back then. She deliberately chose not to rush her acceptance, but decided to cross the threshold with Karen first, waiting until they infiltrated the epicenter of the grand ballroom to formally reunite with Ferdinand's perimeter. Absorbing the logistical explanation, the young socialites finally breathed a massive sigh of relief. Turns out, she wasn't enduring the cold shoulder at all, but the entire romantic play had been neatly arranged long ago. Atlee continued to playfully tease her, chiming that Ferdinand must have calculated the entire chessboard out, simply waiting for Aaron to step into his trap so he could gatekeep her all to himself. Who could have ever predicted that the exact millisecond these playful words left her mouth, a toxic group of nearby socialites started mocking them with pure sarcasm. They locked their judgmental stares directly onto Aaron, whispering and pointing maliciously, sneering that no matter how elegantly she styled herself, it would never overwrite her country bumpkin roots, even going so far as to call her a pig wearing lipstick. Those toxic slurs were truly far too grating to the ears. Right while that basic crowd was eagerly bad-mouthing her character, a full glass of red wine was splashed straight into their arrogant faces. The entire ballroom had instantly descended into absolute chaos. No one could have ever hypothesized that Amon would deploy such savage timing at this exact moment. He directly threw his physical frame forward to shield the girls. This time around, those gossiping chatterboxes are definitely about to log into some serious bad luck. Speaking of terrible luck, a rogue wine glass suddenly shattered into pieces all over the marble floor, after expending monumental energy to secure the strip. Now the look was completely sabotaged by the wine glass. Right when she was about to fly into a homicidal rage, Lilia materialized remarkably composed, gently comforting Aaron, commanding her not to waste brain cells on a bitter crowd who only know how to recycle expired drama. Staring at Lilia standing before her, Aaron's brain completely short-circuited. When on earth did the fragile girl who was perpetually timid and weak back then evolve into such a confident baddie? Her current self could not only see straight through other people's petty, pathetic tricks, but possessed the nerve to actively step up and insulate those around her. This alpha energy truly granted one an incredible sense of security. Aaron locked fingers with Lilia and softly breathed out a genuine thank you. Fortunately, leveraging that chaotic little stunt just now, her current psyche was somewhat less anxious. However, Aaron still harbored a wave of fear, dropping her volume to warn Lilia to absolutely never crash an event recklessly like that again in the future. After all, Duke Atlee currently possessed his predator eyes locked tight on their exact coordinates. But Lilia completely didn't give a damn. She stated that making a violent exception to intervene earlier was purely because she noticed Aaron looking too deeply depressed and desired to snap her out of the matrix quickly. Lilia patted her chest to guarantee her safety, advising Aaron that she must absolutely elevate her internal spirit and to never forget she operates as the official fiancé of Prince Ferdinand. That supreme status is her ultimate cheat code backing. While Lilia was aggressively boosting Aaron's morale, the structural energy in the Grand Hall suddenly underwent a violent shift. The heavy, steady stride of tactical footsteps echoed across the marble. Every guest's eyes unconsciously pivoted toward the entrance. A towering silhouette completely blocked the light. It was Ferdinand. This immaculate, custom-tailored suit radiated an absolute aura completely alien from his standard academy days. He marched straight up to Aaron's position. His vocal tone carried a heavy hint of surprise, as if his calculations didn't expect to intercept her here. Lilia had literally just commanded Aaron to reclaim her main character confidence and stand tall. Yet in the very next microsecond, she ran directly into the final boss himself. The gazes of the two locked dead in the epicenter of the Grand Hall. The reply letter Ferdinand had been anxiously waiting for had finally manifested in Aaron's hands. Inside the parchment, she had actually proposed the condition of wanting to infiltrate the venue alongside Karen. This specific request was articulated quite bluntly. What intrigued his analytical mind the most was the massive wave of ambiguity coded at the tail end of the letter. He legitimately craved to know what exact expression was painted on her face when she penned that line. It seems this high society banquet will indeed trigger some cataclysmic surprises. She must have experienced a severe internal deadlock for a very prolonged duration when constructing this message. Ferdinand sat inside the luxury carriage, his mind continuously rendering calculations of what tier of formal gown she would debut tonight, whether it would be a graceful, high society style, or a majestic aesthetic that would leave the aristocracy completely failing to recognize her physical vessel. Ferdinand was still cross-examining whether Aaron would double down on her flashy, chaotic style this time around. But auditing his own internal thoughts, he recognized he was truly a hopeless, down-bad case. The reality was, no matter what garments she draped over her skin, it all materialized as highly attractive to his eyes. Right at this exact millisecond, the carriage door unlatched, and the primary asset who needed to arrive had finally showcased her face. As long as she materialized in this perimeter, what she wore actually didn't matter anymore. Originally, Ferdinand's logic dictated the exact same conclusion, but the moment Aaron actually stood anchored in front of his eyes, he instantly resolved to execute a total recall on his previous statement. This is structurally not unimportant. This is clearly an aesthetic layout that makes it mathematically impossible for human eyes to look away from her. He stood frozen in the center of the hall, completely paralyzed as intense emotions surged. Ferdinand even desperately wished the fabric of time could freeze permanently at this exact microsecond. But unfortunately, a toxic, uninvited guest breached the perimeter. Deitlin stood towering like a tyrant at the apex of the grand staircase, coldly auditing the entire layout. In his sociopathic worldview, there was fundamentally no such concept as genuine affection. Every living entity was merely a disposable chess piece, engineered to be exploited for political leverage. It was supposed to be a minor academy celebration, yet the high and mighty high nobles, who usually drift far above the clouds, had now accumulated here in absolute full force. Dietland stood cloaked in a pitch-black corner, coldly analyzing this pathetic crowd. They were all textbook fair-weather clout chasers. The exact millisecond their senses catch the scent of profit, they sprint faster than anyone else on the board. In his estimation, this aristocratic crowd was indistinguishable from insects crawling on the dirt. As long as you present the correct scent, they will desperately rush to swarm it. But compared to those brainless insects who only know how to hunt profit, Aaron manifested as a completely alien existence. Dietland stood surveying from his high vantage point, coldly locking his predatory gaze straight onto the mesmerizing silhouette in the epicenter of the dance floor. To his twisted psyche, she materialized like a blooming, pure white lily, so utterly untainted that she was entirely incompatible with this toxic arena. It seems his calculations misjudged the asset this time. Every single micro-expression Aaron executed on the dance floor was actively testing Dietland's psychological limits. A dark, intrusive thought suddenly flashed across his consciousness. He desperately craved to possess this woman. But immediately following that realization, he himself calculated it was completely ridiculous. She was clearly merely a functional tool, so why on earth did her presence cause his logic to lose control to this extreme degree? Could the underlying variable be explicitly because of Ferdinand's involvement? This was the absolute first time in his timeline that Dietland developed severe self-doubt. But previously, whenever Aaron's eyes mapped onto his frame, her pupils were exclusively saturated with pure, unadulterated fear. At that baseline timeline, he fundamentally didn't give a single damn about this woman's existence. But now, what is the origin of this intense, borderline psychotic desire for absolute possession? Since his soul rejects the idea of letting her walk away, he might as well just permanently lock her up inside an iron cage so her feet can never navigate anywhere ever again. The sadistic smile slicing across Dietland's lips grew increasingly colder. This toxic urge to completely monopolize her presence could thoroughly no longer be suppressed by his willpower. He was no longer satisfied with merely monitoring her from a cold distance, and immediately accelerated his pace straight toward the epicenter of the dance floor. Ferdinand instantly detected the anomalous threat vector entering the perimeter. He abruptly halted his rhythmic dance steps, his gaze flooded with tactical vigilance. Prince Dietland. The immediate atmosphere at this exact milestone completely froze into sub-zero ice, and the heavy scent of gunpowder sparking between the two titans could no longer be cloaked. Ferdinand was clearly a bit mentally distracted. Even his physical footwork became chaotic and disorganized. Aaron curiously cross-examined him. What on earth are you computing inside your brain that has you so deeply absorbed? Ferdinand hurriedly offered his apologies. At that exact high-stakes microsecond just now, his cognitive focus had indeed been completely disrupted by a certain type of suffocating aura. Right at this milestone, Dietland approached, dragging his ominous pressure along with him, even intentionally releasing an intense, aggressive burst of spiritual pressure. Aaron, however, appeared remarkably unflappable, directly speaking up to cross-examine him. "What is the tactical meaning of this, Your Highness?" Dietland publicly proclaimed himself to be the absolute chosen champion of the divine sword. As long as an asset knows how to evaluate raw power, every soul in this room can feel this extraordinary aura. Aaron stood quietly observing his frame, clearly also registering the unique potency of this magical power, but its baseline frequency was far too tyrannical and overbearing. Rather than classifying it as divine, it would be infinitely more accurate to brand it as a naked, lethal threat. Everyone present could vividly feel the crushing oppression radiating from this guest who arrived harboring malicious intentions. It truly made it difficult for the nobility to maintain their ground. Atli suddenly weaponized a bold, wild hypothesis. She declared, "Is there any tactical possibility that Aaron has actually prophesied a dark future that hasn't materialized yet?" Ferdinand instantly froze into a statue. If this wild hypothesis holds true, then the absolute nature of this entire matrix has completely mutated. Why on earth has Aaron's baseline behavior become so chaotic and abnormal recently? Why does she seem to wield supernatural magic, ascending to the supreme tier of a swordmaster at such an impossibly young age? All of these seemingly absurd, fractured details have now been clearly decoded and explained. While locked in the rhythm of the dance, Ferdinand calculated secretly within his soul What horrific visions did Erin actually witness in that future timeline? For an ordinary noble young lady to be capable of fully deciphering the ultimate forbidden mysteries of swordsmanship, this truly violates the natural order of the universe. Staring down at Erin in front of him, Ferdinand suddenly recognized that the crushing pressure weighing down on her fragile shoulders is highly likely far beyond anyone's wildest imagination. This highly volatile, dark burden is fundamentally not something irrelevant outsiders can casually speculate about. Ferdinand suddenly breached their standard social distance. This aggressive step forward was truly far too bold for high society. Erin lacked the time to formulate a defensive reaction at first. What was originally just a polite, superficial social dance has now mutated into the absolute epicenter of the entire ballroom. The elite crowd hovering around all gasped in pure shock. This blatant public power move was no different from broadcasting to the world that their relationship dynamic has completely evolved. Erin weaponized the convenient excuse of wanting to step outside to catch some fresh air. Ferdinand reflexively intended to track her path, but as a direct consequence, he was flatly and coldly rejected by Erin. She marched away with absolute, unwavering decisiveness. Evidently, she harbored zero desire to be disturbed by a single soul. In other words, her impending tactical action cannot be witnessed by other assets. Waiting until she was entirely isolated on the moonlit balcony, a mysterious voice suddenly echoed out from the pitch-black darkness. "You've finally arrived to meet your destiny." Staring at the cloaked, dark silhouette materializing in front of her, the intense emotions that had been forcefully suppressed for so long could thoroughly no longer be camouflaged. She softly whispered, "It's been an eternity. I missed you, Lord." As soon as she spoke, Chloe aggressively rushed over to initiate a confrontation, screaming at Erin, "Why did you refuse to drape the custom formal dress I gifted you over your flesh?" This confrontation wasn't about maternal care. She explicitly desired to publicly humiliate her character in front of the entire elite crowd, accusing Erin of trashing her generosity. Facing this toxic provocation, Erin didn't even grant her the satisfaction of turning her head back. It seems this delicious, high society drama has merely initiated its inaugural act. Chloe still resolutely refused to drop the issue, mocking Erin's eccentric appearance, whining that she had thoroughly embarrassed the family crest. But Erin's savage counterstrike almost caused the matriarch to cough up actual blood right on the marble spot. Erin cracked a cynical smile and interrogated back. "Could there possibly exist any textile outfit in this world uglier than the trash garment you dispatched?" This specific verbal strike carried far too much critical, armor-piercing damage, causing Chloe's psychological defense to instantly collapse into dust. When in her entire lifetime had she ever suffered such a public, insulting reality check right in front of so many aristocratic witnesses? Chloe actually directly initiated physical contact, swinging her hand violently to seize Erin's frame. The operational situation at this exact millisecond completely spiraled out of absolute control. The precise moment that elegant folding fan collided with the floorboards was also when the fake veil of high society etiquette between the two combatants completely shattered to pieces. Chloe not only escalated to physical assault, but also publicly slandered Erin's character, roaring that she had remained at the academy for far too long, and had consequently forgotten even the most baseline rules of domestic obedience. This was no longer a trivial family argument, but a naked, unadulterated personal assault. Chloe was exerting 100% of her power to ensure Erin completely lost her social standing, rendering her utterly powerless to ever hold her head up again. Facing Chloe's rabid threat, Erin not only refused to retreat a single inch, but also directly brought up old, unpunished debts. She demanded to know why Chloe treated her so brutally when she was a helpless child, when she clearly committed zero crimes back then. Chloe, who evidently never anticipated Erin would possess the raw nerve to publicly rip open this traumatic emotional wound in front of so many elites, was momentarily tongue-tied and completely powerless to utter a syllable. However, in the deepest, darkest chambers of her soul, Erin comprehended perfectly well that the barbaric torments of her past actually originated from a top-secret executive directive dispatched by the Emperor himself. Turns out, Chloe was also merely a disposable chess piece weaponized by the royal family to suppress the terrifying lineage of the Swordmaster. Erin recognized full well that asking that loaded question was structurally no different from inviting internal bitterness upon herself. Chloe fundamentally lacked a human heart. She even screamed and wailed theatrically before the gathered crowd. shrieking that the very biological existence of Aaron was already an absolute type of sin. This statement was like a lethal, targeted stab straight to the soul, thoroughly invalidating everything belonging to Aaron's identity, without leaving a solitary shred of mercy, scanning the frantic, unhinged woman unraveling before her eyes. Aaron finally saw through the entire matrix. If Chloe genuinely intends to push this conflict to the point of completely severing all blood ties and maternal affection like this, then the impending scenario, I highly fear, will be a catastrophic mess for anyone to clean up. If initially, Chloe could have nurtured Aaron like a normal, innocent little girl, perhaps her fingers would have never wrapped around the hilt of that lethal sword in her entire lifetime. She should have possessed the right to exist like any other human being, affectionately, calling out, "Mom," surviving a simple, pure, and content life. But the reality of her timeline was far too brutal. Chloe not only failed to grant her basic maternal love, but also weaponized the most vicious, toxic vocabulary to constantly assault the psyche of that little child, branding her as useless and a hopeless piece of trash, even escalating to visceral, physical violence. Aaron finally achieved absolute enlightenment. The underlying reason Chloe executed these atrocities was explicitly because, to her very bones, she was an evil, irredeemable demon from head to toe. Since the adversary has already violently shredded her maternal disguise, then Aaron also harbors zero obligation to endure the abuse any longer. The savage counterattack is merely the opening salvo. Just as Chloe was about to launch her hand forward, Karen suddenly materialized, directly anchoring his physical frame between the two of them. He demanded in a sub-zero voice whether she genuinely possessed the audacity to lay an iron hand on his sister. This unexpected intervention left every single witness present completely shell-shocked. Chloe clearly failed to calculate that this obedient son of hers, who usually strictly stayed in line, would now directly turn on her legacy for Aaron's sake. Pivoting his head back to face the crossfire, he looked like a completely mutated alien person, with his eyes overflowing with pure protective anxiety for his sister. Karen fundamentally lacked the patience to tolerate a single word of maternal gaslighting, directly commanding the matriarch to exit the perimeter, telling her to get lost this absolute instant. This calculated performance of playing the vulnerable victim by Aaron was truly a god-tier tactical move. She articulated in a perfectly level, calm tone that she was undamaged, noting she merely hadn't been physically struck yet, while exposing that the sole reason the adversary attempted to assault her in front of high society was exclusively because she rejected the trash dress Chloe dispatched. The exact millisecond Karen processed that data, his entire vessel erupted into flames on the spot. He locked a glare of unadulterated disbelief onto her, interrogating, "Over a pathetic, microscopic matter like this, you actually possessed the intent to brutalize my sister?" Chloe at this explosive juncture was truly descending into a total panic. She waved her hands frantically while desperately fabricating excuses, claiming that Karen must have definitively misseen the trajectory. How could she ever be so barbaric? But that guilty, short-circuiting expression of hers, anyone with basic observation skills could decode it with a single glance. This toxic operational matrix is absolutely not simple. Aaron's low, cynical laughter directly caused Chloe to freeze like ice. She stammered, for a painfully long duration, without squeezing out a single coherent syllable. If this were the old, brainwashed Karen, he would have definitely rushed forward in a frantic flurry to console Chloe and investigate caringly about the immediate situation. It required a massive expenditure of willpower for Chloe to recapture her poise, cursing viciously in the dark corners of her mind. This was explicitly the exact gaslighting methodology she was most seasoned in deploying. Yet now she was being forced to swallow a lethal taste of her own medicine, administered by Aaron. Just as she engineered a forced plastic laugh to mask the heavy awkwardness, she was caught dead to rights by Karen's razor-sharp focus. Karen cross-examined her in a freezing, homicidal voice. "You were actively mocking her just now, weren't you?" Chloe immediately backtracked on her syllables and denied the accusation completely. She even attempted to pull her ultimate authority as an elder to command Karen to calmly absorb her narrative explanation. This elite capacity to open her eyes and lie straight to someone's face truly expanded the audience's definition of audaciously toxic behavior. Chloe was still stubbornly scrambling to salvage her public reputation, even viciously cursing Aaron's very soul, shrieking that her biological existence was originally a catastrophic error. Absorbing these venomous words was truly rage-inducing. Karen violently shot back, If you despise her existence to that extreme degree, then why don't you just execute that exact same curse on my soul too? Karen had completely and permanently severed all hope concerning this toxic family dynamic. He seized Aaron's hand and marched straight away from the blast zone without pivoting his head back a single time, leaving a manic Chloe to scream and shriek after his silhouette, yet he refused to pause his heavy footsteps for a microscopic second. Before abandoning the perimeter, Karen dropped the most cold-blooded, heartless line. From this defining milestone forward, my lips will never call you mother again. This verbal blade sliced truly far too deep into her soul. Chloe stood paralyzed, frozen to the absolute spot. She finally computed the horrific realization that she had thoroughly and irreversibly lost her golden son. Charlotte, who was structurally blocking the escape path, was so deeply terrified that she frantically scrambled backward, out of the way. Absolutely no asset could restrain Karen at this high-stakes moment. Who could have ever predicted that resolving a lifelong trauma would be as effortless as turning over a palm? Previously, he perpetually audited people, claiming that the total collapse of systemic trust usually executes itself in the literal blink of an eye. Tracking the timeline back now, this classic proverb is truly not wrong in the slightest. Aaron locked her eyes onto the unraveling Chloe in the far distance, already having calculated the exact tactical chess moves within her consciousness. If your mind lacked a definitive, logical justification to harbor pure hatred toward my existence, then I will personally engineer an undeniable reason for you to plot my demise. Just maintain your focus and spectate. The impending act of this psychological drama will only grow exponentially more spectacular. In the dead silence of the midnight hour, the loaded dormitory was extraordinarily quiet. Aaron anchored her gaze onto Karen, who had remained locked in a mute state this entire timeline, inquiring with deep, sisterly care regarding how his internal psyche was holding up. Karen's internal organs were currently green with toxic, agonizing regret. He cursed his own soul as a total, absolute clown. Actually addressing that cold-blooded, snake-hearted woman as mother across all those blind, wasted years. Just visualizing how, in the past, to blindly champion that monster, he had repeatedly unleashed verbal weapons that sliced his sister to pieces, his heart violently twisted in pure agony. Ultimately, Karen couldn't suppress the emotional flood, turning around aggressively, constantly begging for Aaron's forgiveness, whimpering that back in those days, he was truly, catastrophically blind, and blindly weaponized his criticisms against her honor out loud. This raw call of Big Sis, he voiced it with infinitely more sincerity than ever before in his existence. Aaron gently injected comfort into Karen's mind, stating that she fully validated his apology, advising him to cease tormenting his own psyche over expired historical events. But deep within his internal framework, Karen still lacked the capacity to scale over that mental barrier. Those demonic, vicious curses echoing outside the ballroom doors earlier caused his spine to crawl with icy chills even now. He couldn't comprehend, no matter what analytical metrics he ran. How could a biological human being materialize as that unadulteratedly awful? Witnessing Karen drowned in such immense agony, Aaron actually fully decoded his psychological pain. But right at this volatile milestone, Karen suddenly finalized a bold, high-risk decision. He grabbed Aaron's hand and declared resolutely that he would report the entirety of the horrific grievances she had been forced to endure across all these dark years straight to Father's office. If this were the naive, weaponless Aaron of the past timeline, perhaps her heart would have listened to his reckless suggestion. But retrieving the memory of the catastrophic inferno that reduced everything to ash that fateful year, coupled with the absolute agonizing slaughter of the family legacy later down the road, she could no longer afford to operate with such childish naivety anymore. She immediately paralyzed Karen's train of thought, her vocal delivery so sub-zero it instantly birthed goosebumps over his flesh. Anchor your ears to my syllables. Simply execute a total simulation, pretending you possess zero data regarding this matter. Explicitly, because the exact microsecond these truths are spoken into existence, not a single soul alive will be capable of surviving the collateral consequences. At this exact crossroad, Aaron's hidden tyrannical aura was fully and violently unleashed. She coldly dropped a crushing truth bomb. The current version of you is still far too weak to enter this war. This overwhelming spiritual pressure was infinitely more terrifying than the aura she displayed when they were dominating the center of the grand banquet hall. Karen finally saw the Matrix with absolute clarity. His sister was the true, undisputed chosen champion of the divine sword. Standing paralyzed before this absolute god-tier manifestation of power, Karen could only obediently lock his lips shut, swearing a blood oath not to leak a single bite of this data to Father's ears. He even initiated a severe wave of self-doubt, wondering if his low-level self was being a bit too ridiculously nosy in a clash of titans. Erin anchored her gaze on him for a tense eternity before finally emitting a reluctant, low grunt. Karen dropped a final line, stating he would go summon Ferdinand, then abruptly pivoted his boots and exited. Tracking his retreating silhouette, Erin didn't exactly experience peace of mind either. Those verbal strikes earlier were indeed delivered a bit too ruthlessly. She originally calculated this kid would fly into a homicidal rage on the spot and aggressively interrogate why she camouflaged the data regarding the divine sword. But what was the actual result? He failed to counter her with a solitary syllable, merely retreating into the darkness silently like that. Perhaps his ego was crushed by the god-tier manifestation of the divine sword, or he concluded that his weak self was of zero utility to the family legacy. But regardless of how emotionally devastated Karen is right now, Erin harbors zero intention of permitting him to be sucked into this cataclysmic vortex of blood and vengeance. As long as his soul can survive peacefully, it is more than enough for her to absorb all the visceral danger and toxic infamy entirely alone. While her consciousness was churning with agonizing complications, the surrounding spatial scenery suddenly displayed something highly anomalous. The sky abruptly mutated in color, and a heavy, freezing downpour violently cascaded from above, instantaneously hijacking Erin's mind and throwing her back to that horrific night. The brutal military campaign to slaughter the magical beasts that year was also executed under a freezing deluge exactly like this. She had scrambled through the treacherous mud entirely by her lonesome, desperately seeking to rescue survivors, only to compute that there was fundamentally zero path of tactical retreat remaining. Right when her physical vessel was thoroughly depleted and her mind accepted that she would perish with her corpse rotting exposed under the rain, that precise man materialized. It was Ferdinand who intercepted her location. Ferdinand blitzed through the storm in a frantic panic, locking his eyes onto Erin, standing frozen like a ghost under the heavy downpour. He was worried to the absolute death. This immediate frame was a mirror image of the trauma that transpired that fateful year. Before Erin's consciousness could even break out of the trance, her body was tightly insulated by his heavy, thick cloak. Ferdinand refused to waste a single syllable, directly hauling her violently into his desperate embrace. Deep within his vocal frequency, a raw tremor of panic could not be camouflaged. He murmured that witnessing her still breathing was truly a magnificent miracle. For his heart, as long as Erin could retreat safely to his perimeter, then that baseline fact was exponentially more critical than any other variable on the chessboard. Collapsing against Ferdinand's solid chest, Erin suddenly weaponized a request that sounded a bit psychologically unhinged. She pleaded, "Ferdinand, you must lock in a blood oath to me that no matter what catastrophe strikes, you are mathematically obligated to preserve your own life first, no matter how monstrous the tactical methods required. Even if you are forced to sacrifice every other human asset on Earth, you must claw your way to survival at all costs." Ferdinand was momentarily choked up by the sheer weight of her words. He evidently never anticipated Erin would command him to abandon his absolute moral bottom line simply to survive. In reality, this was structurally not the premier instance where Erin unleashed these exact syllables, extracting files from the deepest vaults of his memory. On an identical storm-ridden day, she had also white-knuckled his hand with this exact level of desperation. At that specific milestone, he had declared, "The exact second you return safely to my side, I will personally unpack the ultimate secret, buried at the absolute bottom of my soul. So this time around, you are fundamentally forbidden from breaking your word either." Erin gently dictated the operational mandate. Ferdinand was explicitly obligated to keep surviving like that. But the exact microsecond this phrase was spoken, Ferdinand's entire nervous system froze. He had previously weaponized his unique ability to audit Erin's historic past. But across those extracted memories, The two of them had never once initiated a dialogue concerning these hidden variables. If that historical event had never materialized in this timeline, then how on earth did Aaron retain a perfect record of it? Ferdinand finally lacked the capacity to suppress his confusion. He locked his intense focus straight onto Aaron and interrogated, "Have our minds executed a high-stakes conversation like this prior to today? Did your lips once decree to me that as long as my body could return alive from the meat grinder, you possessed a monumentally critical truth you desired to unveil?" Aaron maintained an absolute, suffocating silence, powerless to formulate a single word. This heavy silence operated as the most definitive answer possible. Ferdinand computed perfectly well within his consciousness that those phantom memories that logically shouldn't exist were entirely, mathematically real. And Ferdinand finally solved the grand equation. The Duke's historical speculations turned out to be the unadulterated truth. Aaron not only commands absolute data concerning the past, she actively decodes the catastrophic future that hasn't even broken into reality yet. Turns out those horrific visions he audited earlier were fundamentally not nostalgic memories, but future post-apocalyptic days that had been flawlessly prophesied by Aaron's consciousness. Returning to the safety of the quarters, Ferdinand instructed Aaron to sit down and recuperate. He intended to brew a hot herbal concoction to elevate her core body temperature. Aaron stared at his frame, her vocal tone overflowing with immense guilt. "It is entirely my fault that your majesty couldn't even attend the grand celebration." Ferdinand shook his head dismissively and commanded her to pay it zero mind. To his heart, a superficial high society party right now wasn't worth a fraction of the precious Aaron anchored in front of him. But the more Ferdinand's analytical mind processed the data, the more the logical architecture felt warped. How on earth did Aaron develop the capacity to prophesy the future? Historically, exclusively the holy saintess handpicked by the heavens commands this divine attribute. But the reigning saintess is clearly Princess Atli. Aaron mathematically cannot be the saintess. If this phenomenon isn't a divine angelic miracle, then why are the apocalyptic visions she witnesses so terrifyingly and visceral real? How many more world-ending events that haven't triggered yet does her brain actually possess? Ferdinand suddenly recalled Aaron's desperate, manic instructions under the freezing downpour earlier. She commanded him to utilize any horrific means necessary, screaming at him to simply save his own skin. This insanely desperate, apocalyptic sense of crisis is absolutely not a random coincidence. The fingers pouring the piping hot tea froze completely in midair. A terrifying, parasitic thought crept in and violently colonized his mind. If Aaron truly witnesses the absolute future, does that mean in that impending timeline, his own life was completely extinguished? Ferdinand slowly elevated his gaze, mapping his eyes onto the mesmerizing woman before him, softly breathing out her name. Lady Aaron. Ferdinand resolved to directly lay his cards face up on the table. He looked straight into the windows of Aaron's eyes and demanded, "Did you witness that future timeline with your own sight?" Aaron remained dead quiet for a brief moment before finally executing a slow nod. But to unpack a supernatural, timeline-bending phenomenon like this, her brain lacked any logical starting point. Ferdinand instantly decoded her psychological awkwardness. He refused to pry further into the trauma, but with pure tenderness glided the warm teacup into her hands. "If the truth is too agonizing to speak, then you possess zero obligation to utter it anymore." Even so, deep down in his core, there existed one definitive answer that his soul desperately craved to unearth above all else. Ferdinand set the silver tea tray down, his vocal delivery mutating into an extremely serious, unyielding register. "Simply answer me one solitary variable. In that future timeline that your eyes audited, what exactly is the structural relationship between the two of us? In that tomorrow, did my heart genuinely love you?" Honestly, his subconscious already possessed the answer, locked in his heart. If the equation wasn't fueled by unadulterated love, how could his core magical power recognize her spiritual frequency instinctively? This time around, it was Aaron's turn to not know how to unlatch her lips. Aaron's lethal counterstrike materialized as just two freezing, armor-piercing words. "We didn't." She stated that in that past timeline, she operated as a horrific, unforgivable monster. while Ferdinand actually detested her entire existence from the absolute bottom of his heart. Watching the phantom butterflies disintegrate into ash within the raging inferno, the toxic past shared between the two of them should also be incinerated completely away into nothingness. Aaron softly whispered, "I was merely a discarded chess piece. You only needed to exploit me until I lost my utility. Everything transpiring right now, is just you desperately making amends for a past life. It fundamentally doesn't justify you treating me with such devastating gentleness." Ferdinand was thoroughly triggered this time. He couldn't help but fiercely shoot back. "How could you utter such toxic things like that?" Proclaiming that he used to loathe her soul, this entire narrative was completely absurd. If what Aaron claimed was true, then how on earth can this suffocating feeling of being unable to let go whenever he locks eyes with her now be explained? This instinctive reflex absolutely cannot lie. Even after absorbing those cold, heartless words, as long as he was isolated with her, Ferdinand found that he still couldn't maintain his composure. But in Aaron's traumatized heart, the verdict was already set in stone. He harbored zero love for her, regardless of whether it was before or now. The artificial gentleness he displayed must definitely mask some hidden strategic purpose. To shatter this suffocatingly silent atmosphere, he took the absolute initiative to invite her to partake in some tea. In reality, deep down, Aaron recognized all too well that the sole reason Ferdinand acted so remarkably gentle was simply born from his excessive pity, concluding that she was far too pathetic. But what was truly unexpected was that Aaron actually thoroughly hyperfixated on this tragic feeling of being pitied, because every single time she hit a dead end, feeling like she was about to plunge into a bottomless abyss, that exact sympathy became her final, saving lifeline. As long as her fingers could grasp it, even if it was fueled purely by pity, she was willing. Just to receive a microscopic drop of that gentleness, even if there was zero genuine love inside the vessel. She felt it was enough. It had mutated into her sole motivation to stay alive. But tracking the timeline back now, Aaron only felt her past self in that future arc was truly too pathetic and tragic. Ferdinand was clearly such a pure-hearted soul, yet that exact unwavering kindness only served to make her feel infinitely more tormented inside. Ferdinand let out a dry, helpless laugh. He calculated that his future self actually failed to decode something so incredibly obvious. What a total brain-dead fool. But his analytical mind failed to notice that Aaron beside him had fallen completely and utterly mute, powerless to utter a single syllable. She white-knuckled the hem of her dress, her whole vessel looking as if she was about to completely break down on the spot. While Ferdinand was still mockingly trashing his own alternate self, Aaron suddenly couldn't maintain her defensive posture anymore, just collapsing onto his shoulder like that. This time around, it was Ferdinand's turn to hit the panic button, completely flustered and short-circuiting. Aaron unexpectedly breached his personal perimeter to lean close. Ferdinand was totally stunned. He absolutely didn't anticipate that an asset who always guarded her distance like her would suddenly execute this high-risk move. Aaron kept repeating like a broken record and over, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, my lord. I'm truly, deeply sorry. I should have never delusionally yearned to be loved by your soul." But in reality, these agonizing words had been hidden deep in the vaults of her heart for a very prolonged timeline. She always desperately craved to be just like this, to navigate closer to his warmth, just a microscopic bit closer. She finally liberated her hands and tightly held onto Ferdinand's frame. At this defining moment, she never desired to let go again. Leaning this close, inhaling the rhythm of his breathing, Aaron finally admitted to her own soul that she had never stopped craving this alpha man's love. She flashed a bitter, self-deprecating smile. If she had grown up insulated by love like normal human beings, her current self would have definitely mutated into an incredibly greedy monster, even scheming to completely monopolize his presence all to herself. Ferdinand didn't push her away. On the contrary, he gently murmured, "Didn't my lips declare it before? My shoulder will perpetually be anchored there for your form to lean on." This absolute blood oath remains fully valid even until this exact milestone. Ferdinand delivered the most unwavering, absolute response, vowing it would eternally remain that way. At this exact microsecond, Aaron finally decoded the unadulterated truth clearly. Turns out the man hovering in front of her was the solitary saving light illuminating her dark life. Inside the quiet office, the two just locked each other in a tight, desperate embrace like that. All structural insecurity and trauma seeming to evaporate right at this milestone. Until the crimson morning sunlight once again breached through the glass window, Ferdinand sat entirely isolated in his study, racking his brains but powerless to compute it no matter what metrics he ran. In that apocalyptic future, he actually loathed Aaron's existence that intensely. This garbage logic made absolutely zero mathematical sense at all, unless the future version of Ferdinand suffered severe brain rot and was an absolute clown who couldn't differentiate gold from trash. Otherwise, how could his soul ever detest a breathtaking woman like her? Especially when cross-referencing the devastating way her eyes mapped onto his frame, there must definitely be some high-tier hidden twist masking the reality behind everything. Visualizing Aaron's haunting silhouette, Ferdinand's heart was a tangled, chaotic mess. A soul-stirring gaze that manifested as both so remarkably gentle and so profoundly sorrowful. No matter how you analyze the data, it failed to reflect someone who would abruptly betray their own heart and mind in a future timeline. Derek aggressively tapped his knuckles on the mahogany desk to remind him to focus his consciousness. Demanding to know if His Highness was even registering his syllables at all. Only now did Ferdinand violently snap out of the trance, computing the reality that he had been spacing out all this time. Derek helplessly repeated the briefing. Early this morning, Lilia already executed her departure, taking Bahan with her to infiltrate the magic tower. Furthermore, that prodigy kid Bahan is on the verge of becoming an officially recognized disciple of the Supreme Magic Tower. While articulating the data, Derek transferred over a sealed letter. This is a custom letter Lilia specially left behind for your eyes before she departed the perimeter. Ferdinand intercepted the parchment and casually replied that he had already processed data concerning this move beforehand. Lilia had explicitly informed his station yesterday that she would clandestinely vanish today. He unsealed the letter. Lilia's handwriting detailed very clearly that this high-stakes excursion to the Magic Tower was explicitly to investigate the grim truth behind her brother's assassination. Her intuition always harbored a gut feeling that behind this bloody conspiracy, there existed hidden, high-level secrets that hadn't been dragged into the light yet. What was even more strategically shocking was that Lilia intended to commit to the brutal path of penance at the Magic Tower, treating this grueling torture as a literal way to atone for her past sins against Aaron's honor. Standing nearby, Derek couldn't suppress a low, heavy sigh. That is officially the most agonizing, grueling path a mage can walk, but since it materialized as Lilia's definitive choice, she will definitely claw her way through it. Hearing about the terrifying path of penance within the Magic Tower, everyone's skin crawled with goosebumps. No one could fathom what horrific trials she would encounter. The path of penance was actually a gauntlet of lethal trials personally engineered by the Magic Tower Master himself. For generations, this forbidden zone had been branded as the graveyard of mages. No one knew how many eons the trials would drag on, let alone how many fatal traps were camouflaged within the architecture. Ordinary civilians fundamentally wouldn't dare trespass within half a step. However, if an asset could miraculously survive and conquer this entire path, the ultimate reward manifested would be absolutely astronomical. Lilia would unlock a Wadud-tier cheat power, the absolute capacity to freely weaponize the collective mana of the entire Magic Tower. But this supreme power, did she genuinely possess the capacity to attain it? The true motive driving Lilia to infiltrate the Magic Tower was to hijack its power to completely clear Aaron's tarnished name. That was also the solitary method to atone for her sins that her consciousness could formulate. Right at this high-stakes moment, Derek briefed him on another operational variable, stating that Helix had just dispatched a messenger today. Ferdinand hurriedly pressed for immediate intelligence, demanding if there was any tactical news retrieved from the west. But the exact millisecond Derek scanned the parchment, his entire physical framework froze. He stammered in shock. "Hold on a minute. The encoded content of this intelligence isn't right." Ferdinand instantly diagnosed the anomaly and aggressively snatched the parchment. The moment he deciphered the text written upon it clearly, he descended into absolute silence. What on earth was detailed in the message to make both elites flash such grim expressions? On the parchment, there was only one cryptic brief sentence: "Your loyal hound shall return." Before anyone could even process the data, heavy, echoing footsteps already vibrated throughout the grand hall. Helix had actually executed his real-time return. The surrounding aristocracy instantly erupted into a chaotic frenzy. No one could compute why this elite holy knight, who was mandated to be stationed in the west, would suddenly break protocol to materialize here. Completely ignoring the judgment of the crowd's gazes, Helix strode aggressively straight toward Aaron's position, publicly roaring her name in front of high society. Right after that opening salvo, he unleashed a declaration that completely paralyzed the entire hall. Aaron, I am officially challenging you to a death duel. No soul anticipated a formal challenge would be weaponized so abruptly. Both Aaron and Eamon stood frozen to the absolute spot. No one expected Helix to crash the venue in this exact savage manner. In this realm, the distribution of divine power is completely dictated by immutable destiny. Children gifted with rare magical talent are dragged into the temple from infancy, while 1 in a million geniuses are personally groomed by the saintess. Take Helix, for example. At a mere 15 years old, his raw power could already single-handedly slaughter high-tier magical beasts. He is the universally recognized apex holy knight, but who would have ever predicted this golden genius would actively ignite a war, throwing his iron gauntlet of challenge straight onto the marble floor? Helix locked a predatory stare onto Aaron and barked, I want to settle our score in a proper match with you. This is the absolute last holy knight left behind as a legacy by the previous saintess. Speaking of history, the friction between his faction and Aaron is actually deeply rooted. For all these dark years, his eyes have permanently viewed Aaron as an absolute eyesore. According to the chronological memories of her past life, at this exact milestone, he should have just breached the academy gates. And as expected, perfectly mimicking the old timeline, he marched straight over to pick a fight again. Helix glared down at her, coldly spitting out a toxic greeting. It's been a long damn time. Re-encountering that hostile, murderous gaze, Aaron recalled the trauma of the past. Years ago, the exact moment the saintess perished from the world, the holy knights of the divine temple mostly dissolved, with the vast majority choosing to retreat to sanctuary. Helix alone operated as the absolute exception. He refused to abandon the grid, stubbornly insisting on anchoring his sword directly by Ferdinand's side. This unyielding loyalty was entirely fueled by the final executive order the saintess dictated on her deathbed. After all, he had navigated growth alongside Ferdinand and Atli since childhood. The three of them were joined at the hip like siblings. Later, Helix evolved into the flawless holy knight worshipped by the entire civilization. In his entire existence, his soul is exclusively loyal to 2 deities, Ferdinand and the deceased saintess. In his worldview, every ounce of power he possesses was granted by those 2 titans. Consequently, his fanatic loyalty has almost escalated to a deeply morbid, obsessive level. As long as his blade is active on the field, no entity should dream of approaching within half a step of those 2. Furthermore, this absolute fanatic operates on an extreme double standard. Excluding those 2 VIPs, he fundamentally doesn't give a damn about the life or slaughter of other humans. Even if his own squad members are bleeding out and begging his station for emergency assistance, he will only turn his back with a freezing face. To his mind, those 2 are the sole sun. That is precisely why. Exclusively toward my existence is he excessively vigilant, classifying me as no different from his #1 threat vector. The other elite knights out of baseline, respect for Ferdinand would, at most, reluctantly tolerate interacting with me. But Helix is completely built different. His ego cannot tolerate the sight of me breaching Ferdinand's perimeter. Whether in the past timeline or the current present, I still cannot comprehend why on earth his soul harbors such deep, unadulterated hatred toward me. Right when the psychological standoff was locking up into a deadlock, Eamon suddenly stepped into the crossfire. He sneered aggressively and stated, "You are still as toxic and unreasonable as always." Amon instantaneously threw his frame forward to insulate me from the threat, declaring in an unyielding tone, "Your fanatical loyalty isn't wrong, but you are taking your obsessive delusion a bit too far. If your blade wants to pick a fight with Aaron, you deploy through my steel first." Eamon barked it straight to his face. "For a completely unhinged zealot like you, I am obligated to manually teach you what true knightly honor looks like." But Helix completely refused to buy into his vocabulary. He let out a low, mocking laugh and shot back, "Knightly honor? Auditing that word escape your lips is truly a comedy sketch." He continued, "I was commanded to the west to execute deep cover operations for half a year. As a direct consequence, the exact second I return, my ears are assaulted by the most stomach-churning rumors. Scandalous word is actually spreading like wildfire outside that Aaron is currently occupying a highly intimate space with His Highness Ferdinand. Some leaks even claim Aaron weaponized underhanded, toxic methodologies to blackmail His Highness into a forced engagement. Helix decisively unsheathed his massive greatsword. His voice was bone-chilling. "Eamon, in this timeline, I exclusively draw breath for His Highness. Anyone who attempts to exploit him will be absolute history." Helix had indeed gone completely rogue. He let out a dark chuckle, locked his eyes onto Aaron, and barked, "For His Highness, I will do the unthinkable." He publicly ripped open Aaron's rawest psychological wound, flaming her for weaponizing her family's leverage in the past to trap His Highness in a forced engagement. "And you still possess the absolute audacity to stand here?" After that, he pivoted to glare at Amon, his tone dripping with unadulterated disdain. "A traitor who abandoned his own bloodline like you is actually worthy of debating knightly honor with me." The exact millisecond that disrespect dropped, the entire atmosphere violently plummeted below zero. Amon paused for a single beat, then coldly shot back, "Watch your toxic mouth." It seems appealing to logic is a waste of data now. Eamon turned his head to lock eyes with Philip. "Philip, toss me your steel for a second." This time the situation is officially blowing up. Eamon flawlessly intercepted the greatsword hurled his way. He smirked, stared at Helix, and stated, "I've always been highly curious. If the two of us actually crossed blades, who would be left standing? Since your adrenaline is running so high today, then let's permanently settle who's supreme, right here and now." Sensing the entire arena was on the verge of spiraling out of control, Ferdinand suddenly breached the perimeter. He sternly roared, "Stand down, both of you! This is no sanctuary for you to ignite a riot. If you crave combat, there will be infinite opportunities on the horizon." Helix gazed at the dominant figure anchoring the space, softly uttering Ferdinand's name. The exact same psycho who was oozing murderous intent just a microsecond ago now actually dropped flat onto his knees, respectfully briefing, "Your Highness, the deep cover mission is finalized. Your loyal hound has returned alive." He raised his face. The predatory ferocity from earlier completely evaporating into thin air, smiling radiantly like a carefree child, even caringly inquiring if His Highness had been thriving lately. This psychotic double standard left the surrounding nobility completely dazed and short-circuiting. Ferdinand executed a step forward, his vocal tone softening significantly. He stated, "It has been an eternity since our last briefing. I'm glad you navigated back safely." No one anticipated Ferdinand would personally haul him up from the dirt. Even though a diplomatic smile bloomed across his lips, there was a dangerous trace of Arctic chill laced within Ferdinand's syllables. He stared intently at Helix, weaponizing every word. "First, you will offer an apology to Knight Aaron. Just now, your conduct was truly far too out of line." Helix instantaneously decoded the field dynamics. His Highness was genuinely furious this time. He didn't dare utter another extra syllable, responding in a low murmur, "Understood." He pivoted his vessel toward Aaron, completely shelving his previous arrogance, and executed a deep bow before the entire crowd, performing a highly standard military salute. "Earlier, my actions offended your honor. Please grant me forgiveness." This alignment shifted faster than a pinwheel. It seems Ferdinand's commands are more effective than any cheat code. Simultaneously, within the sanctuary of the temple, Karen was slouched entirely alone on a stone bench, his spirit heavily saturated with a crushing sense of sorrow and total defeat. He calculated that his current self was truly too pathetic to look at. He couldn't help but cross-examine his own soul. What on earth had he been achieving all this time? Grinding swordsmanship, since infancy, was explicitly engineered to insulate his most precious person. Yet now, facing his solitary sister, he lacked the power to do a damn thing. Just as she diagnosed, he was indeed far too useless. Right at this high-stakes millisecond, Eamon suddenly gasped in pure shock, "My lady!" Only to witness Atli, her entire physical form going completely limp, crashing down onto the cold stone. Completely losing consciousness. A catastrophic event has just triggered. Karen frantically supported the collapsing Atli, asking anxiously if her system was malfunctioning somewhere again. But Atli merely shook her head, her lips constantly muttering Aaron's name like a mantra. Karen listened, but was completely locked in the dark, entirely unable to decode her syllables. Atli was thoroughly drowned in absolute agonizing grief, whimpering, "It's truly far too tragic, far too soul-crushing." Observing Atli's unhinged state, Karen was completely lost in a thick fog. He fundamentally couldn't comprehend the horror masked behind those words. Meanwhile, in Atli's consciousness, traumatic memories were frantically rushing back like a flood. She kept vomiting apologies, constantly begging for mercy, weeping that the entire tragedy was her fault. This unutterable agony manifested as both highly pitiful and somewhat delusional in the eyes of the elite spectators. What Atli's psyche intercepted just now was an apocalyptic vision that the higher gods forced her to audit, or more accurately, it wasn't a record of the past timeline at all. Right at this precise milestone, Ferdinand also lowered his head. He declared, "Knight Aaron, earlier my disposition was far too rude. I also offer a sincere apology to your station." Aaron didn't care about the disrespect at all, merely calmly replying, "It is perfectly fine, Lord Ferdinand." That was a dark future vision that had been completely wiped from everyone's database, or fundamentally had never even materialized in this physical world. Only Aaron operated as the solitary entity who retained a perfect record of it. Behind the grand oak doors, the atmosphere had completely frozen. Atli had a face saturated with displeasure, feeling this situation was handled far too unfairly, slamming Helix for inciting a riot the exact second he returned. Karen exploded with rage on the spot, shouting that if their arrival had been just one step later, she might have literally lost her life right there. Right at that critical second, Ferdinand stepped forward, his authoritative tone leaving absolute zero room for debate. He publicly issued a supreme ban. No asset was permitted to weaponize his name, to inflict damage upon that child. He locked his intense focus straight onto Helix, interrogating, "Did your ears receive that crystal clearly? Who would have ever hypothesized that a simple life and death challenge could trigger such a massive geopolitical storm?" Even though his ego was highly unsatisfied toward Ferdinand's direct executive mandate, Helix still lacked the nerve to talk back. Even so, his logic couldn't compute no matter what variables he audited. During the exact window he was deployed away. What on earth had transpired in this academy? Clearly, prior to this milestone, every faction desired for Aaron to permanently vanish from reality to save them the tactical hassle. Yet now, the entire board was desperately shielding her. This highly abnormal situation forced Helix to compute that everything had officially gotten completely out of hand. If the timeline continues to develop at this trajectory, the fallout will be completely unimaginable. His mind still retained a core memory from a very prolonged duration ago. Back when his own asset was merely an initiate knight at that specific milestone, a certain individual had once explicitly instructed him that he must absolutely protect Ferdinand flawlessly, and that exact child too. Explicitly because that exact child operated as the solitary saving lifeline for Ferdinand's soul. Although at that historical milestone he failed to decode why he was mandated to do so, until this exact second, a brutal, bloody truth has gradually surfaced. Ferdinand in this lifetime, I highly fear, will never possess the privilege to cross paths with his most adored person again. Simultaneously, the critical intelligence also breached Dythian's ears. Absorbing the intel that Ferdinand's elite vanguard knight had just crossed back over the perimeter and sparked a massive, chaotic stir, it appears the fragile peace of the divine temple is on the verge of being utterly pulverized. Dythian barked mockingly. I was genuinely hyper-fixated on discovering which of you two gladiators would dominate the arena. Then he donned a plastic expression of regret and sighed heavily. What a tragic waste. Facing this unadulterated, blatant provocation, Aaron put on a display of extraordinary, sub-zero calmness, executing zero unnecessary physical gestures. Dythian locked his eyes on her form for a tense interval and spat out mockingly. Your biological reaction is far too detached and icy. But the mastermind was still white-knuckling a final lethal trump card within his sleeve. He calculated internally, within his consciousness, that after her ears absorbed the impending disclosure, would her facial muscles still possess the capacity to maintain this unflappable mask? Dythian weaponized an explosive piece of intelligence, declaring that the Supreme Emperor had formally recognized Aaron's combat contributions and specially authorized her clearance to participate in the high-stakes promotion gauntlet. But who could have ever predicted that the designated exam coordinate was anchored deep within the treacherous West? That is a localized dead zone where even war-torn veteran knights wouldn't dare trespass. This is zero royal blessing. It's explicitly a strategic plot designed to execute her. Dythian hungered to see if Aaron would still maintain her standard composure when staring down the barrel of certain slaughter like this. He flashed a cynical, faint smirk and interrogated, You didn't delusionally assume that my station would perpetually act as your shield, like in the past, did you? However, what violently caught him off guard was that Aaron merely delivered a completely flat, non-lethal response. Understood. This exact, totally indifferent attitude made Dathian's ego feel completely deflated and toothless. Before his cognitive functions could even recalibrate, Erin had already executed a step backward to dismiss herself from his presence. This time around, it was Dathian's turn to lose his absolute cool. He never calculated that the current version of Erin would categorize even granting him a solitary glance as an absolute waste of precious operational time. Dathian cross-examined her one final time. Do your synapses genuinely compute what deploying to the West entails? Erin's lethal counterstrike was merely two unyielding words. I do. Even if she is mathematically forced to forfeit her physical vessel, she must advance. This fanatical, stubborn posture of rejecting all external counsel forced Dathian to completely lose his cognitive composure. Deep within his nostalgic archives, Erin was vividly still that fragile little girl who would dive headfirst into someone's embrace, weeping her eyes out and desperately begging for external insulation. Yet the current incarnation of her was emotionally distant to the absolute point of driving his psyche insane. Dathian aggressively intercepted her path, his vocal frequency heavily laced with pure panic. Erin, you fundamentally possess zero data regarding the Grand Matrix. As long as you drop your ego and beg my station right now, as long as your lips articulate that you want to survive, I command the leverage to negotiate with the Emperor to spare your miserable life. Dathian delusionally calculated that Erin was merely flexing her pride right now and manually inviting catastrophic disaster upon her own head. He encroached closer into her personal zone, his words dripping with lethal threats. Are you genuinely immune to the fear of absolute death? What is the tactical purpose of acting so high and mighty in front of my face? The exact second you are willing to unlock your jaw and plea for my grace. I can easily secure a comfortable, zero-risk desk job for your asset. But the evolved Erin was no longer the defenseless pawn who would permit her strings to be manipulated by his whims. She calmly shot back. There is zero requirement to waste your finite time and energy on my trajectory. After firing that verbal round, she executed a flawless pivot and abandoned the corridor without granting his ego a solitary parting glance. Dathian's psychological framework completely imploded, leaving him powerless to do anything but hurl toxic venom behind her retreating form. If you maintain this unyielding arrogance, Ferdinand will loathe your very soul sooner or later. Dathian was feeling his own rage the deeper his mind processed the event now. He was absolutely convinced he possessed the perfect leverage to domesticate Erin, but who could have known she wouldn't even grant his ego a single microsecond of her day? That flavor of absolute polite dismissal made his internal matrix infinitely more uncomfortable than being directly cursed out to his face. It delivered empirical proof that within Erin's analytical worldview, his entire asset didn't pose a single microbyte of a threat. Dathian finally computed the dark realization that he had executed a catastrophic, fatal miscalculation. This arrogant brat Erin should have been permanently eliminated from the chessboard right from the absolute genesis. Exclusively due to his own lazy complacency, a gold-tier tactical window evaporated into nothingness, manually surrendering the entire battlefield advantage over to his arch-rival. His ego could not swallow this scorching humiliation. Accompanied by a violent, echoing crash, the high-end furniture within the study absorbed the total kinetic impact. This explosive, unhinged tantrum thrown by Dathian was by no means a minor blip. He forcefully swept every single asset on the desk straight onto the floorboards. Even so, the deep-seated paranoia clawing at his soul still couldn't be suppressed. His intuition constantly pinged a gut feeling that the entire matrix was mutating out of his control. Meanwhile, Erin was executing a leisurely, solitary stroll along the marble corridor. Just a moment ago, Dathian suddenly weaponizing the Emperor's name did indeed trigger a slight jolt within her core. This materialized as a highly volatile, unexpected variable. She initiated a wave of self-doubt regarding whether her timeline-altering actions were actually rewriting the future or merely amplifying the chaos. The upcoming scenario, I highly fear, will become exponentially more unpredictable. Deep within her analytical framework, Erin comprehended flawlessly that, across her historical past life, the Emperor had never once commanded her deployment to the hazardous West. Perhaps it was precisely due to this structural timeline anomaly that the toxic matriarch Chloe unlocked her homicidal intent earlier. Consequently, regardless of how treacherous and bloody the path ahead manifests, this time around her boots must absolutely march into the west, because camouflage deep within that wasteland is the ultimate cipher to rewriting her tragic destiny. While locked deep in thought, a heavy, commanding voice from the shadows behind called her to an immediate halt. Aaron executed a slow pivot to investigate. Unexpectedly, it was the towering figure of Duke Atlee. Why on earth would this apex, high-tier political titan materialize at this exact coordinate? Duke Atlee suddenly anchored his physical mass directly blocking Aaron's escape vector. It appears his intelligence network has been covertly tracking her every single move on the board. Even the highly confidential data of when her asset crossed back into the sovereign territory was fully monitored within the palm of his hand. This specific statement, "I command critical matters to unpack with your station," evidently harbored a dark, loaded meaning. The impending dialogue will definitively be anything but simple. Meanwhile, the temperature inside the grand study also plummeted to a freezing threshold. Ferdinand intercepted a top-secret intelligence dossier retrieved from the West. Initially, he calculated it was merely standard regional unrest, but the exact microsecond he dug deeper into the investigation's data, his mind only just discovered the horrifying reality that a massive quantity of innocent orphans had been systematically kidnapped in the shadows. To what dark coordinates have those children been trafficked? What twisted, shady conspiracy is lurking behind this veil? The dark intelligence brought back by Helix, every single piece of it, left the entire room absolutely terrified. It wasn't merely the missing orphans. Battle-hardened soldiers, skilled in lethal martial arts with high-tier swordsmanship skills, and even robust, healthy civilians have evaporated one after another without a single trace. This is no longer a standard kidnapping case. Helix's final, devastating sentence forced everyone present to hold their breath in sheer panic, because all the bloody clues ultimately pointed straight at the Supreme Emperor himself. If the Emperor is also actively dipping his hands into this meat grinder, then these muddy waters are deep beyond measure. Derek aggressively pressed for answers. What on earth does this entail? Could the disappearance of those masses genuinely be orchestrated by the Emperor? This whole matter is way too absurd. No soul dares believe it's real. Ferdinand didn't offer a single answer, just turning his back and exiting silently. Derek called after his silhouette. We've been tracking this lead for so long. Could the Emperor truly be harboring some apocalyptic plot? Ferdinand recognized all too well that his imperial father wasn't philanthropic enough to, for no good reason, go play savior to abandoned orphans. If he wasn't executing holy deeds, then where on earth were those missing victims trafficked? I highly fear the unadulterated truth is infinitely more horrifying than what everyone's imagination can conjure. On this side of the room, the delicate teacup in Duke Atlee's white-knuckled hand was also on the verge of slipping. He locked a predatory gaze onto Aaron and demanded, "What did your lips just utter?" Aaron set her teacup down with absolute composure. "Sir, I will strictly execute the Emperor's mandate to deploy to the West to participate in the high-stakes promotion gauntlet." Hearing this, Duke Atlee couldn't maintain his seat. Isn't this treating your physical life as an absolute joke? But in reality, deep within his consciousness, he was plotting an entirely different strategy. Recalling that chaotic day at the banquet hall, this woman's dominant aura was indeed unmatched by anyone in high society. That breed of long-lost, crushing pressure even birthed the sudden impulse of taking her under his wing as a disciple. Right when he was still locked in deep hesitation, an urgent shout suddenly echoed from the rear, and a frantic attendant rushed over, delivering a piece of deadly news. The Emperor had actually handpicked Aaron to deploy to the West to face the promotion gauntlet. Duke Atlee, having just absorbed the shock, completely lost his composure, exiling her to that god-forsaken wasteland. How is it any different from throwing away her life? Just as he pivoted his frame to go confront the Emperor to demand reason, he was intercepted by the frantic attendant at all costs. "Please don't forget your previous rebellion regarding Aemon already left the Emperor highly displeased. If your grace marches over there right now, it'll be no different from pouring pure fuel onto an active fire." Duke Atlee concluded that this woman was truly, clinically insane, actually volunteering to deploy to the West. Could it be that all elite geniuses are this arrogant? He stated straight out that that brutal wasteland is fundamentally not a habitational zone for humans. To achieve promotion, one must harvest at least 3 heads of the highest tier magical beasts. The suicidal mission from the very absolute beginning didn't intend for a single soul to return alive. Even facing this, Aaron remained unusually, chillingly calm. She stated she computed the lethal danger full well, but still demanded him to grant her a single chance to prove her mettle. Staring at the absolute gravity of her expression, Duke Atlee pondered for a heavy moment and finally surrendered his stance. He declared, "Since your soul craves to march into that hell that badly, then I will grant you a single window. As long as your frame can withstand 10 lethal moves from my blade, I will authorize your departure." A few elite figures immediately set off, navigating directly to the private training ground situated on the isolated outskirts of the academy. This perimeter was spacious enough for combatants to unleash their full, unbridled potential. Duke Atlee had commanded a subordinate to fetch live steel early on. The operational speed was indeed highly impressive. The real high-stakes showdown is just about to ignite. At this exact microsecond, there wasn't a single soul left lurking around the perimeter. Duke Atlee unlatched his jaw and sliced straight to the point. He demanded to hear Erin's unadulterated, honest motives. It's definitely not for cheap clout or fame, so what on earth is the true objective? Erin maintained her absolute silence and refused to answer, because exclusively she recognized that in the original timeline of fate, it was precisely at this milestone that Helix deployed to the west, and from then on evaporated from the face of the earth. A few years down the line, that entire territory would be completely overrun and occupied by rampaging magical beasts, mutating into a literal, post-apocalyptic dead zone. To Erin's consciousness, the West was a total, unadulterated nightmare. That year, Helix was commanded to go suppress the magical beasts, and the grim outcome was that he never returned. In her past life, she could only remain paralyzed at the academy, waiting in vain, watching the horrific tragedy unfold in the literal blink of an eye. But this time around, she must personally go dissect the truth. Even if the future timeline has shifted, even if absolutely no asset can guarantee a successful outcome, she still must breach that dead zone to scavenge for critical clues. This time, Erin firmly white-knuckled a solitary, unyielding reason. She stated she possessed something she absolutely must protect at all costs. That's precisely why I must definitively deploy there to witness the reality with my own eyes. Duke Atlee pressed aggressively for details on what exactly that asset was, but the feedback received was that it couldn't be disclosed. Since their minds weren't operating on the same page, there was zero purpose in wasting any more finite words. Duke Atlee declared, "Engaging you means engaging you," without a single shred of warning, directly unsheathing his blade. This sudden strike carried absolutely terrifying kinetic power. Erin could only grit her teeth and brace her physical frame to block the incoming force. The real, grueling challenge has only just begun now. With just this single, explosive exchange of moves, who occupied the superior rank became immediately clear. Duke Atlee diagnosed the structural problem with a single glance. Even though Erin's latent talent was extremely high, her physical stamina obviously still hadn't caught up. However, relying solely on raw muscle power won't permit a warrior to master peerless, god-tier swordsmanship. Surrounding his entire physical vessel, Duke Atlee suddenly erupted with a terrifying, crushing burst of pure mana. This is no longer a standard friendly sparring match. If her mouth refuses to leak the truth, then use the sword to extract the proof. Duke Atlee directly handed down a brutal ultimatum, requiring Erin to use violent actions to showcase her determination. This time around, he is truly unleashing his real, lethal moves. Against the suffocating pressure of this sword strike, Erin must risk her absolute life to fend it off. Inside the isolated glass house, the afternoon sunlight was warm, but Chloe's mind was clearly not anchored on these flowers. She casually snapped a delicate lily branch, her lips still muttering venomously. The asset from back then was also completely ruined, exactly like this. Right at this high-stakes moment, the Emperor unexpectedly materialized from the shadows behind, directly calling out to her. The sudden manifestation of this uninvited tyrant instantly turned the atmosphere incredibly hostile. It seems the old fox of an emperor has already sniffed out something highly anomalous. His strategic orchestration of the promotion exam for Erin is clearly a death trap. The Emperor personally handed down the execution order. It's time to completely liquidate the Marquise family. He authorized Chloe to torture them as she pleases. This is no different from granting her an absolute immunity card to oppress the very target who received the Emperor's sacred promise. Chloe can finally loosen her hands and feet. This time, the Marquise household is truly on the verge of changing masters. Chloe dropped flat onto her knees right in front of the Emperor, confessing her own poor handling of the operation, letting Erin spiral completely out of her control matrix. She even took the absolute initiative to beg for punishment. Although the Emperor's vocal tone was chillingly calm, it was infinitely more terrifying than an unhinged rage. He stated the garden has 0 room left to plant new flowers. This cryptic sentence heavily implied that it was time to thoroughly purge the entire house. The Emperor leisurely took a sip of tea and declared if she desires to clear up space, then she must violently dig up every single thing buried underground. To preserve her own skin, Chloe frantically pulled out her final trump card, reporting that she had dispatched death squads to the west, determined to settle the entire issue there once and for all. According to her tactical assessment, that location was originally an absolute gate of death. Excluding the legendary Duke Atli, no matter what asset steps inside, they can permanently forget about escaping alive. She was absolutely certain that Aaron would never return, and even schemed to exploit this window to obliterate the entire marquee. Family bloodline. The Emperor flatly granted her the ultimate privilege. Since they are going to confiscate the assets anyway, just let her loose to butcher them. But at the absolute end, he laced in a brutal, bone-chilling line. If this critical matter is screwed up, she will be permanently buried in this dirt to serve as literal fertilizer for the flowers. Who could have ever predicted that the verdict she had been awaiting so anxiously was this exact death sentence? The truly psychotic villain only unmasks their true colors at this very defining moment. The stone floor violently shuddered and cracked into a million pieces. Erin had endured the agony to her absolute limit, only capable of utilizing the heavy greatsword to prop her failing frame up reluctantly. Duke Atli coldly spoke up, acknowledging that she is indeed an incredibly tough nut to crack. But the impending move, I highly doubt, won't be that easy to block. Accompanied by a bizarre, blinding flash of blue mana, the real, lethal danger has only just begun. The Duke's sword slashed straight down with cataclysmic force. He stated straight out that even the chief vanguard knight under his command couldn't block this solitary strike. This is fundamentally zero display of martial arts, but an unadulterated intent to crush the opponent into dust. Erin risked her absolute life to intercept the impact. Although the blade was so heavy that it manifested as unmovable, in a singular microsecond, she decoded the Duke's true underlying intention. This is absolutely not a mere sparring match. To evolve into a true knight, relying on raw talent alone is zero guarantee. Duke Atli was absolutely certain that only his soul understood what it meant to train deep within the abyss of despair. But his mind had absolutely zero idea that Erin was still camouflaging a god-tier trump card in her hand. The two steel blades violently collided, and the entire battlefield dynamic instantly reversed. Erin's sword actually carried the crushing weight of time, because no soul knows that this is already her second timeline regression. In her past life, she had long tasted enough of the toxic flavor of absolute helplessness. Even when she exhausted every ounce of her strength, she still couldn't rewrite reality. That deeply engraved trauma now completely mutated into her raw power. This time around, it was Duke Atli's turn to run out of operational options. The sole reason Erin could hold out until this milestone is because she has survived more than one entire lifetime. In her premier life, she swung her heavy blade day and night. Even when colliding with her absolute limit, she gritted her teeth and refused to halt. Moving to her second life, she was merely an ordinary corporate slave, tracking back the existence before her with a heart overflowing with unfinished regrets. The critical things she hungered to execute were countless, but in the end, it only materialized as an unwilling, bitter grudge. But who could have ever guessed that this third life would devolve into a chaotic state like this, with psychological syndromes and trauma overflowing everywhere? This is fundamentally zero reward for being reincarnated, but a loop of endless nightmares. Failing time and time again has mutated into the sole motivation for Erin to swing her sword. This tens of thousands of hours of grueling training is precisely to fill the bleeding holes in her shattered heart. Only by becoming strong enough can she insulate the things that she couldn't white-knuckle before. The 8th move, the 9th move. Staring down Duke Atli's storm-like onslaughts, she refused to back down a single fraction of an inch. This time around, she absolutely will not suffer defeat ever again. A full 10 lethal moves. Erin just braced her entire vessel and blocked them all. Even when her physical body had violently hit its absolute limit, she harbored zero intention of halting her hand, because she comprehended perfectly well that if her frame collapsed at this coordinate, she would never possess the capacity to shield the precious people she wants to protect ever again. The grand oak doors were forcefully pushed open, and the elite guard standing outside was left completely dazed. Who could have ever hypothesized she could walk out without a single physical scratch on her? Could it be that even that legendary Duke lacked the power to halt her advance? Even though her frame had already vacated the area, That suffocating pressure still left the Vanguard guard completely frozen in his tracks. He frantically scrambled after Duke Atli's silhouette to brief him on a piece of anomaly data that had never been recorded in history before. Prior to infiltrating the Academy gates, Eren had never once so much as wielded live steel. Duke Atli abruptly anchored his boots after confirming this intel was verified. He flashed a highly cryptic, dangerous smirk. This asset is zero ordinary genius. This is a straight-up, unadulterated monster. That exact night, Eren executed her deployment directly to the hazardous West. Every faction recognized flawlessly that the geopolitical winds in this territory were on the verge of a violent shift. She originally calculated to execute a stealth departure, but who could have predicted her escape vector would still be completely intercepted by Ferdinand? Eren harbored absolute zero intention of cloaking her moves. She calmly briefed his station that she was a sworn knight, and her solitary metric for existing was to insulate. For all those dark years, she had perpetually existed under the rigid architecture of other entities. Whether it manifested as the trajectory of her life or her core purpose, she had never been permitted to pilot her own fate. But at this critical milestone, she demanded to execute her own absolute choice. No matter how apocalyptic the path ahead proves, her vessel will definitively return alive. Deep within his analytical matrix, Ferdinand computed flawlessly that the evolved Eren could no longer be contained by any human asset. Even if he rewound the tape to attempt it all over again, he possessed zero methodology to melt that diamond-tier iron will. Since her soul was fiercely locked onto carving out her own trajectory, then the solitary operational move left in his arsenal was to anchor his position behind and fortify the absolute final line of strategic defense. As the tactical scene transitioned to the distant, bleeding land, Chloe had intercepted the tracking data long ago, lurking out in the absolute black of the night. The millisecond her eyes mapped that familiar silhouette, she finally unlocked a venomous smile. Welcome back to the meat grinder. The genuine high-stakes showdown now officially triggers. Chloe actually weaponized the element of surprise to march straight to the frontline door. She smirked and called out the classified name Laser. Right after that opening salvo came a piece of absolute reality-shattering intelligence. This man was fundamentally Eren's biological father. This location was the exact apocalyptic West detailed in the grimmest rumors. Casting one's vision around the perimeter, a toxic, gloomy, and suffocating atmosphere bled from every structure. It materialized as zero surprise that the indigenous populations here didn't rolling out the welcome mat for her. Ever since the tyrant emperor conquered the Holy Kingdom, he had forcefully exiled all of their citizens into this wasteland. The elite Imperial Knight uniform wrapped around Eren's frame was, in their optics, the ultimate sigil of the Empire's brutal invasion. But her consciousness had long grown numb to this icy, hostile treatment. After all, her asset didn't deploy to this zone to nostalgically catch up on old timelines. At the absolute terminal point of that endless darkness, the ancient temple loomed as her genuine operational destination. Eren finally breached the perimeter of the temple. If Helix had launched his deployment beforehand, then his asset should have successfully infiltrated by this exact milestone. But her mind never calculated that waiting to intercept her within the sanctuary of the temple would be two entirely different players. Helix stepped straight into the heavy stone shadows, vocalizing toward that familiar, dominant back. I computed with absolute certainty you would be anchoring this coordinate, Asus. The opposing party appeared to have fully simulated his arrival, merely delivering a casual, detached feedback loop. My ears received word you breached the perimeter. The frequency between these two bloodlines was clearly anything but basic. Assis slowly hoisted his physical mass upward, stating his consciousness had also just finalized its prayers. Furthermore, this specific milestone of reunion was a scenario his matrix had anticipated for a prolonged duration. Operating as Helix's biological younger brother, his asset was not merely a core mastermind of the Western Temple faction, but also the absolute apex candidate rigged to inherit the title of the next Supreme Pope. Possessing such terrifying god-tier divine mana, his rank within the West was almost completely unmatched. But anomalously enough, ever since Helix transitioned into an Imperial Knight, the baseline dynamic between the two siblings had completely inverted. The overly clinical, formal rituals and rigid protocol caused their originally intimate flesh and blood connection to now possess exclusively a suffocating, icy distance that was brutal to breathe through. Assis bypassed the diplomatic fluff and sliced straight to the point, reminding Helix to never forget that the current Western theater was already a total, chaotic dumpster fire. Every single tactical step executed now permitted absolute zero margin for error. Facing this aggressive cross-examination, Helix could only remain completely mute. If Helix kept his tactical calculations buried deep within his internal vault, then Asus operated exactly like an apex predator, masking his true intent behind a smiling porcelain mask. He abruptly weaponized Erin's name, inquiring if she was the targeted entity detailed in the prophecy of the deceased previous saintess. Even though the opposing player was still projecting a plastic smile, Helix recognized this powder keg was on the verge of exploding. If her asset is already confirmed as the catalyst character, then why hasn't the forced engagement between her and Ferdinand been permanently terminated yet? Asus's syllables turned exponentially sharper and colder as he drove the narrative. He stated straight out that their faction must deploy any hostile means necessary to violently drive a wedge between the two of them. That was the genuine operational directive behind embedding Helix directly into the Academy ranks. Just as Helix unlocked his jaw to voice a frantic protest, he was completely silenced by the other party's cold, heartless words. The relentless magical beast onslaughts in the Western Zone still haven't exhibited a single symptom of slowing down. This territory already plays host to far too many systemic errors, absolutely zero further miscalculations are authorized by the High Command. No matter how many thousands of magical beasts the Holy Knights slaughter, these aberrations just keep spawning infinitely like a glitch. No soul commands the data on what abyss they crawl out from, let alone what the biological root cause actually is. The West, I highly fear, is on the precipice of a cataclysmic shift. What manifests as even more strategically bizarre is that lately, the political maneuvers of the princes within the imperial bloodline have also turned increasingly volatile and abnormal. Add to that calculation the emperor's sudden, forced engagement between Ferdinand and Erin. Behind this chessboard move, there absolutely lies an apocalyptic conspiracy that cannot survive the light of day. Asus locked a hyper-focused glare straight onto Helix, closing the physical gap step by step, demanding to know if his station possessed the equation to solve it. As a direct consequence, Helix could only shake his head in frustration, because given the current state of the board, every single faction was being systematically kept completely in the dark. As Asus articulated in a low, vibrating murmur, the solitary sliver of hope left on the grid right now resides exclusively with the entity mentioned in the ancient prophecy. Could the wildcard individual derived from the previous saintess's prophecy genuinely preserve civilization from absolute destruction? Right while the ideological clash between Helix and Asus was unfolding, a violent, sudden commotion violently erupted outside the heavy temple doors. The elite sanctuary guards fundamentally lacked the kinetic capacity to contain the intrusion. A rogue asset had breached straight into the inner sanctum. The exact millisecond, his eyes rendered the face of the infiltrator clearly. Helix was completely and utterly stunned. He couldn't have simulated in his wildest, most unhinged dreams that Erin would personally materialize at this coordinate. Before his synapses could even command his mouth to interrogate her, Erin took the absolute initiative to state her operational purpose crystal clearly. She deployed to this hellhole explicitly to conquer the promotion gauntlet. This time around, she actively hunted them down, her tactical target manifestation being 100% lock, pointing her steel straight at Helix. Erin spoke up, directly demanding that Helix act as her official witness. After all, a high-stakes promotion exam mission must have an authorized vanguard present to verify the kills. But how could Helix trust her? He dismissed this as a desperate excuse, assuming Erin simply wanted to leech off his strength to carry her through the magical beasts. He executed a sharp pivot and barked at her to retreat immediately. Erin had absolute zero intention of backing down. She told Helix to drop the massive ego, making it crystal clear she fundamentally didn't need his brand of protection. Simultaneously, she dropped an absolute bombshell piece of intel. Their operational coordinates actually completely aligned. This time around, it was Helix's turn to be utterly speechless. Erin broken down the data, explaining that the structural battle damage scattered along the terrain had long exposed his exact tactical trajectory. It looks like the impending chaos is a nightmare they are mathematically forced to conquer together. Erin cast her eyes over the mangled soldiers returning from patrol, reading the despair of their tactical situation with a single glance. They were severely short-handed, and magical beasts could ambush them at any microsecond. She knew for a fact Helix was launching an assault on a high-tier nest, so she aggressively volunteered to tag along on the raid. Deep within his consciousness, Helix felt a jolt of shock. He never calculated that this woman's analytical radar would be this razor-sharp, but he still shook his head in refusal, because his objective lay in the dead zone of the deep forest, where the danger index was 10,000 times more lethal than this perimeter, but Erin was explicitly baiting him into dropping that exact line. Her primary target for this promotion gauntlet was precisely those apex-tier magical beasts. To validate her combat clearance, she directly slammed down her ultimate trump card, a golden recommendation letter personally stamped by Duke Atlee himself. Staring at the authentic, certified mana seal of the Duke bleeding through the parchment, Helix completely ran out of operational logic to deny her entry. This woman had obviously arrived fully loaded. For the next phase of this grueling trek, I highly fear they have zero choice but to synchronize their boots. Helix locked his eyes onto the unbothered Erin before him. His ego still couldn't compute the reality that this woman was genuinely lethal, enough to force a titan like the Duke to view her in a completely different light. Right at this high-tension millisecond, Asus stepped into the light, his tone dripping with profound fascination. He overridingly made the executive call. Authorize her deployment alongside us. Just as Helix hoisted his hand to veto, Asus waved him off and interjected. Erin's notorious reputation has long echoed across the Western Front. He had even decoded a thing or two regarding those toxic scandals. Operating as a high-ranking temple priest, he calculated that this entire chessboard was becoming exponentially more entertaining. Since the variables aligned like this, he resolved to personally step onto the field. He demanded to anchor himself to this high-stakes raid as well. In a flash, the entire playing field completely morphed. This was originally a standard milestone promotion exam, yet it somehow dragged this apex-tier political mastermind directly into the crossfire. This sudden mandate from Asus was explicitly a strategic plot to keep his own tabs on Erin. He hungered to dissect what kind of terrifying background this woman was masking. Erin remained chillingly composed, refusing to offer a single superfluous syllable, merely executing a flawless polite curtsy before requesting clearance to retreat to her quarters to recharge. But the microsecond her silhouette turned away, Helix's panic spiked. He calculated that Asus was acting completely reckless. They were already babysitting a highly volatile wildcard like Erin, so what tactical purpose drove a VIP of his status to personally mobilize? If the squad actually collides with an apocalyptic threat, who possesses the power to guarantee his survival? What triggered Helix's paranoia even more was the calculated timing of Erin's sudden manifestation. Why did she choose this exact critical geopolitical crisis to breach the West? No matter how you analyzed the metrics, something was deeply wrong. But Asus's subsequent sentence completely paralyzed his vocal cords, because Erin was an asset personally deployed onto the grid by the Emperor himself. She is functioning as the Emperor's lethal pawn. Only at this exact second did Helix's synapses process the horror. If Erin was weaponized by the throne, then Duke Atlee, the man who authenticated her elite recommendation, has likely betrayed their faction long ago. The web of classified conspiracies operating behind this scenario is infinitely deeper than his mind ever simulated. Asus, conversely, appeared extraordinarily unfazed. He calculated that this was actually a god-tier tactical opportunity. It materialized as the ultimate window to audit whose flag Erin was genuinely serving. Perhaps every single player on the board had catastrophically misjudged her character. She might fundamentally not be the venomous, wicked woman painted by the toxic rumors at all. Who knows, perhaps, the absolute savior engineered to preserve this dying territory is precisely Erin, the very asset currently being ostracized by the masses. Deep in the dead of the night, Erin finally secured an isolated chamber to rest her heavy head. The trembling servant shoved the heavy oak door open and muttered, "Your station will occupy this unit." Before the sentence could even fully articulate, the staff member executed a panicked pivot and bolted down the hall, looking exactly like they were fleeing an outbreak of the Black Plague. Accompanied by a violent, echoing slam, Erin was completely sealed within the lonely room. She was all too callous to this Arctic hostile treatment. Although the walls lacked a single shred of human warmth, the space had been organized quite meticulously. The night was dead silent and the world was locked in stasis. Erin tracked the silver moonlight bleeding through the window pane. But inside her consciousness, her thoughts kept drifting anxiously back to Ferdinand. She felt a wave of guilt that during their final encounter, her disposition toward him was indeed way too freezing. Recalling that intense moment prior to her departure, Ferdinand had desperately pleaded with her to abort the mission. He stated that given her baseline power levels, there was fundamentally zero strategic purpose in throwing her life away on this suicide run. But deep within her core, Erin recognized flawlessly that she couldn't dodge the script. Even if she vetoed the deployment this time, there would definitively be more lethal, invisible traps engineered to assassinate her down the line. When the two of them articulated their final goodbyes, Ferdinand had suddenly anchored his boots, his vocal frequency turning unusually grave. "Lady Erin, there is a hidden variable I must be entirely transparent about with your station." Ferdinand suddenly detonated a total psychological nuke, confessing that his bloodline inherited a forbidden, latent ability that could completely strip down and see through any individual's hidden past. This is an extremely elite, god-tier trait restricted to the imperial royal lineage. Before Erin's cognitive functions could even process the shock, he added, "Though it breached protocol and wasn't intentional, my consciousness has already witnessed the entirety of your past." This single disclosure caused Erin to completely lose her psychological equilibrium. In all her archived memories, Ferdinand had never once exposed this variable. This sudden, terrifying reality of having her entire soul dissected by a single glance left her completely paralyzed, with zero data on how to formulate a response. What on earth did his eyes intercept? What driven motive forced him to drag this secret into the light at this exact critical crossroads? Ferdinand clenched his fist, his vocal frequency growing deeper and more gravelly. "In that timeline I audited, to your station." Ferdinand finally detonated that psychological nuke. "In the memories I extracted, the reality is, I desired to confess that I love you." The exact millisecond that confession dropped, Erin was completely paralyzed. Her synapses couldn't have calculated in their wildest dreams that she'd receive those 3 syllables from his lips. Witnessing her total silence, Ferdinand instantly short-circuited and frantically backpedaled. "That's merely a data point from a defunct timeline. It doesn't mean I harbor romantic alignment toward you right now." As a direct consequence, the more he scrambled to explain, the more tangled his logic became. He hastily stacked another line. "I also don't imply that I am devoid of affection for your station in the present." This time it's just peak comedy. The more he attempted to debug his statement, the more toxic the script became. He wished his physical frame could clip through the floorboards and permanently vanish from the map. The social awkwardness was cranked to the absolute maximum. Ferdinand remained dead silent for a prolonged interval before finally rolling the dice. He extended his hand to anchor Erin in place, his tone shifting into something profoundly grave. "What my soul genuinely needs to articulate is, I refuse to witness your asset getting damaged. And I absolutely refuse to watch you endure agony. Although my consciousness scraped your timeline, I remain blind to the specific horrors you survived. Nor do I possess the data on what tragedy you are desperately attempting to rewrite. If the Royal High Command still designs to weaponize their leverage against you, my station will deploy to the front lines and shoulder the entire fallout for you. Therefore, abort this deployment, all right?" He tightly locked Erin into a desperate embrace, but Erin merely fell into a deep silence. She gently reminded Ferdinand's ego that she was a sworn knight, biologically engineered to live and die for the insulation of others. "For all these dark years, my system has never been permitted to operate for its own desires even a single time. Whether it manifests as my core baseline for existing or the tactical trajectory to map next, 0% of it falls within my own control." Erin stood like a statue before the window pane, her gaze turning thoroughly diamond-hard. This time around, she resolved to pilot her own vessel, even though the path ahead was completely blacked out by fog. But she harbored absolute zero regret regarding breaching this coordinate because this was an executive mission her soul must absolutely finalize. But now a catastrophic variable has manifested within the Matrix. Those specific words Ferdinand just leaked within her archived memories had fundamentally never materialized across any previous run. He claimed his consciousness had scraped her history, and even stated that in that dark past, he adored her. This disclosure completely shattered Erin's operational rhythm. In her analytical model, a sub-zero, utilitarian Ferdinand could never articulate such high-emotion syllables. She collapsed into a crouch on the floorboards, forcing her synapses to cool down. There must be a massive formatting error in his data. Perhaps he merely intercepted a fragmented, corrupted file of the past, which generated a psychological illusion. Regardless of what the ground truth is, there's zero operational time to be anchored down by emotional bugs now. She must swap into her combat armor and deploy immediately, because the genuine meat grinder is still waiting on the horizon. Ferdinand claiming he liked her in a past life? This is truly too unrealistic to compute. Erin hoisted her tactical gear, forcefully recalibrating her psychological composure. Now is not the milestone to waste processing power on these variables. Simultaneously, deep within the heart of the forest, a violent skirmish erupted. Helix unsheathed his massive greatsword and anchored himself at the vanguard. He barked, "The exact millisecond our boots breach the green zone perimeter, the magical beasts will frantically launch a horde assault." The field status was infinitely worse than simulated. The sheer volume of the magical aberrations far exceeded their intelligence reports, and the necrotic death energy polluting the air grew increasingly suffocating. Helix tracked the mangled debris littering the dirt. This blighted land was no longer a habitable zone for ordinary baseline humans. If an asset doesn't command high-tier divine mana shielding their physical vessel, just taking a solitary step into this forest would ensure their life code is permanently deleted. Within his consciousness, a ping of anxiety flickered, questioning if Erin's build could survive the pressure. Who could have ever predicted that Erin was navigating through the choked, dense forest exactly as if she were taking a casual stroll? Even Asus, pacing alongside her frame, had his pupils completely dilated in shock. Theoretically, her current build possesses fundamentally zero capacity to manipulate mana streams. How could she execute a leisurely stroll through such highly toxic, corrosive miasma? Asus just kept his eyes glued to her form, his facial expression overflowing with absolute disbelief. Erin also registered the anomaly in the field. Why does this asset keep staring at my avatar? Helix, outside the perimeter of the village gates, had once arrogantly declared that his blade would solo the magical beasts, instructing Erin to just honestly and obediently sit tight at a safe coordinate and not wander off the map. This sensation of being constantly audited had already initiated yesterday. Deep within her analytical radar, Erin understood flawlessly that both Helix and Asus were running active counterintelligence algorithms against her. It was entirely logical, though. After all, she was an asset who breached the zone carrying the Emperor's direct imperial mandate. Swap in any other high-tier player, and they would also heavily question her faction alignment, operating under the assumption that she was a double-agent mole planted by the throne. Asus suddenly unlocked his jaw. This godforsaken wasteland must manifest as extremely foreign and hostile to a noble lady like your station, who is habituated to living in high-tier luxury within the capital. Immediately following that jab, he shifted his vocal frequency to remind Erin that the localized air was heavily saturated with a demonic aura. Genuine lethal danger had already surrounded their coordinates. Asus anchored himself beside her, throwing passive-aggressive shade. He sneered, "If your psyche is terrified, exploit this window to tuck tail and retreat. No asset will flame you for being a basic deserter." This toxic, gatekeeping, elitist attitude triggered an immediate spike of annoyance in Erin, but she merely delivered a sub-zero reply. "Your concern has been logged, sir." In reality, Erin computed perfectly well within her core that the two brothers weren't fundamentally malicious entities. They were merely blindly, fanatically loyal to Ferdinand's flag. Because they idolized Ferdinand to the point of obsession, no matter how they analyzed her profile, Erin registered as an absolute eyesore. They calculated she was fundamentally unworthy of her current rank. Before the squad could even advance 2 paces, Helix suddenly pivoted his frame to block her escape vector. He coldly dropped a warning on Erin. "I function as the absolute commander in this theater. Devoid of my direct authorization, 0 assets are permitted to execute autonomous actions." Without giving a single millisecond of warning, Helix led Asus straight into the vanguard, harboring absolute zero intention of pausing for Erin to synchronize. Tracking the retreating backs of the 2 men, Erin exhaled a tired sigh. She constantly computed that the upcoming operational days would definitively be extremely draining on her battery. Cutting through the dense, choked thickets, Helix finally anchored his boots. They had arrived at the target coordinate. Who could have ever simulated that hidden deep within this choked forest and toxic swamp layout lay such a colossal, high-end estate villa? Judging by the architectural scale, there must have been a significant population density occupying this space prior to the collapse. Right while Aaron was mapping the structural parameters, Helix suddenly snapped his head around with an incredibly grave expression, directly barking out Assus's full birth name. Assus was just on the verge of cross-examining Aaron's profile. He hungered to decode what her actual strategic objective was for deploying to the west. As a direct result, before his syllables could even fully articulate, an ambush triggered. A high-tier psychic interference spell ellently slammed into their minds. A sudden ambush. Helix's operational response was lightning fast, instantly commanding Asus to deploy his divine power to construct a defensive barrier. A massive magical spell of this apocalyptic scale was indeed something completely unprecedented before. If their reflexes hadn't reacted in time, I highly fear the entire squad would have been completely wiped out by now. Right at this high-stakes moment, Asus suddenly snapped out of his trance. "Where is Aaron?" By the time they pivoted their frames to scan the rear, it was already too late. Aaron lacked the window to activate her defenses at all. Her entire physical vessel had completely taken the impact. Aaron unlatched her eyes to discover herself back at her mansion. But deep within her analytical matrix, she understood flawlessly that this scenario was definitively the enemy's psychic illusion magic. What on earth was the strategic objective of this spell? Before her mind could fully decode the puzzle, the surrounding matrix suddenly began to spiral violently out of control. Blood overflowed all over the floorboards, along with the mangled bodies of her fallen comrades. This was Zero safe haven. This was clearly the horrific nightmare she hungered to purge from her memory the most. Yet it looped for an infinite number of cycles. Since this materialized as the core nightmare of her first timeline run, that specific individual would definitively materialize as well. Sure enough, speak of the devil, Ferdinand emerged with his entire physical frame drenched in blood. But his very opening sentence completely corrupted the reality of this reunion. He interrogated, "Why did your hands execute this? Could it be that every soul here was massacred by your blade?" The script of the nightmare didn't alter a single fraction. Aaron was locked within the illusion cage, completely paralyzed from breaking free. Previously, she always calculated that Ferdinand must genuinely loathe her essence, so her jaw couldn't even articulate a solitary syllable of explanation. She used to calculate internally within her consciousness. If neither of our assets had been spawned into apex political families, would the final timeline outcome have manifested differently? In the center of that chaos, Ferdinand, with his visage painted in blood, cross-examined her. "This time around, are you plotting to assassinate me again?" No player on the board could have ever simulated that this violent sword strike from Aaron's hand would be swung directly toward her own flesh. Standing nearby, Asus witnessed this self-mutilation and was completely thunderstruck. He demanded loudly, "Why did your own blade ruthlessly lacerate your own asset?" Aaron's vocal frequency was sub-zero icy. She stated exclusively by executing this could she utilize trauma to forcefully override the spell and wake up from the illusion. Just moments ago, Asus wanted to rush across the zone to assist her in halting the bleeding, but his advance was decisively brushed off by her arm. She barked, "Do not touch the laceration. Right now, my system must utilize this agony as a manual remedy to preserve my consciousness." Moments ago, Asus attempted to channel divine mana to shock Aaron out of the mind trap, but as a direct result, his mind accidentally intercepted a fragment of her psychological vision. In that horrific mental simulation, she didn't launch an offensive against the phantom Ferdinand standing in front of her face at all, but instead drove a steel blade right through her own forearm. What Asus's logic couldn't compute the most was that at that exact microsecond, her consciousness was completely liberated from the magic steering code. In other words, that self-inflicted sword strike was entirely an autonomous choice. But what driven motive forced her to lay such a ruthless, bloody hand on her own asset like that? Could it simply be that she hungered to deploy raw violence to escape the mind control trap? Asus suddenly processed a terrifying epiphany. Aaron would rather butcher her own flesh. Could it be explicitly because she refused to cause physical damage to Ferdinand? But now there was zero time to waste computing these variables anymore. Hordes of predatory magical beasts were frantically flooding the perimeter. He barked at Aaron that even if her unit was compromised and injured, she had to force her system together right now. The operational field had completely spiraled out of control. No asset tracked what abyss so many magical aberrations had crawled out from. The signature of these magical beasts was so suffocatingly dense, yet it could be masked so perfectly. This time they are in extreme trouble. The entire squad was completely surrounded. Now, even if their boots designed to retreat, the window was slammed shut. Scanning the pack of magical predators waiting to pounce on their position, Helix computed perfectly well within his core that for the impending skirmish, his blade must split its focus to adequately defend the remaining two assets. Right at this high-tension milestone, Erin suddenly unlocked her jaw. She commanded that Asus must execute a sacred oath. No matter what anomalies his eyes map in a microsecond, until the final day he closes his eyes and expires, he absolutely must not leak a word of it. Asis locked up. A binding oath sworn by a high-ranking temple priest is zero laughing matter. Once the lips articulate the contract, there is absolute zero rolling back the data. He interrogated Erin if her psyche genuinely computed the existential weight of this, but Erin fundamentally refused to grant his logic a single window to hesitate. She shot back. I compute exactly what asset parameters I am demanding. There is zero operational time to unpack the data anymore. Swear the contract now. Erin laid her cards flat on the table. If his soul rejected the oath, she absolutely wouldn't lend her lethal assistance. To a devout zealot like Asus, a holy oath is a legally binding contract sealed with God. Once violated, his vessel will permanently forfeit all of its divine power. This manifests as an absolute, unforgivable taboo within the hierarchy of the temple. In Asus's optics, Erin at this specific interval manifested just like a delusional noble lady who completely failed to grasp the catastrophic weight of this flavor of demand. But at the absolute deadline, his system still conceded, because his mind desperately hungered to decode what dark secret this woman was actually cloaking. The exact microsecond the metaphysical oath was established, Erin finally unsheathed her live steel. The drawing mechanics were incredibly razor-sharp and decisive. Asis computed flawlessly that this was not merely a life-saving window, but also the solitary tactical timing to dissect her true power level. Who could have ever predicted that those macro-sized magical beasts with colossal structures were as fragile as cheap paper in front of Erin's blade? Every single sword strike she delivered was a clean, fatal execution. This hyper-aggressive combat style was fundamentally zero defensive strategy, but a completely one-sided systematic slaughter. Helix stood paralyzed nearby, auditing the field, completely terrified. He originally calculated that his mind had already highly scaled his evaluation of this woman's threat matrix, but who could have known he had still drastically underestimated her? He exhaled a soft sigh and lamented that deploying a basic word like strong to categorize her profile was a literal insult to this brand of god-tier power. This is zero-pampered, high-society rich girl of any description. This asset is clearly an ultimate god of death who just crawled back up from the deepest abyss of hell. The sheer kinetic force of this solitary sword strike left the entire battlefield, instantly collapsing into absolute dead silence. Who could have ever simulated that the Empire's legendary fourth Swordmaster, who had long gone dark, is at this exact defining microsecond standing tall right before their eyes? Erin camouflaged her god-tier talent way too well. The moment a destructive power of this caliber is leaked to the public, the entire geopolitical layout of the Empire will completely shift. Only now did Helix's synapses finally process why Erin strictly forced him to swear a binding oath. This wasn't basic secrecy. This was explicitly an absolute gag order backed by his very life code. What her soul hungered to cloak was not merely the aftermath of a skirmish, but a true, hidden identity, powerful enough to obliterate all obstacles on the grid. Scanning the mangled corpses of the magical predators scattered all over the dirt, Helix computed perfectly well that from this milestone onward, his asset was completely dragged into a total chaotic mess. The frequency on the battlefield suddenly inverted. Helix was the first to detect the anomaly. The corpses of these magical beasts were actually coated in suffocatingly thick black magic. Erin white-knuckled her grip on the live steel in her hand. She registered that the pack of magical beasts, which originally only knew how to charge and blitz unconsciously, now actually initiated strategic squad formations. Their tactical movements were flawlessly synchronized, operating exactly like elite, well-trained soldiers. This was fundamentally zero random attack by wild predators, but a highly calculated lethal ambush. An anonymous player was pulling the strings behind these magical beasts like basic wooden puppets. Who on earth commands the dark magic to manipulate everything from the depths of the shadows? The unadulterated answer resides right inside this glowing crystal ball. Those ferocious magical aberrations, at this exact microsecond, morphed into wooden puppets, obediently allowing their vessels to be completely dictated. And the sinister mastermind orchestrating this entire scheme was none other than Chloe, who was lurking deep in the pitch-black shadows. She sat as unmovable as Mount Tai, monitoring the bloody battlefield through the crystal interface, her predatory demeanor proving she already calculated the victory as locked in her hands.